to find out from the Honorable Ranking Member whether he knows Dr. Albert Tuna Mama.
Of course, Albert Tuna Mama used to work with the IMF in this country as the resident representative. So it's an IMF staff that often meets the finance committee.
Chairman, I want to find out from the Ranking Member again whether he is aware that on the 9th of May 2020, all these allegations that he's recounted were flatly denied by the said Dr. Albert Tuma Mama on Joy News file.
Mr. Chairman, I am making reference to documents published by the IMF board, official document. Tuna Mama is not the IMF board. He's not IMF. He's an individual who works with the IMF. His views are his views. My references are official document from the IMF, and you can get it from the IMF website. I'm not aware that IMF website is stronger than Joy News website.
Mr. Co-Chairman, no, let's get to it. He asked a straightforward question. Are you aware ABC, yes or no? I think that's all he was asking.
That's why I said I'm not aware that what is on the IMF website.
No, he did. That wasn't his question. His question was, are you aware that Mr. Ture Mama, whatever his name, made this? Have you heard it?
Mr. Chairman, I am not aware.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, indeed, they said Mr. Dr. Tuma Mama was the IMF country rep for Ghana. And he was called on news file to respond to allegations that had been made by the Honorable Ranking Member and the minority with respect to misreporting of figures that the Finance Ministry had presented to the IMF. And he was categorical that all the figures that the minority were alluding to were known to the IMF, and that the government of Ghana had not misrepresented any figures to the IMF as he is alleging today. I put it to him.
Mr. Chairman, I vehemently disagree with what he put out there. Globally, countries report on the fiscal with a manual. Mr. Chairman, I will share the manual with you, and I think I have a copy with the manual. I brought a copy. I'll give you the manual. And the manual indicates how countries deals with the issues of debt reporting or fiscal reporting. Mr. Chairman, in the case of currently, the world is using Government Finance Statistics Manual 2014. Government Finance Statistics Manual 2014. And this manual is not alien to government of Ghana. Ghana has been reporting our fiscal in line with this manual since Adam. I'm surprised that all of a sudden the reporting has changed to something that is not globally accepted. And that is why the IMF in their own document had said that best practices recognize that this should be treated above the line. And this is in line with the manual. Mr. Chairman, I shared the manual. It's a very bulky document. Since we are now in paperless regime, I don't want to waste money and print it. So, Mr. Chairman, I will share the soft copy with your clerk now. This is a document that deals with how reporting should be. It is not for someone to show us how the reporting should be. It is a global manual, and everybody abides by that.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that when we have copies of the transcript, we will be given another opportunity to
have a look. And of course, obviously, the finance minister himself is also here with his lawyers, so obviously they are listening.
Well. Thank you. I'll leave it there. Yeah, I'll leave it there for you.
The Honorable Kwame.
He's asking follow-up questions with respect to the payments, all payments in connection with the national cathedral.
Full picture. It's important to have the full picture.
So it's not a re-examination.
Yeah, this is about the national cathedral.
Mr. Chairman, we object to this strongly. If he can hold a press conference to deal with those matters, but I think that We are here for a specific reason. Grounds have been stated. Let's stick to that. You know, we are not here for it's not a political platform to make some political pronouncements.
Well,
These are
Chairman,
serious allegations. Please, please.
He will not teach me how to do my work in Parliament.
No.
This is Parliament. You won't teach me how to do my work.
Let me finish.
No, he can't come here and throw his weight about. He can't teach me how to do my work. I take strong exception that I should go and hold a press conference. Please.
I'm only 78 kilos.
Please. Please. I won't accept that. And you are not the chair. You don't tell members of parliament what to do.
That's fine. So, I mean, we appreciate the
point. No, I will do my work. I'm not going to hold a press conference. You will not teach me how to do my work.
I think we made the point. There have been quite a few questions already. If we don't have, well, we're listening to the tenor of the next two questions. Well, let's hear him first.
Mr. Chairman,
we haven't heard what he's going to say.
Mr. Chairman, I think that those who appear before this committee must be guided. We work with standing orders. And if you go through our standing orders, this committee can decide not to hear strangers. It's very clear. Standing order 2022.
Who is the stranger now? Who is the stranger now?
No. Once you are not a member of parliament, that is how the standing order describes it.
So who is the stranger? Who is the stranger?
That is how the standing order describes it.
Allow Sami to answer for himself. Who is the stranger?
Please, I mean, you can't come and say we can go and hold press. We are working, and we are here to do our job. So please, let that be clear.
Yeah, that's fine. It's clear.
Honorable Minister, distinguished invited guests, the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Ministry of Information. If you are joining us at home, we are live across the country on GTV. If you are in the Western region, you can listen to us on Empire 102.7 FM, also on Radio 360. We are also streaming on Think News Online. If you're on Facebook, you can join us at Ministry of Information Facebook page, and to all other media houses that are picking the feed across the country. This morning, we are honored to receive the Western Regional Minister and Member of Parliament for Takrade constituency, Honorable Kwabena Ochre Mensa. He is here to provide updates on the state of the Western region. But before I yield the podium to him, let me use the opportunity to acknowledge some dignitaries who joined the powerful delegation of the regional minister to this very important exercise. We have with us this morning the Regional Director of Health Science, Dr. Yao Ofori-Yeboah. Health Services. Oh, okay, then I think there was a typo. Sorry about that. We also have with us the Regional Economic Planning Officer, Mr. Akra Mfojo. Also joining us this morning is the Regional Budget Officer, Mr. Ofosueje. We also have with us the DCE for Mpoho, Honorable Ignatius Asamensa. Okay. We are also joined by the MCE for Second D Takrade Metro, Honorable Abdul Mumin. We also have with us this morning the MCE for Efia Kwesimintim Municipal, Honorable Kojo Akwa. We have with us the MCE for Wasa Amenfi East Municipal, Honorable Frederick Cranche. We are also joined by the aide to the regional minister, Mr. Charles Kobina. With us this morning is a planning officer at the RCC, Mr. Ebenezer Haji. We are also joined by the Western Regional Youth Organizer of the NPP, Mr. Benedict Adai. And as I mentioned earlier, we have with us the MP for Takrade and Western Regional Minister, Honorable Kwabena Ocheda Kumensa. Oh, and I'm informed that we have the Chief Director of Western Regional RCC with us, Mr. Frederick Ajman. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So I will now yield the podium to the Honorable Minister for his presentation, and we'll come back to you to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Good morning, Ghana. I'm very happy to be here with you this morning. Special greetings from the people and chiefs of the Western region. We'll be doing our quick presentation to update Ghana on what is going on in the Western region. The presentation will start with an introduction of the region, infrastructure delivery, private sector support activities and special initiatives, implementation of government flagship programs, and then we'll conclude and then we'll have a discussion. The Western region, as you're all aware, is located in the southwestern part of Ghana. And we have a border with Ivory Coast, the central region, and Western North region. As you are aware, Western region is also the region with one of the longest coastlines in Ghana, 192 kilometers of coastline in Ghana. And it is the wettest region in Ghana, and our capital is Sekondi Takrade. It's a twin city, and it's the only twin city in Africa. The area of Western region is about 6.13% of Ghana's total land size, and our population is 2,060,585 Ghanaians. Virtually, we are about 6.67% of the population of Ghana. We have 2 universities and 3 other campuses of other universities, i.e. KNUST, GIMPA, and then GTUC. We have 5 nursing training colleges and 1 teacher training college. The districts that we have are 14 with 17 MPs. So you see that we are not that too big nor too small. If you take the region, we have more males than females in the Western region. Our vision is to be a model region of Ghana and a place where all people can participate and engage in the productive assets of the region for wealth creation. And we are doing so on 3 pillars: entrepreneurial governance, enterprise Western region, and mainstreaming the youth throughout the SDGs. So these are the core pillars that we've been working with as a region. The Western region exists to facilitate the overall development of the region by effectively coordinating, monitoring, and evaluating plans and programs of the MMDAs and NGOs in order to improve quality of life of the people. Our core values are professionalism in delivering public service and good institutional or corporate governance structures. In fact, in our region, we take decisions in 5 days. So if you want any place in Ghana to do business or do anything, come to Western region, and we'll take our decision in 5 days because we have our core values and we know what we want to do for the people of Ghana. So I'll look at a few things very soon. So I'll look at first infrastructure delivery. I think these are the areas that we said we'll start with.
feeder roads. If you are looking at proportion of roads that are in good condition, from 2017 and 2022, you realize that feeder roads have improved a lot, from 24% to 32%. When it comes to urban roads, that has also improved from 19.6% to 26%. Where we are not doing very well is the highways. And I believe that when you hear some of the stories coming from our region, these are the areas that we are currently working on. And when we get to where we are doing new projects, you see these ones, these challenges being tackled in those areas. So I won't like to bore you with a lot of statistics, but what I want to tell you is that so far, government have delivered over 1,959 kilometers of road contracts that contractors are currently working on them. And out of that, over 250 kilometers have been delivered by the contractors. So you realize that in my last tour, I was asking my chiefs to start putting the pressure on the contractors because government have done its part of the deal. So we'll go through a few of the roads that you might be aware of so that we can look at them. So selected urban roads interventions. I'm only giving you a few ones that we want you to capture as we go along. If you take the Sino-Hydro projects, we benefited from one of the interchanges, the 3-tier interchange, which is now 58% complete. We are hoping that by July, the whole interchange will be completed for use by the public. If you take the emergency upgrading of selected arterial roads and collateral roads in 5 towns within the gas enclave, and we are talking about Jomoro and Alembele, we are about 95% completed. And then when it comes to the Kwesimintim dual carriage or highway, that is 100% completed. That's the 8.5 kilometer done by Jasmore. We also have the new project that is currently ongoing between Chakrade and Sekendi, the dual carriage from the harbour to Sekendi. In fact, in front of the Western Regional Coordinating Council, we are going to have a double road, and that have started in earnest. I'll look at highway. If you take highway, you all know the popular Takwa, Awetiaso, Bogoso Junction Road. It's 66.34% complete. But because of the new project that we've started from Aguna Kwanta to Takwa, that project has been taken over by the new contractors, which is Ramgo, and they are currently working on it. If you take Ahanta West, we also have the regoverning of the Sanko Cape 3 Point Road, which is 28% completed, and GPHA is funding that project on behalf of government. If you take the reconstruction of Takwa Damine Road, which is 60 kilometers, this was funded by Goldfields because it was part of the investment agreement, and that is 100% completed. When you take Ahanta West, the main Aguna Kwanta Takwa Trunk Road, that is 18% completed, and you realize that the contractors are seriously working on that project, and they are going to work within time because they are international contractors that are coming up. Let's take a few investments also in the feeder road sector. If you take sports improvement, rehabilitation, upgrade, and bituminous surfacing, we've already awarded about 68 contracts with length of about 1,104 kilometers, and we've barely done about 152. You know the issue with a lot of contractors, some of them complain of non-payment, which I've said is not an excuse because they all took their contract with the backing of their banks, and therefore we expect them to do the work as quickly as possible. So we'll take a few of the selected completed roads from January 2017 to October 2022. We have the bituminous surface dressing of Alabukazo Ekwe Tikobu number 1 phase 1, and that was completed in 2019. We have the bituminous surfacing of Tikobu number 1 Elenda Waf feeder roads, which was completed in 2019 as well, and the bituminous surfacing or dressing of Alabukazo Ekwe Tikobu number 1 phase 2, which was completed in 2020. Rehabilitation of the Amia Tio, Apia Chrome, and other feeder roads, which was also completed in 2021. and then the Eyinase Kwesi Krom Feeder Road, which was completed in 2022. So, like I made mention of the some of the major projects, the Kwame Nkrumah or PTC interchange, which is 58% complete. You can see the bridge of the interchange being shown on your screen, and this is basically in the center of Takoradi. You can also look at the dualization of the Park Grant Road, which is currently ongoing, and they are laying a few rubber sheets along the new dualized area around the Ifeanyi Quanta Hospital. So these are some of the projects, and this one is the Daman Road, which was completed in Aboso to Damai. And then we have the Awetieso Bogoso Junction Road, the Takwa Road. So if we start from Awetieso all the way to Hilda Hotel Junction, this is some of the projects that has been completed by the Highway Department. And then the current reconstruction that is currently going on the Aguna Nkwanta to the Takwa Road, the 60 kilometer, which is currently ongoing, 18% has been completed. If you look at the shoulders of the road, they've been done. And this one is the road that leads to President Nkrumah's hometown, that is in Nkrofo. The asphalting has been completed. Is the bridge that is being constructed. That's why you can see a little bit of clay. But from Eziama to Nkrofo, that road has been tarred with asphalt. So that's a 30 kilometer. Half of the road itself has been completed. It's just the bridge that is being done. And we also have the asphalting of the Aseke to Window Road, which is in the Ifeanyi Kwesi constituency, and has been completed. We are trying to get additional contract to extend the road in there. We also have the rehabilitation of the Wamko area, which is in Ifeokuma new site area. That has also been done and also been asphalted. Rail line. Within the last 6 years, the Kojo Krom Manso section of the rail line, which is 22 kilometers, have been completed. And we are currently doing the 78 kilometer rail line from Manso to Une Valley. And in the next 6 months, the construction of Manso to Insuta Takwa in the Takwa and Soye municipality will be completed. This is a strategic arrangement to ensure that whilst the line is being taken to Prisia Une Valley, we can start making money on the Takrade to the Insuta line, which is expected to be giving Ghana about $60 million a year. So we expect that within the next 3 years that the whole project of 78 will be completed. We would have been taking part of our money to pay the loans that we have used, the 500 million loan that has been used in developing this particular goose line, as we call it. And this is the standard gauge from Manso. The initial part started from Kojo Krom to Manso, and now from Manso we'll do Insuta, and then from Insuta we'll do from Insuta to Pristia Une Valley. So this is a very huge investment that will bring a lot of resource and resources to the Western region. Under the Danko Akufo-Addo, we've been able to do 4 ports in the Western region. This is very unprecedented. You all know that when we got our own Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, it did for us the secondary naval base. You know that the white people also in 1928 also did the Takoradi port. Under another Danko Akufo-Addo, we've done another port inside the Takoradi Harbour, which is the Atlantic Port Service with private sector Ebistek. It's like the MPS that we have in Tema. So we have a port like that. We also have another port, a fishing port in Diskov. We also have another fishing port in Axim. And then we are now developing what we call the forward operating base, like the naval base, another naval base at Ezilebo, close to our oil fields. And this forward operating base is basically like a city, which will accommodate a minimum of 2,000 people. That is the armed forces. Apart from that, the civilian population will be added and definitely might go to about 5,000 to 10,000. So we are virtually creating a new city here. So if you take the port infrastructure that has been done for us in the Western region, we are talking about 4 ports. 4 ports. in one region. And as I speak to you, this is the facilities that are being built, the accommodation facilities that are being built over there. That's about 36% completed. And these are the fishing harbors that we are talking about. As we speak, Axim have been open to the fishermen to use. We are only finishing the other ancillary facilities that we need to complete them. It's about 82% complete. And very soon, when the president comes to the Western region, these ones will be commissioned. Sea defense projects. We've done the Axim Sea Defense. We've done the Amanfukuma Sea Defense. We've done the Abuazi Sea Defense. We've done the Ajwa Sea Defense. And we've also done the Funko Sea Defense. So when we talk about sea defense project, we are talking about 5 sea defense projects that have been done in the Western region to save life and property. Healthcare infrastructure. If you take healthcare infrastructure, we are currently remodeling Efie Nkwanta Hospital into a teaching hospital. And contractors are currently on site and to become a 400-bed hospital. So we believe that in the next 2 years, our people will not be coming to Accra and Tabetan for tertiary care. We'll be able to have that in the Western region. We are also constructing a new regional hospital in Apmenim in Ahanta West. We also have the construction of polyclinic in Bogoso, Prisia, Winnie Valley in Bogoso. We have the Elibo polyclinic facility, which also has infectious disease center attached to it. You know, Elibo is a border town between Ghana and Ivory Coast. So these issues are very dear to us. We also have the Inswayim polyclinic facility, which has also been completed. We also have the Wasa Dunkau facility in Amenfi West, which has also been completed. And we also have the Manson Amenfi, which has also been completed. When it comes to Takrady, we are also converting a new Takrady clinic into a polyclinic and the 60-bed ward, and it's currently being done. We are also upgrading the Empower Health Center, which has also been completed. And then we also have the Agenda 111, the Priority National Health Infrastructure projects that are also ongoing in Western region. Currently, we have the one in Bokro in the Hunter West district. We also have another one in Impoho, and then the construction equipment of the 90-bed Shama District Hospital, which is currently at the substructure stage. If you come to Efie Nkwanta, where we call the CDH, we've also constructed the isolation center with the help of GIZ, and this was very important to us, especially during the COVID period, which has been completed and is in use. We are also constructing another treatment center nearby, which is 70% completed. It's also for Efie Nkwanta, but the location is different from Efie Nkwanta. That's why we have separated them. We are also constructing and finishing up with the 36 flats at the Takrady Hospital. In fact, it is being completed. It's only left with the external works, the roads, the gardening that is being done. And we believe that very soon myself and the Minister for Health will be commissioning that as well. As you are aware, we are doing other upgrades at the Takrady Hospital, like the roads and other improvements in some of the walls. We are also doing the construction of the male and female wards at the Aponwa Clinic. These are district level projects that is being supported by the region. And then we are also doing construction of 12 normal health centers across the region. Construction of 27 chip compounds also across the region. 20 of them have been completed already. So you can take a look at the pictures. Okay, please, if you can go a little bit forward. You can go a little bit forward. You see that? Good. Thank you very much. These are some of the polyclinics that they are showing. So go forward. We have the 44-bed capacity one at Bogoso. I think that's what you are showing now. So you can move on. This is the 66-bed. The next one, please move to the next slide. The 60-bed capacity hospital at Bukro. And this one is for the agenda 111, which is about 30% completed. So let's look at educational infrastructure. Educational infrastructure. As you are aware, when SHS was introduced, we needed also to upgrade some of the schools and fill in some of the infrastructure. We did a total of 47 projects, made up of 18-unit classroom block, 10, 12-unit classroom blocks, 10 number 6-unit classroom blocks, 2 number 3-unit science blocks, 16 number single-story dormitory blocks, 4 number 2-story dormitory blocks, 2 number dining halls, and 2 number 6 science laboratories. And we've completed 22 of them, and the 25 are at various stages of completion. Some of them can be used. In fact, some of them we have started using them. But as you know, as the contractors continue to complete them fully, we can also report on them as well. We can also look at funded projects for the basic level. We have the 2-unit modern KG blocks, 15 of them is being constructed across the length and breadth of the region. Basically, almost like every district is getting one. We have the 8 number 3-unit classroom blocks, 6 number 6-unit classroom blocks, and then re-roofing of 7 blocks in total. That brings it to about 36 projects when it comes to the basic level. So in summary, when you put all those projects together, we are talking about 104 projects throughout the length and breadth of the Western region. And this is an upgrade of one of the technical schools, the Charlotte Dolphin Technical School. So you can see that one. And then you can see some of the Get Fund projects. Also, 4 UMATs. We have a lot of them. I'll be dilating on them. And we also have the Kekam Dormitory, Kekam Technical Training Institute Dormitory as well. Sports infrastructure. When it comes to sports, we're doing a lot of work in the Western region. Currently, the Esipon Stadium is under rehabilitation. We are also working on the sports complex for UMAT. And then we are also working on the Axim Youth Resource Center, which is also a sports complex, and that's also about 90% complete. We have also constructed 13 astroturfs in the Western region. We still need more because people like Amenfi West don't have it, and Ahanta West don't have it. But very soon we'll be announcing those ones as part of the measures we are looking at. So the picture there is for the Axim Youth Sports Complex that has the field and also have training areas, gym and other things, counseling centers, shops, and then offices. We can also see the Synod AstroTurf also in Takwa. We have some in Sekendi, Escado, Takrade, Ifia, Kwesimin team. So, and then Ekropong in Amenfi East, we still have some AstroTurfs over there. When it comes to governance, I think that's our next slide. Governance. We want to announce that the NDPC reviewed the APR, 2021 APR of MMDS. And the results show that only 4 MMDS in the country submitted excellent report. And out of the 4, 2 of those came from the Western region. Takwa in Swayem and Ahanta West. These are governance issues. Again, when it came to the district league table, or what we call the best districts in the country, the region moved from 4th position in 2020 to 2nd position in 2021, only behind Greater Accra region. So again, 2 of our districts, Takwan, Swayem, and Shama, were there with the best 10 throughout the country. So it shows that something good is happening in the Western region. So we also look at some of the infrastructure that we've done in terms of governance. So you can have the construction of 6 normal police stations and police posts throughout the region. And I've had the privilege of commissioning all of them. We also have the construction of 3 normal magistrate courts across the region. 2 has been completed. It is left with 1 that is ongoing, and very soon they will be completed. When it comes to police bungalows, we've done 8. And a lot of these projects are done at the assembly level. So it's not only the region that is responding or national that is responding, but also our district assemblies are also doing a very great job in providing for the governance institutions that we have in the region. We have the construction of 12 number magistrate bungalows also across the region. 10 have been completed and 2 ongoing. And construction of 4 number 3-story office complexes. We have the Elembele, Efia Kwesimitim, Shama, and Wasa East. You know, they used to have very dilapidated old structures. And sometimes when citizens even visited them, they didn't know whether they were really assembly offices or not. So we are doing some new ones being funded by the DACF. So this one in particular is the one for Efia Kwesimitim Municipal Assembly, which is 65% complete, and very soon it will be completed for use. When it comes to water, we've had 3 major investments when it comes to water. We have the Sekendi Takrade Water Expansion Project. We also have the Takwa Water Expansion Project. And the Community Water and Sanitation has also brought us 1 project, is 3 in 1. 4 in Poho, Manso, and Wasadunko. These are small town water systems that are coming. So it means that for us in the Western region, we've gotten 3 serious water projects for the Western region. And the details are in the next slide, but I believe that with the explanation, we can follow up with the details. Other key infrastructure that we are getting in Western region is the construction of the operational headquarters of the Ghana National Petroleum Company, and it will be completed in February. In fact, this picture doesn't show you too well, but they've started putting in the cladding and then the glasses, and in the evening, it's something else to behold your eyes. So in February, that project will be completed. And what is so important for us is that this project will bring the operations of GNPC closer to the Western region. As you are aware, the headquarters of GNPC currently is in Tema, but they make all their money from the Western region. So for us, this is very key in bringing the businesses and the jobs also to the Western region. We've also done other things at the regional level to support private sector initiatives. The one is the Ghana Mining Week and Gold Expo. And I believe that some of the good things that have come out of the Mining Week, you all know, is the certification of the Gold Coast Refinery with the Responsible Jewelry Council certificate that makes gold from Ghana to be traded internationally. We also know the gold catcher, which was launched by the President and bought by the Ministry of Mines and Technology. These projects were also adored at the Gold Expo 2020, and then government took it up and it became a national policy. We also have the development of the central market. I mean, those of you who know Takrade know the Takrade Market Circle, the biggest runabout in Ghana. Is now being redeveloped. We also have the PAR Grant Award for Business Excellence. You know that PAR Grant, and everybody knows him for business. So Western Region has created the PAR Grant Award for Business Excellence to reward businessmen and women throughout the length and breadth of our country and to support the growth of and the creation of wealth. We've also established the Western Regional Investment Center at the RCC, where we crystallize business opportunities in the Western region. Because you know our second pillar is Enterprise Western Region. And these are some of the things that we are doing to support those initiatives. And then we also have our 5 million coconut seedlings for farmers. And this is to draw in private sector funding for the production of coconut in Western region. And for those who don't know Western region, before crude oil came to Western region, we had our coconut oil. And we've made a lot of money from coconut. So we want to replant them and bring in wealth creation when it comes to the business of coconut. So we've started that one. And then we also recently concluded the development of an application for sanitation improvement we call the tankers, e-tankers, because we want to be the #1 tourism destination in Ghana, and without sanitation, we can never be the #1 tourism destination. In 2019, we beat Ashanti region to become the #2. So our target now is to beat Central region to become the #1 tourism destination. Please, can you move to the next slide so people can see the market cycle where we've got into? Yes, so this is a market cycle slide. It's costing us 48 million euros, but when you add the interest rate, it comes to about 52. And then, so far, we've done 68 completion. But when it comes to the EPC contract itself, we've done 90%. So for phase 1, this is just phase 1 of the market circuit project, we've done 68% of the project. Good. As I was talking about investments in tourism, we want to be #1 tourism destination. There are key policy issues that we are working on. Our first one is to develop 4 castles and forts that we have in the Western region. Currently, as we speak, we have completed the one with Fort Orange, and in December, we'll be opening Fort Orange for viewing. You know that we also have the best museum in West Africa called the Bisa Abroa Museum. So for those who have not seen any museum of that like, please come to Western region. We are only 25 minutes from Accra. For those who want to see the beautiful small town scenery, you can decide to use the bus and do 3 hours. But by air, Western region is only 25 minutes from Accra. We are also establishing the cruise hub for West Africa. And for this year, we are starting with 3 cruise ships. The first one will dock on 26th of this month, and then the second one will come on the 4th, and the last one will come at the end of December. Next year, we are doing 10 of the cruise ships coming to Western region, and a lot of them are coming from Europe. We have already booked 13 from now to next year. So those of you who have not experienced cruise, please make sure that you are part of it. Can we go to industrial? Yes, good. You know the Western region continued to be the #1 contributor economically to this country. And currently, as you are aware, we are developing the petroleum hub in the Jomo district in the Western region. Already, I've signed off the land documentation for the EI to be issued by the president. So we have finished our part as a regional coordinating council. And this project will bring to Ghana 680,000 jobs. 680,000 jobs with an output of 60 billion. Initial investment is expected to about 6 billion, and the output is expected to be at 60 billion. As we also speak, there's an expansion of the free zones in the Shama enclave. And that one too, my part of the work as regional coordinating council, we have also signed off the documents for the land. So as far as Western region is concerned, we are looking up to a very booming region going forward. We also have the Petronia City Industrial Enclave in Ahanta West by the private sector. And they are also currently developing their roads and then doing servicing the land for industry to relocate there. So we have 3 major industrial projects that is currently, as I speak to you, is going on in the Western. And these are the things that I want you to be more interested, because these are the things that create wealth. These are the things that create wealth, and we want you to be part of the Western. Please move to the next slide so people can see the Jomro Petroleum Hub. Yeah. So this is what we are trying to do in the Western region. So it's to have things like jetties, storage tanks, refineries, liquefied natural gas facilities, power plants, petrochemical plants, and fertilizer plants. So these are the opportunities that are there. The ancillary infrastructure that people can also put in money is the water treatment plant, waste management center, light to medium industrial areas, security and emergency response, residential areas and commercial areas. So all these are investment opportunities in the Western region that we believe that when we come to the Western region, you should be able to invest in them. So we use this opportunity to ask you to come all to the Western region. Implementation of government flagship programs. Implementation of government flagship programs. 1D, 1F. Currently, 48 companies have been approved for development, and they've been linked to the banks, CBG, Commercial Bank, Exim Bank, and the rest. But as we speak, 7 are fully operational. And I'd like to tell the beautiful story of Keda Ceramic. Keda Ceramic initially set up as an ordinary factory, but from phase 2, 3, and 4 has been part of the 1D, 1F program. And for every phase, they add a minimum of 1,000 jobs. And they are now waiting for us to come and cut the sort for phase 5. So by the time we finish, we'll have gotten 5,000, minimum 5,000 direct jobs in the Shama enclave. So they are doing very well, and they produce tiles. And they've also been nominated as part of the AFTAC export project. They are part. Currently, as we speak, they export over 70% of their product to Senegal, Ivory Coast, Liberia, and then there's another one, Burkina, yes, and Burkina Faso. We also have the GKV at Eshim, and they produce virgin coconut oil. Like you are aware, coconut is now a superfood, and the best coconut oil that you can get on the market comes from the Western region, and it's in Eshim. We also have the Narrobics at Dompim in the Wassa East district. They process rubber. This is 3 Ghanaians who have come together to produce both the rubber as a tree and then also process the rubber for export in the country. We also have the HPC Hodiak Plus at Kojokro, and they manufacture paint and glue. We also have the Amenfi Farm Limited at Wassa Ekropon, and they produce starch from cassava. And they are not even getting even enough to supply the demand. From Nestle to Guinness, they are not even able to meet the demand. Grill phase 2 plant inside Abra. It's not the plant at Apmenim where we are building the new regional hospital. There's another plant in Abra inside the forest. That is also a 1D, 1F project, and it's also fully operational. And they have already employed over 550 people in that area. We also have the Aboesi fish processing plant at Aboesi, and they are also processing fish. We also have 4 other projects that is currently ongoing, and that is the Enable Youth Companies. And these are companies that are established and given to young people to manage and own. And we have 4 of them. We have the Prisia oil processing at Bugoso. We have the processing of cocoa husk for potassium salt as Asenkegwa, and the high quality cassava flour and gari at Peposo and Kran, and the processing of palm oil at Dompim. All these projects are currently being developed, and the structures have been finished. It's the machinery that some of them are being tuned and some of them are now being installed. Free senior high school. I believe that Western region is the biggest beneficiary of the free senior high school. If you look at our data, from 13,310 in 2017 to 63,631,000, a whooping 483% increase in enrollment of our children at the free senior high school, clearly shows that nobody can beat Western Region when it comes to the benefit of free senior high school. And for us, that is the game changer. This is what will give our children the opportunity to do the things they never imagined in their families. And I believe that education is key in getting anything done, both in wealth creation and also playing our part properly, functionally in society. So we believe that when it comes to free SHS, with all the oil that we produce for Ghana, with all the cocoa we produce for Ghana and the rest, this is one of the biggest benefits the Western region have gotten from the country, and we are so grateful to the President for initiating free SHS. Planting for food and jobs. I'll quickly go to the data, the maps. Can you go to the graphics? Yes, so that people can have a look at them. When it comes to maize production, in 2017 to 2021, we had moved production from 84,321 to 157,505 metric tons, almost double, because of planting for food and jobs. When it comes to rice production, we had increased from 36,000 to 40,100 and 407. I think that there are two issues that we've had that has created this unique problem. One had to do with the supply deficit when it came to fertilizers. That was one major issue. And then capital for the farmers. But it's something that I'll be discussing them when we conclude about some of the strategies that we have put in place to resolve some of these issues. And then also issues to do with land. So these are some of the issues I'll be addressing. When it comes to cassava, Western region produces over 1 million metric tons of cassava. So we have increased it from 2017 to 2021 from 1,087,000 to 1,431,000, which is about 40% increase in the production of cassava in the Western. And you all know that these are the benefits we get from the inputs we get from the planting for food and jobs. And for the input, so far, 15,911 beneficiaries, made up of 9,274 males and 6,637 females have benefited in the region from planting for food and jobs. I also like us to look at cocoa production. If you look at the data, you can see that Western region continued to be a #1 producer of cocoa. In fact, if you look at the data of about 700,000 metric tons, and we are doing about 444,000, clearly we are doing more than enough for the whole country. We are producing more than 50% of cocoa for the people of Ghana from only one region. And I believe that we need to be applauded for that, for consistently doing. And then if you also look at palm oil, we are also not doing bad. In fact, we are doing about 35% for this nation. We have other programs like the MAC logistics support that has come to the region. You can see them, the MMDAs, District Agri Officers. When it comes to Nizam pickups that we've benefited, about 14 of them. Toyota Fortuna 1, Toyota Hilux 2, motorbikes 158 for extension officers, Galaxy motorbike 16, and then TM motorbike 15. We have some of our cities that have also on their own been able to raise grants to do some additional projects in the region. And now it has become a common thing that all my district assemblies are now working towards one grant or the other. And I believe that next year when we get the opportunity to come and talk to you, Ghana, we'll be telling our story when it comes to these things. Currently, Sekeni Takrady is doing a $3 million project with the city of Palermo. 3 million euros, 3 million euros with the city of Palermo in Italy, and it's been a very successful program so far. And I think that for that, I'd like to give credit to a few people. The former Ghana ambassador, the late former Mrs. Korte, for the support she's shown in this project. Honorable Abba Yate, former Upper East regional minister. For your information, she's a secondary girl, so for the support she put in. And then my own MC, Chief Muni Isa, for the work they've done in making sure that we are able to achieve these successes. In concluding, I will do observation and then the conclusion at the same time. So in concluding, I would say the Western region continues to remain relatively calm and peaceful. And therefore, you are all invited to invest in the Western region. 2, our key challenge has to do with transport infrastructure and galamsey, which continue to be a major headache for us. But we put in place mechanisms to fix them. The first one has to do with the contractors that are constructing our roads, because government has done its part of the work of giving the contract. They have also come to the table to bid with the backing of their banks, and therefore they cannot tell us they don't have money to do their work. When it comes to galamsey, we have a policy, anti-galamsey policy, that we are currently working on them. Initially, we used to do swoops. Now we've stopped. We are now doing arrests, because that's the only way we can stop people from mining on the river bodies and then in the forest. Currently, as we speak, a lot of our rivers are improving. Our chief executives are now working with their task force along the rivers, and currently a lot of the communities have been engaged on that. So if you take something like the Tano River, for instance, sections of it are improving very quickly, and we are mapping out and chasing those who are hiding deep in the forest. Other issues that we are also currently tackling when it comes to galamsey is that currently we are also getting our chief executives to be signatories to the mining licenses that are being issued. In fact, the president has agreed with all chief executives in Ghana, and they are now signing part, so they know those who have been given license to mine and those who have not been given licenses to mine. We are also working on making sure that there's responsible sourcing of gold in our communities, so that those who are using child labor, using mercury and the rest, will know that the law will definitely catch up with them, because we are getting our chief executives fully involved in the work that they are doing. As we speak, on the 26th of this month, the river gas will be deployed along the river banks of the rivers in Western region, and we are doing it one river at a time. We don't want them to be going around just chasing from one place to the other. They are going to be stationary, like police posts along the rivers, and we've chosen 2 rivers in the Western region for now. The first one is the Ankobra, which traverses Western region and Western North only, so we can manage it. And then the second one is the Bonsa one. So we are doing the 2. After that, they are training more river guards by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and we'll be looking at Pra, because the Pra is a very long river. It starts from Western, Central, Ashanti, and then Eastern region. So we want to do this as a pilot with the river gas, because we did something similar with the Amanzuri, which is in Elembele, and as we speak now, the Amanzuri is very, very clean, and we believe that if you're able to focus on just 2, one big one, which is the Ankobra, and a smaller one, which is the Bonsa, we'll get the results very quickly. And we are hoping that when the full squad of the river gas come in operation, we are sure that by March, I believe in the statement by the Ministry of Lands, by March, we should be able to get all our rivers clean. And I believe that with the stationary river gas, not those that you keep going up and down, we'll have a lot of problems to deal with. The region has a vast investment potential in agriculture, in mining, tourism, oil and gas. So once again, I will invite Ghana and the world to invest in Western Region. The Western Regional Coordinating Council will continue to support and promote investments in these areas for the benefits of its people and of Ghana. And like I always say, we are in November. We have only 6 weeks to Christmas. I wouldn't come to Accra without inviting Ghana to Takoradi for our special bronya. Like we always say, Bibi ye dompa, Bibiara or ye dompa, on to Takoradi 25th New Year war tardy. You are all welcome and you are all invited to Takoradi. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, that presentation was so beautiful. I wasn't expecting it to end so soon. But I believe you have given us a lot to send out there for people to know that when it comes to Western Region, a lot of things are happening, positive things. Most especially, you know, a lot of communities, especially coastal communities, are really impacted by climate change. I was really excited that you mentioned the government sea defense projects in Axim, Abuaze, Amanfukuma, Ajoa, among others, because you mentioned that Western Region has the longest coastline, and I could only imagine the impact of these tidal waves and other adverse impact from climate change. So to see that government has invested so much in that area is very impressive, and I can only commend you. It is also impressive to note that government has invested in port development, also with the private sector, and you mentioned that 4 ports have been built in the Western Region. The impact, the economic impact of these projects are immeasurable. I believe for those who are within the respective communities or coastal towns would really benefit from, you know, job opportunities, even economic activities within the area, among others. So thank you for that information as well. You also mentioned that a total of 104 educational infrastructure projects have taken place in the Western Region, and a total of 1,959 kilometers of road projects awarded and 250 kilometers delivered. Among others, there is so much that you have said this morning that I don't believe my summary will do justice to your presentation, so I'll leave it there. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take this opportunity to invite your questions. If you have any question, kindly show by hand. We'll bring the microphone to you. You mention your name, media house, and then proceed to ask your question. Okay, so I have seen 4 hands here, so we'll take them and then the 5th from the back. So we can start from Agnes.
Good afternoon. My name is Agnes. I report for the Chronicle. So, Minister, I know you indicated that you haven't done much when it comes to highway, but I would like to know what you are going to do to fix the Takoradi to Agona Nkwanta Road, which is in a very bad state. I'm saying so because that is where I come from, and I know the road very well. And then also, there was a flood at the St. Mary's Junction some months ago, and I'm told that the road has been graded, but the inhabitants are saying that the cause of the flood was due to some of the structures that are located in the area. So would you consider removing these structures so that the flood doesn't happen again? And then also, people want to know when the TTU Aketeche campus is going to be reopened. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Arthur Mensah from Ghana News Agency. But I'm quite impressed with the minister's presentation. That's where also I come from Western Region. And I relocated to Accra almost 5 years ago. But the infrastructure that you have mentioned with pictures, so impressed. But I have a few questions for you. Yes, with the Tier 3 interchange, there are school of thought that even though it's a good project, but if you could extend it to Paipano so that it will reduce traffic there, because people believe that it will pile up traffic at Paipano. So if you can extend that project to Paipano, if you can consider that. Then, Takoradi market redevelopment. There are concerns that in the event your government is not in power and the project is completed, there will be a problem with distribution of stores. So we want to find out what measures you have put in place to ensure that there's fair play in distribution of stores at Takoradi Market Circle. Then the issue of Galamsey. Yes, though you said the stability level of water is improving, but there are concerns that some of your DCs, even though there are no concrete evidence to it, but there are concerns that some of your DCs are involved in this Galamsey business.
Mr. Atamensa, you've mentioned that no concrete evidence.
But I want to add,
if it's based on speculation, it is unfair.
The issue is we want to find out whether you have signed like performance contract with your DCs to ensure that within their jurisdiction they will reduce the stability level, because even though you said it has improved, but yes, it's not as you are saying. And so if you have signed any contract performance with your DCE to ensure that within your jurisdiction, you reduce the stability level of the water situation. Then my last question is with the Jomoro petroleum hub that you talked about. I think it is quite impressive, but the amount you mentioned, is it 6 billion that you intend to develop and an output of 60 billion? If you can tell us timelines for starting this project, and when you are supposed to complete it, and the jobs, over 600,000 jobs. Mostly Western region, when the oil came, people were hoping the locals will get jobs. But at the end of the day, they are not getting jobs. So if you promise such huge number of jobs coming, how are you going to assure them that definitely the local people will benefit? Thank you.
Thank you, Nana.
Interesting. Honorable Minister, good afternoon. My name is Anabaku from Daily Searchlight. I think the Jomoro petroleum hub has in it a lot of petrochemical industries and projects, one of which was the refinery. I learned there was going to be a second refinery around Takoradi and its environs. I don't know what has gone so far. Is it going to be part of this Jomoro petrol hub? And my second question, yes, Takoradi and its environs wasn't really for that matter, has become a citadel for illegal mining. It's a worry because where you have Tano, Bia, and Cobra, Pram, and the rest. And I don't know what the measures we are putting in place, fine, is good on paper, but the practicability. Because you have a situation where people were sent to go and stop Galamsey, and it doesn't have to be a different story altogether. So how sure are we going to be made that, in fact, this time around, this method is going to work and produce the result that we want from it? My other question is, we know Kwame Nkrumah comes from Western region, Power Grant comes from Western region. What are you doing to put up a structure or museum, like we are saying, to boost tourism? Because I learned that even the road to Nkrofo is nothing to map. I don't know for now. And then his tomb too has been tampered with, and even his house has not been properly taken care of. So since these two great personalities of this country, what are you going to do to ensure rehabilitation of their place so that it will draw people to the place for tourism's sake? My last question, what has happened to Takoradi, Kumasi, Accra railway lines? You did mention some railway lines because in the years gone by, Takoradi to Accra had a very good railway line, and then Takoradi to Kumasi to a very good railway line. But in your presentation, you didn't mention them. What is happening to them? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. So, John.
Thank you. My name is John Awuni. I represent Kesben. When you were doing the presentation, you did mention the introduction of the gold catcher machine, which I know Ghana being a signatory to the Minamata Convention, it forbids the use of mercury in mining. But still on the illegal mining business, just as recent as I think 2-3 weeks ago, Dompen PPSI chief made some allegations against your good self, the minister for Western Region, and then the deputy lands minister and the MC for Takwa Swem as people indulging in the galamsey business. So I haven't heard this. What measures or what did you react to it, and what will you say to Ghanaians, whether indeed the allegations has some iota of truth? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We'll take the last. Okay. So we invite the Honorable Minister for his responses. But before then, let me remind you that if you are home, you can join us across the country on GTV. In Western Region, we are on Empire FM. We are also on Radio 360, also in Western Region. If you're on Facebook, you can join us at Ministry of Information on Facebook. We are also streaming on Think News Online.
Thank you very much. I can see the questions coming that you are really listening. I'm so grateful. First, Aguna Kwanta Takrady Road. Yes, currently, you know that one side of the project was to do from Takrady to Takwa. That's the main project. There's a contractor working on the Aguna Kwanta to the Takwa one. And currently, we are working on the second contractor to come on the Takrady to the Aguna Kwanta one. But in the meantime, we have 3 kilometers of this section, which is about 30 kilometers. Very bad, which includes the St. Mary's area, the Ewusejo area, then Mantrak, and then we have a little bit around the 2BN. When you put it together, it's about 3 kilometers. That one has been given to Jasmore to come and do just repair works so that the road can move in and out smoothly. When it comes to the flooded area, the main problem with that area is engineering. There's flood control engineering that needs to be done. It's going to be part of the main work for the Takrady to Aguna Kwanta Road project. And you know that we have some sinks around that used to bring in this water. We had one directly opposite to St. Mary's School, and the one adjacent to the WVLC, the old WVLC. We are lucky the old WVLC area is still open, it's plain, but the connecting gutters into the wind was a problem. So it's all going to be taken care of as part of the engineering to make sure that the water can move to this place. In the meantime, when it flooded, all the smaller culverts that were around St. Mary's, opposite St. Mary's, have all been broken so that whichever water that comes can immediately flow into the sink, which is adjacent to the WVLC. So that's the temporary measure we've done, but the main construction and the proper engineering will be done as part of the road construction from Takrady to Aguna Kwanta project. The TTU Akateche, we are trying to get somebody, a contractor, to open up the road. But the school can be opened. The school can be opened, yes. But we just have to improve upon the road. But the school can be opened. When it comes to the interchange, I agree with you that we need another interchange around Paipano. The cost for the current project that is being developed, you know, is an EPC, engineering procurement project. So usually it's a contractor that comes with his own estimate. So as and when it works, it is certified and then it's paid. Urban Roads has advised me that they are making some savings, and they hope that they should be able to use part of that savings to do some interchange, not a very sophisticated one, but a very simple one across the Pentecost Church to the other side, so that the traffic can flow at Paipano when they bring a lot of traffic from the main interchange at PTC. So that is what is being worked on now. The Takrady Market Circle Development Redistribution. First and foremost, 2024, we are not losing the election. So I want to assure you with that. But the second part is also that my office as the regional minister, I've requested Now, storekeepers. Let me use the word store owners so that people understand me properly. And then the registration we did it, we categorized the people. Those who are the original store owners, we call them green. So all the cars that are going to be issued to them, they'll be green. And they've brought me a copy of that list. So no matter what happens, as for the original store owners, they'll get their shops. Like the chief executive's mother, like my grandmother. You get me? The original people. Then we have another set of people called the yellow. You know, some of these people, they are not active anymore. So sometimes they've also Nicodemously giving their shops to other people to rent and use them. We call them the yellow. And they are going to get the yellow. So when we do the shops, which is more than the original people, they are the first to be considered. And then we have the red. Those people who are outside the market, we call gate, or those who are in their homes and they might want a shop. That one is very hawkers. That one is purely discretionary, and that is the red. So our first priority is the green. Then we do the discretion with the yellow and then the red. You get me? So that's exactly. So I have taken a copy as the regional minister and kept. So when my predecessor or anybody even succeed me, he's sure he has a copy. So there will not be any conflict in who gets the shop or not. I believe that we have to learn from lessons from other places. And that is the way we have decided to do it in Western Region and Secondary Takrady, to be precise. And then he said some DCs are involved in Galamsey. Like I was coming to say, me myself, they say I'm part. But I want to assure you, I don't believe my DCs are involved. If they are involved and they are caught, they'll be punished. Like myself, if I'm involved and I'm caught, I'll be punished. So please, I believe that the Galamsey is a big issue. And it is multifaceted. I remember I had gone all the way to even the chiefs to tell them that I don't understand why they can sit there and not be in the know of Galamsey activity happening in their backyard. And some of the issues that came up was that they even also don't know who is legal and who is not legal. Because people just come from Accra and say, we have documents to work with. That is why in Kumasi, when I finished the presentation, the president agreed that you allow the chiefs and the DCs to sign. So the DC will not say that I'm not in the know. Two, if we take what we've also done, the Ministry for Lands and Natural Resources, I've come to inaugurate the district mining committees. So with the signature of the DCs, now it gives them a different authority in dealing with the issues of mining in their district. Now they cannot be, witnesses. They are now part of the licensing regime of mining in this country. So it shows that when they move around anywhere, if he doesn't know that he has signed off this one, he can then say this one is illegal, I can deal with it. If he knows that it's legal, he knows how to also deal with it. And I strongly believe that that is why that when we came back, the energy that DCs are getting themselves involved is entirely different. Initially, it was like, oh, it's Minerals Commission that they are doing their business. We are only representing the governments. Whatever they want to do, when they do, we have to support them. Now, they are part. So don't allow people to do the things that they used to do before. So I have the full trust. And I believe that is the reason why we are seeing a lot of the rivers also improving. Yes, you cannot determine turbidity with your naked eyes. It has to be measured. And I've seen even pictures from the tunnel, from the part of Ankobra that have improved. You know, there were times that even Ankobra, the one that you usually see by the roadside, has improved. By the time we get to the back, in part of Jura, you see that it's very turbid. Very, 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 very turbid. So you ask yourself what is really happening. That is why we needed to do the river gas as stationary along the banks of the river, so that everybody will deal with his session. So if I come to your session and it's still brown, you should be able to tell me why it is brown. Whether somebody is doing alluvial mining at the top and is draining the silt into the river, or somebody is really on the river doing mining, which is creating the turbidity. So that's the difference that we are bringing to the table. And I believe that it will work. Initially, our DCs were not directly more involved. They only do just swoops. Once in a while, they organize themselves as MUSEC or MESEC or RESEC, we just go around because we've gotten intelligence. Because if you don't get intelligence, you can't just be walking around. You have to get intelligence, the person willing to show you that this place there is doing galamsey. Then you can go there to go and attack. That's what they used to do. And we're even actually spending government money that we're not getting results. Because you go onto the river, you can't swim than them. They swim more. They run away. Then you come back. You go back. They run away. I mean, we're just doing this for some time. So one day, when we held the meeting, we just took a decision that we won't do swoops again. We'll get proper intelligence and arrest people. And we are getting results. Just about 2 months ago, dumping, for instance, arrested about 5 people. 4 of them were Evers, 1 was a Togolese, was sent to court. The same thing, Tano in Memphis West did 1, he did 4, 1 was a Togolese, 3 were Evers. Okay? Because they know how to swim and they know how to work on the rivers. So it makes the work. Now, our positioning is to make sure that we do proper intelligence and arrest. Because if you don't arrest, I tell you, the machines they put on the river, it's just about 2,500 cedis. When you spoil it, they go back within 2 weeks. They'll get somebody to sponsor them and put another one on the river. And we are not solving the problem. So this time we have changed our modus Friday, and we believe that we should be able to do and get and have the impact that we are expecting to have. And I'm seeing a lot of the pictures they are sending me. And I've also started asking them to also do some more of communication, whatever they do. They should let the public know what they are doing. And they've also formed community task forces. It's not just a task force at the district level. If you come to Memphis East, he has a task force. Recently, I just asked him to do some work at the Rampo. And he said, Honorable, after the Rampo, there's nobody there. But the people, they are here, and I went to arrest them a day before. You get it? So now we are using more intelligence and then positioning side that we want to arrest. You see, if you don't arrest the people doing the galamsey, you're only wasting your time. You just make noise, go with the police, they run away, go back. I mean, we're just moving around and doing merry-go-round, and we are moving away from that kind of operation. And then you know that there are about 4 different levels of operations that happens. So I wonder how a DC can even get involved. Because me, when I'm coming to do my operation as regional minister, I don't tell them. In the same way, when he's also doing his operation, he doesn't tell anybody. The same way, the police, the IGP has a 100-man team that also does anti-galamsey. They don't go and consult the DC before they do their operation. And then when the army is coming as Operation Hot, they don't consult me. I do my work differently, they do their work differently. So if you are doing galamsey, you should know that one day, one of the teams will definitely catch up with you. But like police work, we need the intelligence. If a chief accuses me that I'm doing galamsey, and the chief himself have not come to tell me that, oh, this area of the forest, they are people, they go and arrest them. I believe that, and it comes out and make a lot of unnecessary noise. You should know that it's a big scam. That's the way I see it. It's a very big scam. And if you listen to the tape that has bagged those, their scam, in the tape, they've said it in the tape that they were doing galamsey and have come to destroy their equipment in the dumping forest. It's in the tape. So I wonder how media people will listen to such full tape, know that the people are galamseyers and their machines have been destroyed, and then they turn and accuse a minister, and then the media house believe them. In fact, I ask myself, what kind of media are we doing here? Is the media supporting the galamsey people or what? When we go in and go and destroy excavators, people complain. The why is destroying excavators? Why you turn around and say there are big men behind galamsey? But it's not the big men who are buying the excavators. So if you are destroying the excavators, it's not the big men you are destroying. So why should the media be supporting people whose equipment are in the system, destroying lands of this country? And they think that is fine. If government needs excavators, government will buy excavators to do their work. Those who are buying excavators to do galamsey, I believe that Ghanaians have to support us to destroy it. Because if you are saying big men are behind galamsey, then big men are buying excavators. So let's buy the excavators so that they don't destroy our forests. And we need the media in your conscience to support government to destroy these excavators that are destroying our lands. Otherwise, then you are supporting the galamseyers. You are not supporting. Maybe that's why you are interested in the scam that people always throw out. But otherwise, I believe that the media need to support government fully to destroy this heavy equipment that are destroying our lands. That's the position the media should take. That's the position. Sometimes somebody will tell you, I didn't know that they've rented my excavator to a Galamsey site. When people are paying you premium for excavator, when you know the rate in the market, please don't deceive anybody. Don't deceive anybody. So those, and like the chief was saying, when he said all those things on radio, look at his subsequent interviews. The last one I heard he did with Captain Smart. He said, well, as for the original Mr. Jan, no crony or secondary. So technically, he's even telling me that I'm not part of it. But Minister is a big man, so when somebody throws dirt at him, everybody wants to go for his skin. But I want to assure Ghanaians and the people of Western Region, I won't get involved in this business of Galamsey, because I do believe that mining, if it has to be done, it has to be done properly. It has to be done properly, and it can be done properly. Because if you take the number of people in Ghana who are linked to mining in Ghana, it's about 5 million people. And large scale only takes care of only 30,000. When it comes to 1 million direct, it's small scale. So we need to do it well so that we don't destroy the environment and also don't destroy their livelihoods. And I believe that that's why government has also brought up a lot of programs that the youth can join and become part of it, like the community mining system, like the National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program. These are beautiful programs that also comes with mining as part of it, and other alternative livelihood programs that I believe that they can do. So please, I want to assure Ghanaians that if I get any of my DCE involved, I won't blink an eye in recommending him for sacking. And if the president also sees that I'm doing it, he should sack me. I believe the right thing has to be done, and the right thing can always be done. Petroleum hub. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you that sometimes when the jobs come, maybe people in Western Region don't get some. Yes, I agree with you, but I also want you to appreciate that there's something I always call productive asset. And nobody has advocated for petroleum jobs more than me. You know, I moved the motion for the 10% in Parliament. I also moved for the motion of GMPC headquarters. I also moved for the motion of the Petroleum Commission headquarters. So we understand these things, but you cannot get everything, because the petroleum in Western Region belongs to the whole of Ghana. In the same way, when you get a veteran training as a medical doctor, we don't post him only to Volta Region. You post him because Ghana is a unitary state, it's Ghana as a whole. But I believe that with the petroleum hub, what we have been able to agree with the managers is that they should provide us with every skill set they require us to have as Western Region, so we can train our children ahead of time, so that they can meet the demand they are looking for. And they have agreed. So they will start doing that. And we are starting from Nzema, and they will be doing entire credit. So we start training, because after the 680,000, there's no way we'll get it in Nzema alone. You should know it. She get it all over. But at least we should be such that when it gets to the crunch, we will be inviting people that So I think that that's the new strategy. We want to do something different from what we did with the original oil and gas project. So basically that's what we are doing. And the project, in terms of investment that is required, is 6 billion. Like you asked, and we are expected to generate about 60 billion from it. And I've told you the main issues and then the ancillary issues that need to be done to invested in. You asked also of the refinery. Yes, there's a refinery in Jomoro which is going to be part of the petroleum hub. But originally under President Kufuor, there was supposed to be some refineries around the Takrady area. So far, they have not seen the light of day, but I believe that nobody has stopped them. Sometimes it's the process that some people get caught up in it, yes. But that one has not been abandoned. you asked me our solution, how it will work. I believe that my first answers should be able to do that. And then you also asked, Uncle John asked about Takoradi to Kumasi rail line. Yes, the railway line, you know, is like A shape. It starts from Takoradi to Kumasi, and there's a branch to Awaso, and then the one to Kumasi, there's a central line, and then the one from Kumasi also to the eastern line, which comes to Tama, or Accra to Tama. What we are currently doing is the Takoradi to Kumasi line. So one part is the one from Takoradi to Pristia, Uni Valley, and it continues to Kumasi. So there's another contractor who has been contracted to do from Kumasi to Dunkwao to Uni Valley. So that is also being tackled. I went to school for 4 years with a train. I get in the evening, in the morning, 8 o'clock, I'm in Kumasi, I go to school. 4 years when I was at Tech. So that's what we are trying to do. And we are building more railway lines under Nanado than any other government. The last one that I checked was only 15 kilometers, and that was between Takoradi to Kojokrom. And that is a suburban railway line. That is not even part of the Western Railway Line. The Western Railway Line starts from Kojokrom to Kumasi. And we have done first 22 in 4 years, and we are adding another 78 in the next 3 years. And we want to finish from Takoradi to Insuta, which has the manganese, in the next 12 months by July, so that we can start hauling the manganese and making money. That's the most important thing to me. So we can start using some of the money to pay for even the project even before it's fully completed. So that's the strategy to get to that. I believe that the dumping issue have responded, because the dumping issue also has its own Takwa politics. It's a Takwa politics thing. And then dumping proper chieftaincy politicians, and they are bringing it to me indirectly. But it won't wash. It won't wash. I mean, this is a scam. I mean, that's the way I even see it. This is a scam. Okay. So I believe that answers a lot of the question. First set. So I can take another set, and I can.
So please, we'll take the last set of questions, or if you have a follow-up question, but if I see some new hands, Opoku, okay, I'll take the two at the back, and then I'll come to you for follow-up questions. But before then, please, I would like to acknowledge the Deputy CEO of the National Lotteries Authority, Madame Homa Meza. She joined us in course of the briefing, and I would like to acknowledge her. So please proceed with the questions.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Obed King Aglu. I report for GH1 TV. Humbly, Minister, some weeks ago, you responded to a widely circulated publication in the media pointing to the fact that supposedly your driver bolted away with some amount of money to neighboring Kodifa. I want, since you are here, we care about you, and so we want to be very sure if really this didn't happen. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Pastor Femi Opoku, Mifri Kingdom FM. Pastor, my question, first one, board down to Minister Kasano Kase, Minister the media, and support you more with the burning of the excavators. But my question to the minister is, you supporting government to burn the excavators. Any HH or more sites, is it the best way to go? So she excavator, watch your more sites. Not the big man now which in auto excavator, and I say all sponsor almost a month after one. I feel say it cost 90 job. So maybe some minister say, I didn't consider going after these big men than some more catch media say and support some to burn the excavators rather. That's my first question. And my second question has to do with Okasa one kind anything about security do, but maybe some didn't call you say regional has Omenya Dinka cry for kidnapping issues in the past. The Busa minister a day reasoning here as a more intelligence say amount for targeted region purposely for kidnapping staff and as a alleged kidnapping issues. And idea almost some way to help fight this kidnapping going forward. Say and better say a champion Western region, yes, I'm called kidnap you be. And my last question, Minister Kasanoka, tankers, I'm not so sure to deal with sanitation issues. But me again, how are they going to go about this issue as well?
Thank you, Opoku. I saw some two hands here. Okay, so
yes, sir. Just a follow up with the petroleum hub. Where is the funds coming from? That's $6 billion. Where is it coming from? And when is this project starting? Then this €3 million Palermo Sekinita sister city relationship. You not tell us the project that Sekinita is benefit from this Palermo and Sekinita relationship. Some of the projects that have been embarked upon, if you can tell us. Then if you can even help other sister cities to also get this relationship, it will help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so with regards to the Takrade Agna route, I would like the minister to give some timelines, if that's possible. And then also, Minister, the people of Otopo, Butre, and Akida, they would like to know when a contractor is returning to site to complete their route. And the Aguna is also saying there is a youth center that has been completed, but it's not in use. So if you can open that for them to use. Thank you.
Aguna,
Yes.
youth center. Okay. Okay.
Yes, Honorable, one of my questions was not answered. I asked about what are you doing about Park Grant and Park Kwame Nkrumah to boost tourism, because it looks as if I watched a documentary and Park Grant's house has been left to the latch. I don't know if that cannot be brought on board, as it were, to boost tourism, because they are two great men from the region and for this country.
Okay, I take that to be the last question. So we will invite the Honorable Minister back for his responses and also his final remarks.
Minister's driver has both. You don't hardly do this, but for the sake of you, I'll do it. Because I don't believe in rejoinders, I believe in court. It's not true. My driver never voted with any money of mine. No money of mine has missing. I've never sent anybody to go and collect monies from Galamsey site. 17 million cry. Ever 40-footer container. I mean, sometimes. Why do you believe this comes? Why? And I've said it, that in that same tape, the guy said that his machines at the Galamsey site have gone to destroy them. The tape backing this. And maybe after you finish, you'll get, if you don't have a copy of that tape, you have it. But the people who did that on their media platform, I believe knew what they were doing, because they knew what they were doing was entirely wrong. Tarnishing my image for the wrong reasons, I disagree with them. On that same day, when I heard the story, I didn't even know. What had happened was that Dia Inwando had incited people to attach my picture to that and being circulated. And the reply was on their own platform. They didn't disclaim it. And that energized people to share the Nwando with my picture all over the place. It was the first DSP speaker who called my attention to the matter and said, hey, that's what you are there, or no one you are there, and Kasa immediately no one said assemblies here. Okay? Then Obi Amwa, Obi Osebunsu, came in and said, oh, I've also seen this with your name and the Nwando from EIB. What's happening? And he's a Takrade boy. So when I started mentioning the names of my drivers and all the people around me, he knew all of them. He said, but these people, we know them. So how come? But this complete lie, somebody just sat in his room and did this. And like I've told you, it's the Takwa people. That's what they've been doing to Honorable Duka. Always put some pressure on him as if he's a bad person. And that's what they've been doing. So they mix it with the toxic of their own dumping problems. And they send it to Takrady. But I want to tell them, after Takrady, it won't get there. We'll send it back to the sender. Yes. Send it back to the sender. So, I want to assure you, I have never been involved in Galamsey. I will never be involved. I have never asked anybody to go and collect any money from Galamsey people. And 17 million Ghana cedis. I want to see whether it will even fit into a Land Cruiser. It will not. Even 20-footer container, it will not. Maybe we take Ghana cedi too cheap. Maybe that's why some of you are speculating and changing them into dollars. But that is big money. Okay? So it's not true. It's not true. And like you said, because we love you, I don't think so. You just want to make news for your newspapers. Yeah. Kidnapping issues. I want to tell you something. There was no kidnapping happening in the Western region. It was in the minds of people, and they wanted to disgrace our city. All of them were fake. Even the last one, a guy missed a girl in Impoho. Send the girl to a bar, do some show, and the girl promises that Sunday they'll meet again. They never meet. Monday morning, he says the girl has been kidnapped. And then we get media people. Media people. They don't even cross-check one bit. And then they put it out there that people are kidnapping in Takrady. Is it fair to us? It's not. There's no kidnapping happening in Western region. So, Christmas, make sure you're in Tadi to enjoy with us. There's no kidnapping. I think that one of the beautiful questions I've been asked is about the e-tankers. The e-tankers is basically trying to revisit the old town council inspections that we used to have in our homes. When we were kids, when they say the tankers man or town council man is coming to your home, I bet you make sure the place is very, very clean. But we are in the e-era now. So we are moving that whole concept into an e-era, where we are using mobile devices, we are using web application, Internet of Things to do it. Now, this is how it works. The first thing is that people still don't keep their homes and their surroundings neat. We also have contractors who have business to do with us who don't do it. They're supposed to pick our rubbish, and then they don't do it. When it's Tuesday that they are supposed to do it, they don't do it. Sometimes they wait until like Friday or even the next week. Meanwhile, when they bill us for the work they've done. And there are people who also litter indiscriminately all over the place. So these are the people we are targeting. But at the core of it are two systems. One is open to the public, where if, for instance, somebody litters, ordinary person can take him a picture and then bill him. Because all the assemblies have a fee-fixing resolution as to how much you pay for littering, how much you don't take your waste away. You know all those fee fixes. So we are going to put them in. And then we will do spot fine. If you don't pay the spot fine, then the sub-metropolitan council, which is not the head office, the sub one or the sub-town councils, will then take you on and take you to court. Okay, so that is one side. The other one is the one that is going to basically be operated by the unit committees. So when the unit committees do their rounds in the community and you have not tidied up your house or your back house or the gutter in front of you, they can also do the same to bill you. That one too, when you don't pay the spot fine, which is e-payment, the issue is referred to the sub-metropolitan council. And then what will happen is that if the supervisor, the environmental supervisor at the sub-metropolitan council, by sitting at his desk, can see all those unit committee members who are not doing the rounds, because they'll see from their computer based on the location data that will be provided. They'll see that you are not actually doing the house-to-house check, whatever. Then they can know that you are not working. They can give the job to somebody else. So it's a way to monitor those who are doing the work, It's a way to also monitor at the sub-metropolitan level, and it's a way to monitor at the metropolitan level itself. So that's how the e-tankers system works. So it's basically we want people to pay for their indiscipline when it comes to sanitation. And if you're able to get the sanitation right, people coming to visit us will know why they are coming. I mean, we travel to UK, US, Dubai, because the place is neat, or the place is fine. Let me put it that way. And we want to bring that same thing home. Like we've said, we want to be the #1 tourism destination in Ghana. And we are on track in doing that. The petroleum hub, investment is by the private sector. So that's why when I was speaking, I kept hammering that, come and invest, come and invest. It's private sector investment. Government will manage it like the way we manage TDC. You know, TDC, part of the lands from TMA was taken from them, and it's managed by TDC, like landlord. And then people come and put in the investment, because there's a law that will guide whichever investment that come in. The Aguna Road, it will be started this year. And then all the patches, we'll try and finish them this year. All the patches. And the Opoto Akweda Road, I've told you my problem with the contractors. I've told you my problem, because all the contractors, they came to bid with supporting documents from their banks. Yes. In fact, as I speak with you, I've issued about 4 letters to the Minister for Roads and Highway to terminate some contracts in the Western region. Bogoso to Bogoso Junction. No, Bogoso to Pristia Road. And then the upper part of the Upon Valley Road. Other contractors, I've notified them that I'm coming on them, because that's one side. Otherwise, if the contractor can't do the work, they should write us a letter that we can't do the work, so we can give the contract to somebody else. Other contractors, I've notified them already that we are coming. We are coming, because we cannot be giving contracts to you for you not to perform. If you don't have money, don't go and take the contract. I mean, that's my position on this matter. It's not whether government is paying you or not, because if government don't pay, you have a right to take interest on delayed payment. It's like treasury bill. When you buy government treasury bill, they give you your money back, and then they add your interest, isn't it? So government acknowledge that also in its own contract when they give road contract. So generally, this is the kind of debate I want us to be doing in this country. If you're a contractor and you can't do it, don't go for it. This business of people going for it and behaving as if government owes them, so government hasn't paid. So just because they've generated one interim certificate, government hasn't paid, government should be held liable. I disagree. If you can't do the work, don't go for it. If you go for it and you can't continue, write a letter, I can't continue. Government, take your work and give to somebody who is ready to do it. Because government has always said it's ready to pay interest on delayed payment, as we do with treasury. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. So that's it. And then park grants and Nkrumah rehabilitation. Yes, I agree with you. The road to Kwame Nkrumah's hometown, which is in Nkrofo, we have done it. We've done asphalt. The road to Park Grant's hometown, Axim, we have done asphalt. I know that we might have to take a firm decision whether we want to pick their houses as heritage sites. And the families will have to maybe write to us that government take over and do it. Otherwise, maybe the families will have to do their own foundations and then redo these things very well and then use it to collect money, because people want to learn from them. At the regional level, we have instituted an award, the Park Grant Medal for Business Excellence. And we've been celebrating every 4th August in Park Grant's name in the Western region, because he is a businessman. And if you are talking about founding fathers that have put their money for the independence struggle of this country, it is Park Grant. The other one is in Central Region, Jacob Sensei, who put up his money to save all the lands we have in Ghana for all the chiefs and people of Ghana. That's why we have the Victoria Parks all over. It was to say thank you to Queen Victoria for accepting Jacob Sensei's plea not to annex Ghana lands that they did in Zimbabwe. That's why we have the Victoria Parks to say thank you to the British Queen. So these are the 2 people for us. We want to celebrate them, because businesses, as you know, create the wealth that we tax as government to do all the goods and services that we do in this country. So we believe that once in a while we also have to raise business people, not only maybe we the public servants all the time. So I think when it comes to Kwame Nkrumah, at least the mausoleum is being renovated with a lot of money. Maybe we'll discuss with the minister to see how we can do a smaller investment, maybe in Nkrofo, or even the government building he used to stay in Hafasnin. You know, Kwame Nkrumah actually lived in Hafasnin, even though he comes from Nkrofo, because that's where his father used to be. So maybe we might have to look at these things. But I know that under the previous Minister for Tourism, the Pragrant House in Axim was penciled for the World Bank project, but it's coming one after the other. Water Region did the canopy walkway. Other regions are doing different things. So we will look at it with Minister, because our original priority was the Center for National Culture, which was never completed. We want it to be completed so that it can be useful, and then we can move on to other projects. Yes, the community youth center, we'll look at it immediately when we get back to Western Region and get it opened. Yes. Yes, the Palermo one, they are doing a few things. One of the key things is the greenhouse project. They want to do urban gardening, so they want to start with the greenhouse. They've already set up the greenhouse, and they are training people to be able to do urban gardening. The other one has to do with climate change, and they are building a school around the STMA warehouse.
Here at the Ministry of Information, we want to thank you for making time for this very important exercise. It is our hope that subsequent years we'll be able to come to your regions and hold proper town halls and get more community participation so that they will know what government is actually doing on the ground. So as you travel back to Takrady or wherever your final destination may be, we say that Aiko, we thank you and may God be with you. Good afternoon.
This is what we have here.
Put off your mic. Anytime you are not speaking, put off your mic.
Okay.
Okay, so honorable members, I think the confusion is as a result of the fact that our clerk downloaded directly from your site. Okay, so in terms of the organization, that one is different from the one that was published. Yeah. Okay. So you are referring to the published
I borrowed one, yeah. So
I mean the hard copy, not the electronic one on your site. Okay. And you said
page 11. No, we'll hand it over. It's okay. We'll hand this and we'll take it around. Let's see the point. Go on, show us the one and then we'll see what. Yeah.
Honorable members, you can, from the one that you are having, you can look at page 19. The one that we downloaded from the website, page 19. Yeah.
That's it?
Okay.
Okay, so which point?
Yes. So, and I was referring to paragraph 3.1.1.1. Yes. And then we reported that...
No, it's fair for you to read out. It's just a short paragraph, so read out, let's hear you.
Okay. Right. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, if I may read.
Yes, we're listening. I thought you referred us to paragraph 3.1.1.1.
Yes, that's page 11.
Sure.
They're down there, right. So, Mr. Chairman, this was what we reported. In line with GNPC's strategy to increase its stake in viable oil blocks, the corporation acquired a 7% interest from Occidental Petroleum and Adalco WCTP company in respect of the company's Deepwater Tunnel West Cape 3-point assets for 119 million United States dollars, effective 1st April 2021. The acquisition is to be transferred to GNPC ex-Ploco and translates to 5.950% and 6.04% production interest in the Jubilee and 10 fields, respectively, for GNPC. Mr. Chairman, in respect of that, this acquisition, as we indicated, was to be transferred to GNPC ex-Ploco, and I've indicated the percentage, that has to be transferred. So, Chairman, following that acquisition, which was later ceded to GNPC's subsidiary, 100% subsidiary, the Jubilee Oil Holdings Limited, JOHL made its first lifting, 944,164 barrels of oil on the Jubilee field in the first half of 2022. Mr. Chairman, an amount of 100,748,907.95 million United States dollars, which was reported realized from the lifting, was not paid into a petroleum holding fund as required by law. And Mr. Chairman, on this, PIAC relies on Section 6 and 7 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, if I may make reference. Mr. Chairman, under sections, please, 6, 7 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act.
Six and 7, you said?
Yes.
Yes, go on. 6.
Mr. Chairman, under 6, we have this. The following shall constitute the gross receipts of the Petroleum Holding Fund. A, royalties from oil and gas.
No, wait a minute. What are we looking at? Petroleum. Go on.
Mr. Chairman, we have established that they have not paid that quantum of money into the PHF, and in our view, that is contrary to law. And we are trying to establish why we held the view that it was contrary to law.
Wait a minute. What section are we looking at?
Section 6, Petroleum Holding Fund of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act.
Section 6 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act?
Yes.
Which year?
2011.
Section 6?
Yes.
Can you?
Yeah. Well, Chair, per my document, he's right. That's what I have here. The head notice, Petroleum Holding Fund Receipts, Section 6. And then 7 deals with carried and participating interest. So we are adding them. I don't know why you are having difficulties.
For a lawyer, you should also be reminding us of that's right, my colleague has told me, as amended. You should be telling us about the amendment.
Yes.
This is the amendment introduced into the Act, is that right?
Mr. Chairman, if you look at Section 6, if you look at the Amendment Act,
yes,
it doesn't appear the portion I'm about to read was amended.
Well, in that case, the original Section 6 doesn't read what you are reading.
It's exactly what I'm about to read. I've not even started.
Did you not say that the following, whatever, you didn't say that?
No, yeah, I said the following shall constitute. That's the original Section 6 actually.
That's part of the original Section 6?
Yes.
Doctor, my eyes, I'm not so sure. Let's have a look at this because
where is the Amendment Act?
not talking about the amendment. It's talking about the main act, which is the original. Mr. Chairman, actually, Section 6 was not amended at all. It was not amended at all. Which one act is that? Petroleum revenue. Okay. Well, let's listen to what you have. Then yes. we will take it from there and see.
And Alpha.
Yes.
Anytime you're not speaking, put off your mic. Okay. Please. All right. So go ahead.
Section 6, Petroleum Holding Fund Receipts. The following shall constitute the gross receipts of the Petroleum Holding Fund. A, royalties from oil and gas, additional oil entitlements, surface rentals, other receipts from any petroleum operations, and from the sale or export of petroleum. B, any amount received from direct or indirect participation of the government in petroleum operations. Mr. Chairman, in respect of this particular provision, we want to underline direct or indirect. Mr. Chairman, C, corporate income taxes in cash from upstream and midstream petroleum companies. D, any amount payable by the National Oil Company as corporate income tax, royalty, dividends, or any other amount due in accordance with the laws of Ghana. And E, any amount received by government directly or indirectly from petroleum resources not covered by paragraphs A to D, including, where applicable, capital gains tax derived from the sale of ownership, exploration, development, and production rights. Mr. Chairman, again here, we want to underline the capital gains tax issue because it will arise. Mr. Chairman, this is the provision of Section 6. Mr. Chairman, in respect of Section 7, that was the provision that was amended by the Petroleum Revenue Management Amendment Act 2015, Act 893. And essentially, it substitutes a whole new provision for the original provision. And the new provision reads, with your permission, Mr. Chair. Section 7 of Act 815 amended. 2. The principal enactment is amended by the substitution for 7 of carried and participating interest. Revenue due from the direct or indirect participation of the Republic in petroleum operations, including the carried and participating interest, shall be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Mr. Chairman, in respect of this provision, we would like us to underline especially participating interest, including carried and participating interest, shall be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Mr. Chairman, it was the consideration of the committee that, contrary to Section 6E of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, capital gains tax was not assessed and collected by the Ghana Revenue Authority in the sale of the 7% interest by Anadarko in the Jubilee and 10 fields in 2021. Mr. Chairman, the committee did not rest. We wrote to the GRA, both the GRA and the Ministry for Finance, for responses on this issue. Mr. Chairman, in his written response to PIAC on the matter, the Ghana Revenue Authority referred the committee to the Ministry of Finance, indicating that the ministry was exclusively in charge of the transaction. And the Ministry of Finance, in turn, referred the committee to the Ghana Revenue Authority for answers. Mr. Chairman,
don't leave it at that. They referred you to this. They also referred you to another one. Did you check with the other one?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, actually, what happened is the way we do our reporting, we tease out the issues that we think ought to be addressed, and then we channel questions or queries to the various duty bearers that ought to work on that issue. And then we get
their responses. Now, when we did this, we did it simultaneously. But when the responses came, normally we have what we call validation of our report. So when we call all the stakeholders to the validation meeting, that is where those issues are raised, if there are conflicting responses in respect of each organization. And yes, when they came, because the written responses were there, no one can deny, because you have written.
No, please, bear with me, follow me.
Yes.
You became anxious about non-payment of some figure.
Yes.
You referred to what you thought, your committee thought was the appropriate authority.
Yes.
They referred you to another institution. The other institution referred you to a third one.
No, to the other institution, the first institution that referred us to them.
That's right. So ultimately, you went back to the last one, and what happened?
No, ultimately, we had a validation meeting of all representatives.
Those who should be
yes,
knowledgeable about that particular
Ministry
matter.
for Finance and GRA, including all other stakeholders, were brought to a validation
What was
meeting.
the outcome in respect
So
of
the
this
outcome
money?
was that the letters spoke for themselves.
And that money wasn't to be paid?
Of course, from the indication, that was why we recommended that we made a finding that this was wrong and ought to have been done.
Do you now know whether it has been paid or hasn't been paid?
Mr. Chairman, it's clear that it has not been paid. It has not even been assessed in the first place.
That's...
Yes. It has not even been assessed in the first place, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so it was the recommendation of PIAC that the proceeds of liftings by JOHL should be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Here we are talking about the amount in excess of the 100 million United States dollars. It was the recommendation of PIAC that those proceeds should be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund, as the committee is convinced that the proceeds form part of Ghana's petroleum revenues. Yes, so Mr. Chairman, like we indicated, the committee took a lot of things into consideration in arriving at this conclusion. Now, the portions of the act that I referred to, Section 6 and the amended version of Section 7, they both indicate clearly that even revenues accruing to the Republic from the direct or indirect participation of the Republic shall first and foremost be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Mr. Chairman, it is the considered view of the committee that it matters not that other issues may be introduced into the whole conversation. What matters for us, our understanding of the law, is that the PRMA is the primary law that governs the utilization, management of petroleum revenues. And it says that any revenue accruing to the state, whether directly or indirectly, should first be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Mr. Chairman, we also know that GNPC is the primary commercial arm of the Republic of Ghana in petroleum activities. And so when this happens, we are dealing with GNPC per se. If you look at the whole JOHL transaction, it is GNPC that undertook those transactions. So our position as a committee, Mr. Chairman, is that that lifting, whether it is lifted by 100% subsidiary of GNPC or not, ought to come first into the Petroleum Holding Fund, from where disbursements can be made for whatever reason. So, Mr. Chairman, our position on that matter is clear. Of course, for purposes of disclosure, the GNPC referred us to an advice from the Attorney General Department purporting to okay such a transaction in the nature and manner that they dealt with this issue. Mr. Chairman, we are happy to say that we did not come to this conclusion without recourse to that particular advice.
Bear with me, just once again. Yes, you did not come to your conclusion lightly without recourse to that particular one. But did you have a good look, comprehensive look at about all the laws? At all the laws, you seem to be talking about the Petroleum Management Act, the HO, whatever it is. Did you read the GMPC laws and all those? GMPC has got specific laws. They got PNDC law 64. They got GMPC law, whatever. Yes. Yeah. So. Yeah. Sorry, it's okay.
Mr. Chairman,
we know about that, but we got copies, so don't worry.
Mr. Chairman, we
yes,
did.
Yeah, I've got a copy. I'll share with you. Yeah. So I was asking, GMPC has got its law, GMPC law 64, 83. Did you read all those things? Did you take them into account?
Mr. Chairman, we did.
And your mind was
yes.
clearly made up that
yes.
There seems to be some breach of law here.
Mr. Chairman, our mind was clearly made up that those monies ought to have formed part of the petroleum revenues of Ghana.
Just a second. Chairman, I want to believe we are looking at paragraph 3 of the proponent's motion. I want to believe that. And it reads, illegal payment of oil revenues into offshore accounts in flagrant violation of Article 176 of the 1992 Constitution. I want to believe that he's speaking to that and he's demonstrating that.
Very well, yes.
I want to believe so.
That is the ground we are dealing with. So let's.
Is that what we are dealing with?
Mr. Chairman, the position of PIAC in our report did not extend to specifically making references to the constitutional violations per se. So in the way and manner in which the ground is formulated, it will not be accurate for me to say that we are speaking directly.
Well, you're right. I don't think we need to trouble you on that. Yeah, you know. So you are explaining to us. Yeah, sure. You are explaining to us what you have put in your document.
Yes.
So it's fair. Just
exactly.
Just go on with that.
Yes.
Well, you started the questions already. You want to thank me? What is that supposed to mean?
Let's leave those ones and. Yeah, Alpha, please continue and finish with your.
So respectful, Mr. Chair. So what happened was we considered that opinion thoroughly. We explored all the laws, in our opinion, that border around this issue. And we still came to an independent opinion, which we stand by on any day, that those revenues ought to have formed part of the petroleum revenues of Ghana and ought to have been deposited first in the Petroleum Holding Fund and not any other account. So for us, it was contrary to law for that money to have been deposited in any account, if at all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Are you done with your testimony?
On that issue.
Okay. Okay. So we'll start with the Honorable K.T. Hammond.
Yeah, I asked you the question and I'm reiterating because it troubles me that you said you took account of the GMPC law, particularly 64, the establishment law of GMPC, and you went through the specific provisions in the law which allows them to set up companies, what? Tell me, you keep on nodding. What did you glean from that? What did you glean from their law?
It is true that, yes, GMPC law allows them to set up companies. We are not disputing.
Not just that. In terms of their financial relationship, they set up the laws and then what? They set up the companies. Oh, sorry, they set up the companies and then what?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you see, as a committee, if you look at our functions under the law, we are a public oversight body, additional public oversight body that seeks to take the public interest at heart when it comes to
what do you
governance of petroleum.
Try and concentrate on us.
Yes.
So GMPC law, you looked at the GMPC law.
Yes, we did.
And then you are conversant with the fact that GMPC is able to set up companies. They are allowed by their laws.
Yes.
So I'm asking you, not your accountability or your oversight responsibility. If you didn't have that, you won't be sitting here today.
No.
You are here because by virtue of that. So I'm asking you about the companies which are allowed by GMPC Law 64 to be set up by them. You said you read it. In terms of the relationship, their financial relationship, what do they do? How do they go about the company's accounts?
Mr. Chairman, if a company established as a private limited liability, which has come to our understanding that GOHL is a private limited liability, of course it is a separate entity from even the holding company.
It's a separate one.
Yes, of course. And then their finances are dealt with in accordance with the Companies Act.
Nothing to do with the petroleum holding account and anything. Nothing to do with that.
Mr. Chairman, that is precisely where the problem is.
That's no problem. I mean, you identified the issue. They are allowed to do that, and you said that if they are a company, then they apply strictly the company rules.
Yes.
You made the point clearly.
Yes.
So what is the difficulty?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. The difficulty is that we are enjoined by law as a committee to ensure that not even a peso or a dollar of petroleum revenue due to the public goes elsewhere other than where
you are not enjoined by law to have conflation of the law in your brains. You are not allowed to do that.
No, Mr. Maybe unless there are specific issues that wants to.
We'll get there. My colleagues are getting very irritated. Yes. They're getting related. But let's settle this first. Yes. You just made a point to me rightly that they are enjoined by the Establishing Act to be able to set up companies. You've also accepted that if it is a company, which is a corporate personalities and all those things, you say that then they operate within the confines of the Company Act, isn't it? They are not part of the petroleum bit we're talking about.
Mr. Chairman, I will respectfully disagree with the fact that they are not part of the petroleum.
If they are separate, how do they become married
Chairman,
to?
That was why I said this is where precisely the problem is. I made a statement.
Is it a legal problem or factual problem?
Mr. Chairman, it's both.
Go on with it.
It's both. Mr. Chairman, I made a statement that the only recognized commercial entity that represents the interests of Ghana in upstream petroleum activities is the GNPC.
Well, it's not. So what you feel, we're talking about the law.
Exactly. That's why it's the law I'm referring to now.
The law allows them, the law, GMPC Law 64 allows them to set up companies. I'm delivering the point. I will yield. I'm done with my question. Okay. Only my colleague and then the other colleagues.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Mr. Alpha, right? The monies in issue, did they constitute revenue for purposes of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act?
Mr. Chairman, in our respective opinion, yes, as a committee.
And you can confirm to the committee that the revenue so assessed and collected was not paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund, correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
And the said money was used to acquire 7% interest in a limited liability company.
Mr. Chairman, that will not be accurate.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, at the time of lifting, the company had already been established.
Very well.
Right. Mr. Chairman, this was a company that was established by Anadarko itself, even prior to the acquisition. Right. And it was established in Cayman Islands.
Very well.
Another issue Pierre, looked at, but thought that it was, since our report is coming to Parliament, Parliament can make further considerations. So, Mr. Chairman, the company was already established, and for purposes of this transaction, when Anadarko wanted to, sell off its, interest, Anadarko made that known to the government of Ghana, and Mr. Chairman would recognize that Ghana exercised our preemption right, to acquire, this interest in in those blocks.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, what I'm trying to suggest is that even from the beginning of the whole transaction, this was a preemption right exercised by the Republic of Ghana to acquire interest. Interest for who? In the interest of the people of Ghana. This is where we are coming from. Preemption rights to acquire interest in the interest of the people of Ghana. And as a public oversight body on this, we thought that whatever interest was acquired, it matters not that GNPC subsequently transferred it to a limited liability company which is 100% its subsidiary or not. In our opinion, we are clear that whatever proceeds come out of that transaction ought to constitute petroleum revenue under the laws of Ghana.
All right, thank you very much. And was the payment for the transaction made by GNPC directly to Anadaco?
Mr. Chairman, that wasn't very, very clear to us. Of course, what we had was that payments were not lodged in the account. If Mr. Chairman would follow, it was later, and that is not actually on record to us, that we heard where it was even deposited and all of that.
Were the payments made by the Ministry of Finance?
Mr. Chairman, PIAC is not in a position to confirm exactly that.
Very well. Honorable members, you may take your turns to ask the witness questions. Honorable Ejapa Mensah, and followed by Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the opportunity. Mr. Alpha, you make comments in your report to the effect, in your 2011 report, that 2021, apologies. The paragraph 3.1.1 that you made reference to earlier, that, and Chairman, with your permission, if I may read, in line with GNPC's strategy to increase its stake in viable oil blocks, the corporation acquired a 7% interest from Occidental Petroleum Anadaco in respect of the company's DWT, WCTP assets for 199 million effective 1st April 2021. This acquisition is to be
Honorable
transferred.
Member, I think that is what he read to the committee,
yes,
right? So can you go directly to ask your question based upon that?
Mr. Chairman, is the witness aware that this statement in itself is not entirely accurate?
It will be unfair. It will be unfair to the witness.
Let me add.
You should. You should.
In that,
yes.
In that, GNPC actually acquired JOHL as an existing company from Anadaco.
I think that evidence has been given before this committee. He has said that before the committee.
No, not at all.
Mr. Chairman, exactly so. I've said that. I've indicated that even before the acquisition, JOHL was in existence. So I've indicated that.
So, Mr. Chairman, if the witness admits that JOHL was in existence and that GNPC then acquired JOHL from Anadaco, how does the witness reconcile that position with the assertion in his 2022 report that GNPC ceded JOHL, the acquisition to its subsidiary? How does he reconcile the two?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, there are some information. Okay, let me go about this way.
GNPC if I may read.
GNPC initially told PIAC in our previous report, and if you remember where I read from, the same 3.1 point that you have read, exactly. So you see that it says this acquisition is to be transferred to GNPC Exploco. So GNPC itself was originally contemplating transferring this interest to Exploco and not to any other company. Now,
wait a minute, calm down. Don't let us do speculations here. I mean, let's do with what is on the document.
Chairman,
Can you listen to him carefully, please, and then deal with it? So that can you re-emphasize the point so that he gets it right? Not what somebody was contemplating. What do we have by way of documentation?
I'm making references to paragraphs in the 2021 and 2022 reports authored by PIAC. One is to the effect that GMPC acquired 7% interest from Occidental. And another is to the effect that GMPC acquired 7% interest in Jubilee and 10 and later seeded, which connotes transfer to its subsidiary JOHL. I'm saying that the witness has proceeded to establish and admit before this committee that indeed and in fact GMPC acquired JOHL from Anadaku. So how does he reconcile the admission that JOHL was acquired to GMPC ceding its interest to JOHL?
Yes. Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I think it is important for us to distinguish two things. Acquiring a company is one thing, and acquiring interest in respect of a given block is another completely separate thing. And I think it is important for us to establish that point. The acquisition of JOHL, in fact, was not necessarily about the acquisition of the interest per se, which GMPC had previously communicated to PIAC will be interest that will be transferred to Exploco. That is the point I was trying to establish. So GMPC would testify and agree with us that when we finally saw JOHL in the picture...
You can't be sure about that, can you?
I'm hoping they will be truthful on that.
Agree with you.
When they finally gave us information about the transfers to JOHL, we queried why the original decision to have transferred to Exploco was abandoned. Mr. Chairman, but of course, we cannot force GMPC to give us all of the basis on which they have abandoned the Exploco issue and went in for JOHL. But Mr. Chairman, they have indicated to us that JOHL is 100% subsidiary of the GMPC, and that is another issue we are looking at. And so, Mr. Chairman, when you marry the concept of a government or Ghana exercising its preemption right to acquire these interests to the fact that GMPC represents the commercial interests of Ghana, Mr. Chairman, immediately, in our opinion as a committee, we were convinced that unless there is another way of trying to siphon revenues from the government, there was no reason why any other company...
That unfortunately connotes criminality.
Mr. Chairman, that was, I said unless.
Well,
it is not to say
we can do better than that. Can we rephrase? Can we rephrase?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Alpha, you are a witness of fact. Yes. I know you are also a legal practitioner because you are my former student. Please leave your legal opinions aside and testify to the factual matters, the factual findings made by PIAC. Okay, that would be very helpful to the committee.
Respectful, Mr. Chairman. Okay. That's very well noted.
You. Yes.
What PIAC's consideration was that it would appear that if those monies did not come into the PHF, the state would be denied of legitimate revenues from petroleum.
The difficulty with that answer is what I was struggling with you about. You remember, I was talking to you about companies and companies and companies. Anyway, he hasn't finished. Let him continue. Yes?
Yes, so please continue.
I got a text message from my wife that I should stop chewing. I had chewing gum. Pardon me.
No. Can we concentrate? Let's leave the domestic matters aside and concentrate on this one. So, yes.
Advice, just launch you. The cameras are watching you. So, thank you, Mr. Alpha. Let's leave the miscategorization as I see it with respect to the JOHL seeding by GMPC and the acquisition by GMPC for aside for now. Now you indicate that you are very familiar with the GMPC Act, no?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Please, can you refer to Section 3 of the GMPC Act? And for purpose of the committee, if you may read 3A.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I would use the opportunity to request for a copy of
You don't have a copy? Okay, let me assist you. Mr. Chairman, with your permission. The corporation shall, for the attainment of its objects under Section 2, exercise the following powers. For purpose of this conversation, I will just refer to A. With the approval of the minister, form subsidiary and affiliate companies, branches or agencies in or outside the Republic to carry out activities which the corporation is authorized to undertake. I want to find out from the witness if he is familiar with this provision, and if indeed he is this inconsistent with GMPC's acquisition of JOHL outside the jurisdiction?
Honorable members, can we focus on the issue that is at stake?
Yes, I'm building a point, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
and that issue relates to the manner in which the payment for the acquisition was executed. It is not about the corporate powers of GMPC, whether or not it has power to incorporate, subsidiaries, whether inside the Republic or outside the Republic. It is the manner in which the payment for the acquisition was, executed. And I think, from my reading of the PIAC reports, their position is that the payment was in violation of statute. Can we concentrate on that?
Well, I'm afraid, Mr. Chairman, we cannot, because that is the point that I was trying to raise with him, see if we can make sense of. I stopped short of developing it further because I knew my other colleagues might be having a go at it. That's the point he's making. This whole issue has come about because there is some misunderstanding about the role of GMPC and how the monies could be put into certain accounts. That's the point that he is developing. So if we come to understand that by law, GMPC could do what they did, then it may be unfair to allege that he nearly slipped by saying that they were siphoning or whatever. By the process that he's discussing, which is the GMPC law, PNDC law 64, the specific provisions, bear with us, the specific provisions discussing, would come to a conclusion, if we take it to its logical conclusion, that GMPC actually, I think, had both the constitutional and statutory right to do what has been missed for some of us, our understanding is misconceived as having put into an account into which they were not supposed to do. That, I think, is what my colleague is trying to arrive at.
Thank you very much, Chairman. You couldn't have said it any better.
Carry on.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Alpha, having regard to the provisions that I just read to you, would you agree with me that GMPC did not err in law in acquiring JOHL as incorporated at the time of acquisition?
Well, you are asking the opinion, so he's now allowed to give opinion evidence? Yeah. So, okay, so please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Respectfully, let's be consistent. At our last meeting, there were a lot of opinions that were allowed by the chair. And I'm surprised that now you are saying that we don't have to allow opinions.
It's agreed for him to do it, so don't worry. Go on, answer the question.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, it is precisely the reason why we try to distinguish between acquisition of a corporate entity distinguished from acquisition of interest, in a particular block.
Mr. Alpha, is it not the fact that JOHL, at the time that GMPC acquired it from Anadaku, was the owner of these interests in these 2 blocks? Is it not factual?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, that is factual, and that is where we have even a problem as a committee. And we raised it in our report, Mr. Chairman.
But it's important.
Let's hear the problem.
The way he made reference to that in the report, I would love to see that.
But let's hear the problem. You had a problem. We need to know the nature.
Mr. Chairman, like we established earlier, that there is a basis why, as a country, we decided to make a law to govern petroleum revenue management. And the basis is there. When you go back and you look back at how we manage our mineral resources.
No,
Mr. Chairman, I'm establishing a basis why we took a decision.
No, you have all the time to talk. Yeah. Listen, when the question is put, we want a concentration on it. He asked you a straight question that are you aware that Anadaku owed that particular entity? Owned the particular entity, belonged to them. And so at the time of the acquisition, it was theirs. You said yes. And then you added at the tail end that, but you have a problem with that. I thought you had a problem with Anadaku owing what is the problem?
No. We have is the structuring. That is what we are
dealing with. That bit, the problem that you have or you had.
Yes, the problem we had as a committee was with the entire transaction, exclusive of the fact that the JOHL was already owned by Anadaku. Mr. Chairman, I think we should look at it this way. Until the acquisition.
So explain the problem you had with it, and then we can move on.
Yes.
We can make progress.
So, Mr. Chairman, if you look at before the acquisition, the equity structure did not really include JOHL before the acquisition. I mean, we have the documents from GMPC, if I can refer. The equity structure, ownership structure, did not include JOHL. It was after the acquisition that that issue of JOHL.
So now your problem is, why did Anadaku create the JHOL? Is that the problem you had?
No.
You said it didn't include it from the very beginning.
No.
Belatedly, it came to be included. Is that it?
That's why I wanted an opportunity to explain, so we can piece together why. So, Mr. Chairman, we started developing our argument from the basis that the decision in the first place to acquire is based on the preemption rights that we exercise as a nation. And Mr. Chairman, we are building a point that as a public interest committee, we are interested in how the rights we acquire by virtue of exercising these preemption rights are paid for, and how it benefits the people of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Chairman, that is precisely why we as a committee have been created. So, Mr. Chairman, we started asking questions. Questions, we even queried GMPC how when JOHL left, how would the returns be treated? And GMPC responded, as they have maintained, that this is a purely commercial transaction and that it is outside the ambit of the PRMA. And what we are saying is that for us, we don't have to analyze these things in isolation. We think that the most important thing that should always be at our mind should be about what is the aim of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. And Mr. Chairman, that was why I wanted to establish the basis in the first place why the Petroleum Management Act came into existence. Because if we know the philosophical basis why it came, then we should.
You want to tell us that? You want to tell us now? We don't know about that.
Mr. Chairman, I know we know because I'm sitting before Parliament. Of course, I understand.
You think we know?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said
it's just a matter of refreshing our memory on that.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, if you remember the debates that went into the enactment of the PRMA, one critical issue had to do with how we manage our mineral resources and revenues in the past. And we wanted to avoid all the problems that mineral revenue management in the past brought to this country, to the extent that we have a country where we cannot point to visible evidence of mineral revenue management utilization. And so on the basis of that, we come out with a Petroleum Revenue Management Act that details the precise nature of how deposits and disbursements would be done within the confines of the law. And so, Mr. Chairman, our position is that in respect of these monies that were generated from petroleum revenue upstream, we think that whether directly or indirectly generated through a supposed, Mr. Chairman, subsidiary, we think it constitutes revenue management, petroleum revenue within the intendment of the law.
That's fine.
To have been paid into the
fine.
PHF.
Yeah, continue.
That is the position of PIAC.
Continue.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Chairman, thank you. The witness has demonstrated clearly his knowledge of the Companies Act of our Republic by his initial comments to the effect about the distinctiveness of companies from their shareholders. I want to find out from him whether the revenues of the company is or can be treated as the revenue of its shareholder. I want to find out from him.
Mr. Chairman, it is the understanding of PIAC that revenues from IOCs or private companies are not revenues that go into the petroleum holding fund. It is the statutory, revenues that we are talking about that should go into the petroleum holding fund.
The revenue of a limited liability company by reason of the fact that its shareholder is GNPC as a statutory revenue.
Mr. Chairman, our understanding is that once GNPC acquired JOHL, the interest held by JOHL, as a subsidiary of GNPC, in our opinion, should form part of the overall interest of the GNPC.
But Mr. Co-Chairman, see, that's the difficulty I have. You answer the questions and then we seem to be going back. It's a little difficult for us to comprehend.
I think,
one second.
no, just a minute. You see the, okay, all right.
See, I don't think it is entirely your understanding of it or whatever. I think your understanding as posited in the law that we are dealing with. So try as much as possible to operate within the confines of the law. Your opinions, we all have our opinions.
Mr. Chairman, exactly so. And our understanding is that we may have varying interpretations. You may have an interpretation to the law. And
so your interpretation of this is that even though it is a private company,
yes,
its finances should be what? Considered?
No, that's not my position. That's not our position.
With all due respect to my co-chair and the members of the committee, I think that the questioning of the witness is going beyond the remit of what is contained in the PIAC report. The violation, which is the subject matter of interest before this committee, is with respect to the funds that were used for the acquisition of the interest in JOHL, a limited, yes, the interest. All right.
No, that's actually not the case.
No, that is the
That is
case.
not the case,
That
Mr.
is
Chairman.
that
No,
is the case.
completely not. Then we ourselves will have to get a comprehension of what this is all about, because that is not our understanding.
Can we wait?
Mr. Chairman, what they are dealing with is revenue and its treatment.
No.
And
Revenue
that there's
from
been no wrongdoing whatsoever.
No.
None whatsoever.
No.
We were actually going to go back and deal with the fact of the acquisition. This service is aware of the source of money that was used in acquiring it in the first place. What we are discussing so far is the money from the various fields, the liftings. That is what we are saying that went into the wrong account. That's what we are dealing with.
Mr. Chairman, actually, the money that was used to acquire the acquisition, to make the acquisition itself, is in question. Together, that brought us to the conclusion we have come to. Mr. Chairman, the actual fact is that the monies that were advanced for the acquisition.
Mr. Chairman, I may want to draw your attention whether you are following that. He is actually going into a different field. No, he is. What the witness is speaking about, I have no problem, because if he finishes, then it means that he had opened the Pandora's box, and we can ask him questions on that.
No, this
and
is all
actually going on a field of his own.
One second. This is all come out. This new dimension has come about because we think that co-chairman put the issue in a different direction from how we have come to understand it. Yeah. We think that the money in question is the liftings, and not the acquisition. He now says that, well, he seems to understand that he's saying that, well, the issue we are discussing, the 100 million or whatever they are complaining about, is clarify for us. The 100 million you are talking about is in respect of what? Is it
I'll be grateful if you limit the witness. This is a witness of the committee, and the witness is actually assisting the committee. So whatever questions that we have asked, what we want him to actually, we have to agree that he is talking about the fact that the liftings were not paid into a proper account. That's all he's saying. As to now, he is actually delving into the acquisition of the JHOL, and that's not why we are here. That's not why he was invited.
Sami is eager to make a contribution. Well, you talk.
No, Mr. Chairman, it's important to emphasize that there are a whole gamut of issues. I disagree with the respected Honorable Inimedu that it is just one item to do with liftings. There are so many other related matters when you read the PIAC report. And when I take my turn, I'll be pointing to those issues. We should not, yes.
Take us to it. I think we are looking at, one second, we are looking at what they said that hearing called whatever, made it first lifting and then the total of the 100 and whatever million. Is that not what we are dealing with?
There are really,
is that not what we are dealing
that's
with?
not the only matter. If you look at the PIAC, if you pay regard to their report, they raise other consequential matters. For example, capital gains tax, they raise it. We have to look at that.
Well,
they raise the acquisition of the 7% shares. We have to look at that. It's all in the report. I take strong exception to the attempt to rewrite the rules and to narrow and restrict us, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman,
So if we are not being
before you do, Doctor wanted to raise a point of order. Are you still raising the point? Go on. Yeah.
Yes, co-chair, if I may, normally when we sit at a committee, you must actually address the chair and have permission from the chair before you speak. I think it's unfair that we just keep interjecting. We ask questions, we don't let the witness continue, then we keep interjecting without seeking your permission to actually have that opportunity to interrupt. And it's creating too much, of an issue with this. Let's try and allow this.
Thank you for the reminder. We'll try and abide by that. Okay, go on.
Chairman, just so that we wrap up this issue. I want to find out from the witness whether you agree with me that with his knowledge of, very well, whether the witness will agree with me that JOHL's revenue cannot be commingled with that of GMPC.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, in the strictest consideration, yes.
Very well. And that it is only dividends that, as shareholder of GMPC, when it receives from JOHL, that would amount to an indirect revenue that then goes into the petroleum holding funds.
Mr. Chairman, yes. Mr. Chairman, we hold a contrary opinion that it is only dividends per se. Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to, as a committee, that's why we're trying to give the basis on which we have come to our conclusion. See, this whole transaction, to the understanding of PIAC, is an indirect, way of the Republic, gaining revenue from that transaction. That is, if you look at it from that perspective. And we are of the opinion that if you look at section 6 and 7, which we indicated earlier, the law is clear. This is a specific law created for petroleum revenue management. And there is a reason why it is taken from the ambit of public financial management generally, even though the rules still apply, to have a specific law for Petroleum Revenue Management Act. And Mr. Chairman, the committee's position is that to the extent that any amount received by government directly or indirectly from petroleum resources should form part of the petroleum revenues of Ghana.
Okay.
The committees of the opinion
that is well said.
revenues-
Honorable Mesa, your last question on this point.
Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the witness, having regard to what he just said, what he would classify as direct revenue and what he would classify as indirect revenue.
Very well. Honorable Alpha.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, if you look at Section 6, there are some of the revenues that are clear in our minds. Royalties, that would be a direct revenue. Something like surface rentals would be a direct revenue. Corporate income tax would be a direct revenue. Additional oil entitlement would be a direct revenue. Mr. Chairman, when you look at, and even bonuses, if you have to consider the Petroleum Exploration Production Act, would have to be considered as direct revenues. But, Mr. Chairman, when you look at the structure of this transaction, for me, I'm clear in my mind that I would even have suggested direct, but I'm clear in my mind it's an indirect.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
You say you don't know what is on our minds. You don't know what we ourselves think about this structure you are talking about. We're dealing with specific questions. You take us back. You take us back. I'm struggling. I'm struggling.
Mr. Chairman, the transaction, the nature we have now, would be one of those transactions PR could consider as an indirect.
Very well. Yes, that's okay. Now, Honorable Sami Ablakwa, your side has taken, so let's go to.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will first like to place on record that those of us in Parliament who follow your reports keenly are impressed with the thoroughness of your work, and I want to commend all of you at PIAC for the work you do. You are working in the national interest and also for God and country. And I would like to also remind all of us that you are here as expert witnesses to assist the committee. And so we are only interested in facts. We want to unravel the truth. And so you are not here as, if you like, an accused, for want of a better word. So I will adopt a different posture, more, and we can get to the bottom of the fact. I will adapt a more forward-looking posture, if you like.
As opposed to which one?
You say you don't like friendlier, and I just wanted to state
No,
the
as
ground
opposed
rules.
to which one? You would adopt more friendlier.
You say you don't like friendlier.
No. As opposed to what, the hostile, whatever.
Yes,
friendlier.
so you don't like the word
Who is
hostile.
adopted the hostile?
I'm just making a general statement, just to establish the ground rules, in case those following proceedings are probably getting confused. Yeah. So if Chair, can I proceed? All right. So, Mr. Alpha.
Yes.
Section 7 of Act 815, as amended, provides that revenue due from the direct or indirect participation of the Republic in petroleum operations, including the carried and participating interest, shall be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. You have stated very clearly, emphatically, in your 2021 report and the 2022 media report, you highlighted the matter and said that you take the strong view that the section I just read, section 7, has been breached. I want to understand with all of what has transpired so far, all the contestations, does PIAC still stand by what we are working with in Parliament, which the proponents of this vote of censure motion have submitted, that there is breach of Section 7 of Act 815, the Petroleum Revenue Management Act as amended? Do you stand by your report, or have there been any variations? If there have been variations, can you let us know?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, in respect of this matter, we stand by our position.
And to be clear, what is that position?
Mr. Chairman, our position is that the revenues accrued from that lifting by GOHL constitute an indirect participation of the Republic of Ghana in petroleum operations, ought to have been paid into the PHF. Respectfully, Mr. Chair.
Now, I want to come to your response to a question that Co-Chair Dr. Dominic Ayini asked about monies used to pay for the 7% share. Did I hear you say that you are not sure where those monies came from, whether it came from GMPC or it came from the Ministry of Finance?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, we are well aware of where it came from. In a written report on the petroleum operations, January to December 2021, which is a response to PIAC questions at validation, GMPC has this to say. On a query in respect of paragraph 14 of that, which was that we asked GMPC to provide an update on the additional interest acquired by the state through GMPC in 2021 on the Jubilee and 10 fields from Occidental Petroleum, including the cost, ownership structure of the two fields, and any other relevant information. In response to PIAC, GMPC has this to say. The current ownership structure of the Jubilee and 10 fields are attached to this correspondence. Those ones are there, but essentially on the question you just asked. GMPC Explorco and Jubilee Oil Holding Limited are both 100% owned commercial subsidiaries of GMPC. However, the GOHL interest would be ceded to GMPC Explorco. Now it comes down. The shares of Jubilee Oil Holdings Limited, the company that owns the 7% commercial stake, were acquired at the cost of $164,798,691 million by GMPC through a share purchase agreement between Anadarko Offshore and GMPC, with monies advanced by the Ministry of Finance. GMPC is required to repay the amount advanced of the amount I have just realized. Yes, so the monies were advanced by the Ministry of Finance.
That is consistent with page 9 of your 2022 semi-annual report. Page 9, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I read. It says the shares of Jubilee Oil Holdings Limited, the company that holds a 7% commercial stake, were acquired at the cost of $164.7 million by GMPC through a share purchase agreement between Anadarko Offshore and GMPC, with monies advanced by the Ministry of Finance. GMPC has started repaying the advance amount of $164.798 million. Now, can you tell us, this advance by the Ministry of Finance, did you see any contract, any agreement? Do you know the terms when they're supposed to pay back this money? Because these are taxpayer funds.
Mr. Chairman, we do not know, Because when we requested for information, it wasn't part of the information that was furnished to us.
Sabi, let us also understand. If you put a question the way you did, is it a suggestion that there was no contract underpinning the payments, or I don't quite get?
Well, we haven't seen any contract, and I've gone through the 2022 budget, the media review. I've also gone through the 2021 budget, and this House, Parliament, is not aware of this transaction by the Ministry of Finance. I've also looked at all the appropriation bills.
To pay for the
yes, this $100 million transaction, yes. It's not in any of the budgets.
$100 million is the lifting. The $100 million is the lifting. Is there a 164 you're talking
yes,
about?
Yes, the 164.
Which is the acquisition cost?
Yes.
You haven't seen any.
It's not in any of our approvals in this House.
Suggestion that we had it for free or something?
So I just want to know the source of funds, if they have an idea, or if they've seen that agreement. Because you only tell us that the GMPC has started repaying. How do we know if they are complying with the terms? That's why I ask, is there any contract? Is there any agreement? Have you seen anything to that effect?
Mr. Chairman, we haven't seen any.
Now, Mr. Chairman, the witness has told us that there was an initial attempt to suggest that there was an all clear from the Attorney General's department. And you say that you asked for a copy of the Attorney General's advice, and you did not corroborate or confirm that initial attempt that was created. Are you able to share with us how you come to that conclusion? Possibly, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask of our co-chairs if we can get a copy of that Attorney General's advice, because I haven't seen it, so that...
Does he have a copy? Did he say he has
do you have a copy here?
Definitely, Mr. Chairman, yes.
I haven't got a difficulty. I don't know whether...
So can it be tendered if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman? Because that document is very important. They say that the Attorney General is not aligned with with what GMPC and the Ministry of Finance, they appear to disagree.
Is that what he's saying? He hasn't said
yes,
that.
He said that earlier.
Mr. What is his name?
He said that PIAC, you know, they were told that they acted based on Attorney General's advice.
That's
but when
right.
they requested the advice, when PIAC requested that advice, they didn't see that advice. They didn't have that understanding from the Attorney General's advice. So I think that is a material fact we need to establish.
Let's hear you on this point.
Yeah.
Let's hear you again. Sorry, you heard our colleague what he suggested. Is that what you said? Let's get it again.
Mr. Chairman,
you have the Attorney General's opinion.
Yes.
You said you read it, and then you said your response is. Let's hear you again to that.
Our response was that we did not. First of all, we disagree if the import of the Attorney General's opinion was to suggest that GMPC could go the way they went, then we disagree.
No. You read the Attorney General's report. Attorney General's opinion. You understand perfectly what the Attorney General is saying. So don't say that if the import is that. Your understanding of it, and then you're saying that your conclusion on it is...
Mr. Chairman, our understanding was that the Attorney General did not okay what they have done.
That's your view?
Yes, that is our view. However, even if he did, we disagree. That's all.
If the Attorney General said, corroborated what they were doing, you disagree.
Of course, Mr. Chairman,
that's fine. I can't withhold your feelings, how you feel about it. But at least we know what the Attorney General said, and the import of it. That's the important thing. The import of what the Attorney General said is whether to agree with what they did or not to agree with it. And that, I think you should go on record again. You are saying emphatically that what the Attorney General said is in sync with what they did or not.
I'm getting confused with that question. I don't know.
Part of it confuses
because
you.
what we are clear in our minds that we have read the Attorney General's opinion, and as a committee, we were of the opinion that the Attorney General did not, in fact, say that, for example, monies to be lifted by, this subsidiary should not come to the...
Does it talk about lifting the Attorney General's...
At all.
Yeah, so...
Exactly.
So we're talking about what's in there. You understand of what's
Yeah,
in
so
there.
that's why we said that GNPC is relying on this as one of the bases on which they have gone ahead with this transaction.
Sure.
And therefore, based on that, GOHL could lift this and it doesn't have to come to the PHF. So our position is that
that's not what the opinion says.
No, yes.
Leave it there.
So thank you so much.
So, Mr. Chairman, I was waiting for your ruling. Can he tender the Attorney General's advice?
I have
so
no difficulty at all. Yeah, it's a public document. I've seen a copy. I've read it, so I don't have a problem. My colleague has a copy. I've given him. So, yeah, that copy is there.
So you can. Not tender, you can give it to the committee because you are not the author. So actually, in strict sense, you cannot.
Because he's talking to it.
Yes, because you are talking to it, and you mentioned it. No, you mentioned it in your report. Okay, in the report you said the GMPC indicated that they had sought the Attorney General's opinion before entering into the transaction. PX study of the opinion reveals that the Attorney General did not comment on the issue of the advance by the state. You stand by that factual statement you made. That's fine. So can we have the copy of the Attorney General's opinion tabled to the clerks? I don't think you have any obligation to further comment on the Attorney General's opinion. You don't have to second guess it. The committee will take its own view of the matter. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I proceed. So, Mr. Alpha, you also state in your report that, quote, I'm reading from page 9 of the 2022 semi-annual report. Although the acquisitions were initially intended to be held by GMPC ex Bloco, they are in fact being held by JOHL. Page 9, second paragraph below the table, 2022 semi-annual report. And at the time you wrote this report and submitted to Parliament, this is January to June, you also add that this is not registered in Ghana. JOHL is not registered in Ghana. You are right as at that point because my checks indicate that JOHL has now been incorporated, but only from the 15th of August 2022, the incorporation instruments which I have here. So you are right that January to June, JOHL was not incorporated in Ghana. But can you tell us why you say that the initial intent was that this acquisition was to be held by GMPC's ex Bloco?
Mr. Chairman, I have indicated earlier that GMPC communicated to us in an earlier communication that the acquisition will be transferred to ex Bloco. Even in the most recent communication, which I just read a while ago, they still says it will be transferred from JOHL to ex Bloco. But as it stands, it has not been transferred. Why the transfer is not happening, we don't know. So that is the case.
Are those documents you are willing to share with us?
Those are documents we officially received from GMPC itself, and I'm sure if Mr. Chairman would allow that, we wouldn't have a problem.
Okay.
GMPC is here. They will take their turn afterwards. If you can just indicate the nature of the documents to us, we will ask them questions in respect of those documents.
Mr. Chairman, this, for example, is report on petroleum operations from January to December 2021, response to PR questions at validation presented to Public Interest and Accountability Committee on April 2, 2022. That was the date they presented this to us. And Mr. Chairman, at paragraph 4, that's where these queries, our queries on this matter came up when we asked them to provide an update on this additional interest acquired by the state through GMPC. And so they gave us responses to our queries. So paragraph 14 of that document is where you will find this information, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, at the heart of all of this and why PIAC was established and why we spent so much money to enact the PRMA is so we will learn lessons from how other resources, mineral resources, have not been very much managed to the expectation of the Ghanaian people. And also at the heart of this is how we can ensure that we maximize returns and the Ghanaian people are served properly by the decisions that we make. Now, I see that at page 10 of your 2022 semi-annual report, you indicate that this whole arrangement has led to a situation where Ghana has been shortchanged in terms of capital gains tax. And if I can read from paragraph 3 at page 10. Contrary to Section 6E of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, capital gains tax was not assessed and collected by the Ghana Revenue Authority in the sale of the 7% interest by Anadaco in the Jubilee and 10 fields in 2021. In its written response to PIAC on the matter, the Ministry of Finance referred the committee to the Ghana Revenue Authority for answers. The Ghana Revenue Authority in turn referred the committee to the Ministry of Finance, indicating that the ministry was exclusively in charge of the transaction. In all of this, the Ghanaian people have not received their taxes. Where are we on this matter? Who is really responsible? And do you, by PIAC's assessment, do you think that we can get our capital gains tax back?
Mr. Chairman, it is the duty of the Ghana Revenue Authority to assess actors in the petroleum industry to taxation and also to collect revenues, as the PRMA itself requires. Mr. Chairman, however, when it comes to dealings with the, in respect of acquiring interest and all of that, it is essentially a policy decision by government, and so that will be handled at the ministerial level or the ministry's level. Mr. Chairman, that was the reason why we wrote to both the ministry and then to GRA, asking that in all the data that we have received, we have not seen evidence of assessment of that transaction to capital gains and all of that. And that was when we received those two responses from both the ministry and then the GRA. The ministry, GRA, saying that the whole transaction was exclusively in the hands of the ministry and that they were not called in to aid in any way. And the ministry says, since GRA is responsible for assessing entities to taxation, we should go to GRA for answers. Mr. Chairman, we were left.
Bear with me. When was the last time you checked on this matter?
On the capital. Mr. Chairman, this is the report, the subject matter of this discussion is from January to June. So, Mr. Chairman, as at 30th of June, this is the position.
You had checked. You see how much I myself have been making quite a lot of noise about taxation and how these companies and whatever. So if I said to you that they had paid about 169 million on some of this capital, whatever combination of this, about 169. Clearly, over 160 million has been paid. Would that satisfy you? Would that comfort you?
Mr. Chairman, that would not comfort me because I have a statutory duty to have been informed of that.
No. I'm saying that. I think the worry is that that's what the point Sami was making. Ghana seems to have been robbed of so much money. But I'm telling you that, considering the fact that I have made more noise than you have made on this taxation thing, if I said to you that at least about 160 million may have been paid, would you be comfortable? That may be belated. You may not have been informed, but thank God,
Chairman,
so much has been paid.
As a respectful lawmaker, I can take consolation in that with the hope that that reflection will come to my notice as a member of PIAC when they finally submit data.
I understand that.
For the 2020.
You will be notified. You'll be happy about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, no, Chair. This is not a question, but an application to the co-chairs.
Yeah.
When the proponents appeared before us on Tuesday, they made reference to other PIAC findings contained in various PIAC reports. I have questions on those matters as well. For example, you recall they said that the finance minister is not complying with the Supreme Court decision in the Bodo case. So, to do with the 5%, Bodo and the Attorney General. Now, those are matters not related specifically to this. So, but the proponents have raised it, and it's before this committee.
Let's be careful. The time limit and all of that.
So my application is that will we have the opportunity, since they are here, so that
because you're on the finance committee, aren't you?
No,
you're not the finance committee.
No, you see this. No, it's before us. The proponents have submitted it. It's in evidence. No, I'll summarize.
Let me understand. Quite a lot of things have been said, but we know the specific issue which is brought to us here. It is the three illegal payments of oil revenues into offshore accounts in flagrant violation of Article 176 of the Constitution. We asked them, I think it was Haruna, especially put to him, or maybe Ato, and he said that no, it is in respect of the JOHL thing. And then we talked about the S, the plural, where you talk about the accounts, and then they said that, well, it is specifically about this, but they may have more than one account in relation to that. Why don't us...
No, but you recall that they led evidence on the Bodo case, and also the 1.3...
Quite a lot of evidence may have been
the 1.3 billion,
each one of them.
the 1.3 billion oil revenues missing. Those are at least those two. If you allow,
they are not before us.
They are before this committee, co-chair. They are before this committee. No, they are before this committee.
Shall we switch off the things again and then confer?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, he's made his application.
Okay, so honorable members, the application made by the Honorable Samuel Okujeta Blakwa relates to evidence that was led by the proponents of the motion with respect to other findings made by PIAC. And that was very well, no, and I think the application...
But he's not making No, but he's not making a ruling. Calm down, honorable member. He's not making a ruling. He's making a comment. Let's listen to you.
Honorable comment, you may do. You are out of order. If you want to challenge the co-chair, you need to do so by a substantive motion on the floor. Very well. So the point is that evidence was laid on other findings made by PIAC. All right. When that evidence was laid, okay, we did not object. I mean, we did not refuse to admit the evidence. Now, PIAC is here. What the Honorable Samuel Okujeta Blakwa is saying is, can we just ask them to confirm those things for what they are worth? Okay, so honorable members, it is for your consideration.
No, we have PIAC to come before us any time they want to, or we want them, for them to explain all the gamut of whatever they want to explain. For now, I think we are limited to the scope of what is on this thing, this particular document, and it is what the proponents indicated, that so much money had been paid into some account or accounts. So all the other bits of evidence that they gave are not relevant, not probative of the point that we're dealing with. So that's how I say that. Let's take ourselves to this and then make some progress. Not every single whatever that they refer to.
Honorable Patrick Guama.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Yes.
For the opportunity. Alpha, do you have a copy?
Let's finish with my application. Honorable Patrick Guama, I thought you were going to comment on the issue raised by the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa as to whether or not we as a committee should ask PIAC to confirm the evidence that was given with respect to other violations. Can you
that would be totally out of their ambit.
Very well, very well. So, Honorable Ahiefo, on that issue specifically.
Yes, Honorable Co-Chair, we must look at the PIAC report and see whether PIAC has reported on the issue relating to Benjamin Kodo versus Attorney General, as well as the 5% of the revenue. If PIAC has reported on that, basically, we cannot say once PIAC is here, we should allow them to go, so that if you need them on that aspect of their report, we bring them again. However, if the case of Benjamin Kodo is not part of PIAC report, then we cannot be questioning PIAC based on it. But so long as it is part of PIAC report, and we have the opportunity of PIAC sitting before us, nothing precludes a member from asking a question.
No, don't ask the member. Don't. Honorable. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Katie. Yes. Honorable Kwame Imedu.
Mr. Chairman,
please,
I think this committee is here. We have been. The Speaker had referred us to deal with a motion.
Very well.
Amongst other things, the sponsors of the motion had actually given their reasons in support of the motion. And they have made, permit me to use, allegations. And one of the issues they raised, they bordered on except of PIAC report. So I invited PIAC to actually speak to that portion that the sponsors of the motion had referred to. With a greater respect, we are not here to actually scrutinize the reports of PIAC. We are here, we invited this witness to actually solicit from the witness some allegations that have been made in support of the motion. So if we have to say that we are going to consider all the PIAC reports, which of the years? Are we starting from when the PIAC was formed or what? So I think we would be going too far if we have to. We will be deliberating on other things.
Yeah, very well. Honorable Katie, just a minute. No, this month. Okay, Honorable Mesa, what is your view with respect to the application of the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa?
I disagree entirely. My reason is simple. This Parliament of Ghana has a standing committee that has the responsibility of addressing all the issues that have been raised in PIAC reports. The work of this committee is simple, and it is to the point that some illegal payments had been made from liftings by JOHL. And so I understood PIAC's presence here to respond specifically to that issue. And so if the suggestion is being put across to the effect that we should open up and interrogate PIAC or seek their views on all matters that are contained in the PIAC report. I think that would be unfair. Indeed,
very well.
It is the reason,
Mr.
Chairman, if you permit me. Mr. Chairman, if you permit me.
Oh yeah, go on.
Indeed, it is the reason why I agreed with the Finance Minister's Council that it was important for some particulars of the allegations that have been leveled against him or the grounds that have been raised to be given to him in writing, just so that we prevent this type of fishing that members of this committee or some members of this committee are seeking.
I would respectfully instruct that the reference to fishing be expunged from our records. No one is attempting here to engage in any fishing for evidence. Honorable Senator Rollins, do you have an opinion on this matter?
Thank you, Honorable Co-Chair. I believe that there were issues that were raised by the proponents of the motion on Tuesday. They mentioned specific issues, and as part of our job, it's to unearth whatever facts are available to that. Now, given the fact that reference was made to other matters besides the JOHL, this request by Honorable Ablakwa with regards to giving PIAC an opportunity to speak to some of these things also makes reference to their report. So it's not about looking at the entire PIAC report. What it is about is getting some supporting documentation for what the proponents of the motion presented on Tuesday when they came before the committee.
Okay, so it appears that the committee would be evenly split on this application that has been made. Besides the two chairmen, it looks like the members are split, down the line. By our practice in Parliament, unfortunately for you, Honorable Okujeta Blakwa, by our practice, once there is a split, the motion is lost. And unfortunately, we cannot, accede to the request for your, the matter to be considered. Yes. Okay. So now it is the turn of. Are you done?
Well, very well, Chairman.
Okay.
I will respectfully accept your verdict.
Very well, Honorable. I think yes, you was done.
Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Patrick Boma.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah. After that, we'll go to Honorable Zenato.
Alpha, I believe you were invited here to throw light on a few things with regards to what the proponents of the motion have alluded to, especially paragraph 3. I don't know if you have a copy of the motion.
No, Mr. Chairman.
But I can read to you. The terms of the motion are as follows. 3, that this House passes a vote of censure on the Minister responsible for Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta, in accordance with Article 82 of the 1992 Constitution on the following grounds. Emphasis on 3. Illegal payment of oil revenues into offshore accounts in flagrant violation of Article 176 of the 1992 Constitution. You've worked at the PIAC Secretariat. You are the coordinator.
I'm the vice chairman of
Vice Chair. Fine. So you are seized with a lot of information. In preparing this half-year report, did you come about or across any illegal payment into any such offshore account from the Finance Minister?
Mr. Chairman, what we found was that monies that we are convinced are legitimate revenues that were meant to be deposited in the Petroleum Holding Fund did not or were not deposited there.
But is it the responsibility of the Finance Minister to make those payments?
Mr. Chairman, I doubt PIAC is how do I put it, in a position to categorically say that is the case.
Very well. Do you know when the GOHL entity was incorporated and where? Do you have an idea?
Mr. Chairman, we had a response. We had some responses from GMPC on that.
What
I mean, in terms of incorporation, all that we knew about. I mean, because it wasn't, that aspect wasn't officially in terms of exactly when and all of that. But the idea is that, or what we got from GMPC was that it was incorporated in Cayman Islands prior to the acquisition itself.
So it's a fact that this entity existed before this transaction.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman.
And it's now been totally transferred to GMPC as an entity. And GMPC owns 100% of it.
And that's the information we had.
That is the information, or you can confirm?
That is the information we had from GMPC.
GMPC confirmed to you. Okay. On capital gains, your report is a half-year report to this House. I don't have any confirmation whether the Speaker has even referred it to the Committee on Mines and Energy or Finance Committee to look at and to report to the House. So it's not a final report until those committees look at it and present their reports. You agree with me?
Mr. Chairman, that is so. Actually, the practice has been for us to come before Parliament in respect of our annual reports, not our semi-annual reports.
So this is not your full year report, full year's report.
And that will be right.
Please, please. I know what I'm doing. So it is possible that there are inaccuracies in your report.
Mr. Chairman, I totally disagree with that.
I said it's possible.
Chairman, I'm disputing the possibility.
I'm saying this because one, you've admitted before us that at the time you were preparing this report, you hadn't gotten confirmation from GRA that capital gains tax has been paid.
Chairman, on that, I indicated that we wrote to GRA and GRA responded, saying that they were not even called in to assess in the first place. That was my position, Mr. Chairman.
But we've told you, the chairman told you, that that wasn't the accurate position.
Mr. Chair,
no, that is unfair, because your questions should be based upon the report. So at the time of their report, the position was what is reflected in the report. If there are subsequent developments, okay, I don't think that the witness is in a position to answer to those. GMPC will be coming, and if we want, we can call Ghana Revenue Authority to come and confirm those facts. Thank you.
Alpha, I have...
Mr. Kocha, before you do, actually, I can help you with some information. You asked whether he's aware whether the Speaker has referred the document to. What the Speaker is actually referred is the 2021 report, which has been sent to the Finance Committee. We sat on there, and this is the report showing. This is the report which has just been signed by Clerk and the Chairman to the committee. So the current one is not before the...
So we want to tell you that...
Chair, if I may also add, as a matter of fact, the 2021 full year report, the annual report, also captured this matter. It's there. So I don't think that my honorable colleague respectfully...
So no questions should be asked of the witness about subsequent developments. Honorable Patrick Bowman.
It's fair, but you referred to the Attorney General's opinion, which is dated the 6th of July 2021. I also have with me the GRA's report on the refinance dated the 30th September 2021. Gentlemen, please, if I can have your ear. Dear sir, financing the cost of acquisition of 7% stake in Deepwater Tunnel and West Cape 3 Points block in the proposed sale of entire issue share capital of Anadaco Company. This was authored by the GRA and signed by Edward Jamra, Head, Domestic Tax Division for the Commissioner General. Please.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Ahiafo.
Co-Chair, with all due respect, Honorable Patrick Boma is referring to a document, but that document is not in evidence.
Precisely. But I think we can answer our colleague. I think it's in response to what he said that Gary had said something. He has something rebutted. When he finishes, he'll put it on the table for us, I think.
Yes, but the document must be in before you
You don't refer to it and then you throw it on the table. My friend.
Chairman, I'm being interjected unnecessarily.
Chair, it's important to agree on the ground rules. You remember the tough time I had on the first day, referring to the Special Report Auditor General.
You forced me to readmit it or something.
So let's agree on the ground rules. Can we? Because I also have tons of documents that are not in evidence that I would like to refer to and ask questions. So let's just agree. I have no difficulty with Honorable Boama proceeding. I think it helps the committee's work. But let's not create, different rules for different committee members.
The value of this document is where the witnesses specifically made the point that, well, the auditor, what's the name? GRA made specific assessment. They wrote a letter in which they said A, B, C, D. It seems to have something which is not entirely reflective of what he's saying. So he's suggesting it to him and then put it to us. So,
Chairman, for the record, at the time that we admitted Mr. Kujato's report, nobody sitting before us had made those allegations or assertions. But you sought to put it in, but we agreed for what it was.
We are going to argue among ourselves, so make your question.
Chairman, let me go on.
Put your question.
I have with me the document from GRA on the capital gains tax that you've told this committee that you were unaware of, which was authored on the 30th of September 2021. And I'll read to you the considered opinion of GRA on the capital gains tax that you've told us that you were unaware of. 1, flowing from the above, we'll tender this document. If you don't have it, we'll give you a copy. We have the considered opinion that 1, since Anadaco Company and its affiliates have been assessed to tax liability by GRA, the amount must first be calculated and paid into the consolidated fund in line with Section 3B of GRA Act. It is only when the tax has been paid into the consolidated fund that any allocations can be made to finance the proposed agreement. And it goes on and on. You alleged that GRA said they were not aware of this transaction. And this is an opinion from GRA on the same. Can you take your time, please? So, you said GRA.
Honorable members, order. Can we listen to the question
you
and
wrote
let the
to GRA and they told you they were not aware of this transaction. And I'm providing a document to disprove your claim. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. Can you answer the question?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, first, that particular document was never brought to the attention of PIAC by GRA when we asked for documentation on this matter. Secondly, and more importantly, we have a letter which is later in time from GRA to the letter the honorable member just read, Mr. Chair. And that letter is dated 9th September 2022. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, if I may read.
September 2021.
This is dated.
This microphone is on. 30th September 2021.
And what you have is what?
Chairman, I have 9th September 2022.
9 September
2022.
What, 3 days ago?
Yeah. Not.
Allow room for some metaphors and all of that. Yesterday, in terms of what we are talking about, 20 September, whatever, it's yesterday. Yes, go on. What do you have? What does it say?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, it's a very short one. I'll just read it. We have validation of draft 2022 PIAC semi-annual report. Reference your letter dated August 29, 2022 on the above subject, requesting for a response on the following. I, clarification whether any capital gains tax was due in respect of the sale of an Adako stake in the Jubilee and 10 Fells. I, if yes, how much did it amount to? If yes, was it paid? If no, why not? We wish to inform you that the transaction in which the petroleum rights of an Adako in the Jubilee and 10 Fells were transferred was handled by the Ministry of Finance exclusively. I have been directed to inform you that your request should be directed to the Ministry of Finance. Thank you. Signed, Samuel Saki, Assistant Commissioner, Petroleum. Respectfully, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very important. Did you direct your query to the Ministry of Finance? Because GRA is an agency under the Ministry of Finance. GRA is an agency under the Ministry of Finance. Did you direct your queries to the Ministry of Finance?
Respectfully, we did, and we have their response as well.
Right, yes.
Honorable Boama, are you? Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Very well.
This is the following the 2022, September 2022. Yes. Huh?
Give us.
22, following this letter. No, I know that. So Minister of Finance responded to this.
Should have preempted this earlier. I didn't take it along. Mr. Chairman, whilst my coordinator is looking for it, if I may refer the committee to our 2022 annual report, 2022 semi-annual report. Yeah. All right, Mr. Chairman, it's here. This is the Appendix 1 in respect of provision of information for PIAC semi-annual report 2022 from the Ministry. My Lord, Mr. Chairman, paragraph 9 of that.
We'll be glad if you refer to us as a loss.
And that's because the co-chair is actually an associate justice of the High Court.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, at paragraph 9 of that response, we have.
Can I get an understanding of the caption of the letter and when it was dated, please? It's very important.
Mr. Chairman, this letter was dated 9th September 2022. And the caption is Petroleum Revenue Reporting for January to June 2022 and validation of draft 2022 PIAC semi-annual report. Mr. Chairman, this is the content. It's very brief. We refer to Public Interest and Accountability Committee PIAC letter number. They indicated the number. And then there are two of the letters we sent to them, dated 7th July and 29th August 2022, respectively, on the above subject matter. The Ministry of Finance has provided its responses to the issues raised by PIAC in the attached matrix, labeled as Appendix 1. 3, it is the expectation of Ministry of Finance that these responses provided will be reflected in PIAC's 2022 half-year report. 4, we count on your usual cooperation. Signed, Patrick Nomo, Chief Director for Minister, and then copied the Chairman, PIAC. Mr. Chairman, when you come to the matrix, at paragraph 9 of the matrix, this was the response in respect of this issue. There, we queried. We wanted the ministry to clarify whether any capital gains was due in respect of the sale of Anadaco and Petro SA stakes in the Jubilee and 10 Fells. Mr. Chairman, the response was this.
the Ghana Revenue Authority is well placed to provide explanation on the issue of capital gains tax, if there were any. Full stop. Respectfully, Mr. Chair.
I think we can put aside this particular matter and then, handle it at appropriate time. Are you done? You are done? Okay, so...
I'll just ask a last question on his,
very well.
Understanding of Section 7.2 of Act 815. Section 7.2 of Act 815.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, no. Mr. Chairman.
No, wait. He said he was going to ask a question. Have you asked?
Okay.
What was the question? I think the petroleum management.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, as it stands now, there is no Section 7.2 of the Act, because Section 7 was amended in 2015, Mr. Chair, and there is only one provision under Section 7. And Mr. Chairman, with your, if I can read that again, Section, right. If you look at Section 17 of Act 893, it reads, yeah, I know, but that's the Amendment Act. The principal, no, that's not it. No, that's not it. I'm talking about Section 7.
It's rather, yeah.
Just follow what I said. I may be misleading you.
No, you are right, sir.
Is it a 3 or a 2?
It's 2.
Which is which?
I'm referring to the provision that deals with the fact that the payment into the Petroleum Holding Fund shall be net of the equity financing cost, including advances and interest, net of the cash or equivalent barrels of oil that shall be seeded into the National Oil Company. I'm referring to that.
Patrick, you said that is Section what?
Section 7.2, and there's no Section 7.2 at the moment.
So Section 7 as amended is here in the Section 2 of the Amendment Act of 2015. Yes, you got that?
Mr. Chairman, we were in this house when we repealed Section 7.2. We repealed all those.
Section 2
all
of
the,
Section 2 of the
the
amendment.
2, the 3, 2AB, 3AB. We repealed all of them.
No.
So we only have one Section 7.
No.
In the
We're
amendment.
trying to draw his attention to it that Section 7 as amended is in Section 2 and then Section 3 of the new Act. Then Act 8,
yeah.
893.
Yes.
Amending the other one. Yeah.
Yes, and it's only one provision.
I'm not sure it. Yeah. So now Section 7 now reads as, do you have it, Patrick? Do you have it? So let's read it for you. So Section 7 as now amended reads that revenue, I think that's what you read the first time, isn't it? So, Patrick, there is no true. It now says that revenue due from the direct and indirect participation of the Republic in petroleum operations, including the carried and the participating interest, shall be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Yeah, that's the new one. Yeah. You see what it says in Section 2, the rubric. It says that Section 7 of Act 815, that's the old one, amended. And then it says that the principal enactment is amended by the substitution for 7, the old 7 of this new 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the question was based on the repealed law. Okay, so I think you don't have to answer it. Okay, Honorable Senator Ajiman Rawlings.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mine is to seek as clear an explanation as possible, since I'm not a lawyer. The revenue that's being accrued from the JHL accounts, is it being accounted for by GMPC per your information?
Respectfully, not in the way that we expected, because our expectation is for it to be deposited in the PHF. That has not been the case.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Do you have any information on who controls the expenditures of the JOHL?
The JOHL is 100% subsidiary of GNPC. So as a corporate owner, I believe it is the board, which is the directing mind of GNPC, that would have that.
And just for clarity, you do not have, is it a fact that you do not have access to the audited accounts of JOHL?
Mr. Chairman, at the time we reported, the company was not even incorporated in Ghana, which is itself a requirement of law under Section 70 of the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act, Mr. Chairman, 2019, Act 919. The requirement under that particular section is that any company or any entity that is to play an activity in the upstream ought to have been registered before it even ventures in. Mr. Chairman, at the time we were considering this matter, JOHL was not a registered entity under the laws of Ghana. Thank you.
In your report of the 2022 mid-year on page 9, the last paragraph, the last but one line and the last line, you have the JOHL lifted 944,164 barrels of crude oil in the first half of 2022, amounting to 100,748,907.95. Is that to say that this amount, based on information we've just been given, that the incorporation only happened in August of this year, is that to say that this amount that we're looking at here, the payment of which, this transaction happened at a time when by law this company was not incorporated under the laws of Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, that is true.
Is there a difference between the JOHL and the Explorco?
Mr. Chairman, clearly yes, because Explorco existed earlier as a 100% subsidiary of GNPC before JOHL was also acquired.
Is there a difference in structure, given that both of them are now incorporated?
Mr. Chairman, they are both 100% subsidiaries, and in reality, there is no difference per se, because they are limited liability. Sorry.
Do you have any information regarding similar situations with the Explorco with regards to where its funds are deposited? Maybe I should ask a straightforward question. Funds from Explorco, are they put directly into the Petroleum Holding Fund?
Mr. Chairman, currently is GNPC that gives Explorco money for the operations. Secondly, Explorco is yet to make any lifting in any block in Ghana, and so that issue has not yet been triggered on the side of PIAC.
My final question. Would you say, in your opinion, given what we have gone through so far, that there has been a lack of transparency and accountability with regards to the existence of the company we know as JOHL, to the people of Ghana, to Parliament, and to your committee?
Mr. Chairman, can I be directed on this question?
Honorable Senator, can you rephrase your question so that the witness can answer it?
Has there been a lack of clarity in your access to the accounting and deposition of funds from JOHL that has raised questions of transparency for you as a committee?
Mr. Chairman, at the point of writing our report, we had not asked for accounts of JOHL from GMPC per se. We were only interested in whether the monies have been paid into the PHF. So maybe if GMPC may be minded to give us all of that before the end of the year for our full year report, that probably would work, Mr. Chairman.
And have you had any access to the accounts, the offshore accounts of this company and the bank statements?
Respectfully, no.
Very well.
Let me make one point before we. Sorry, let's get this on record again. When did you last sign off on your report? The media thing is June, is that it?
Yes, it's June, but normally our deadline in the act itself is giving us 15th September for mid-year reports and 15th of March for full year report, the following year. So for 2021 annual report, our deadline for publishing would be 15th of March 2023. That is, if it is for 2022 so annual report.
Let's deal with ones we have before us. Yes. The June, the mid-year June 2022 that we have now. Your cutoff for report was cutoff
15th of September.
So when you say that at the time that we were preparing this and all of that, you meant 15th of September last year?
No, June, 30th of June. Mr. Chairman, even though our reporting deadline is 15th of September, our consideration for the report should end on the 30th of June.
30th of June, which year?
This year.
This year.
Right.
You keep on saying that even at that time, you didn't know whether GOH, whatever, had been registered or not. Is that it? Is that the case?
Mr. Chairman, that is because we are considering matters from 1st January to 30th of June.
Understand that. So as of 30th of June, you're saying that it wasn't incorporated in Ghana?
Respectfully.
When was it incorporated in Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, we have not been officially communicated to on that.
You haven't checked?
Mr. Chairman, we have had unofficial communication suggesting that it was incorporated later in time, somewhere later, August or wherever.
Later than June? Later than June?
Mr. Chair, yes.
Well,
Chairman,
wait a minute. Let me finish with mine.
No, you are asking of the date of incorporation. It's important for us to
make just one clarification on that. Mr. Chairman, if I can make one clarification on that, maybe I should have used the term registered because the company itself is originally incorporated in the Cayman Islands. But there is a provision that for you to undertake activities upstream in Ghana, you ought to be registered before you do that. And so if you are an external company, you should be registered, in Ghana.
Well, that's fair. That's okay. That's just clarification. That's fair. But the last one, how would you describe a dividend paid by, he's laughing. You anticipated the question, did you? Well, in that case, I won't ask the question. Give me the answer. What is the answer? What is the answer?
Chairman, you haven't finished your question, so I don't want to.
I already anticipated it. I thought you knew the question. All right, so what would you describe GMPC's payment of dividend from JOHL? How would you describe a dividend from the
Chairman, can I be directed on this? Is it something calling on my legal opinion? Is it something?
It's not law. I mean, you were looking at Section 6 of, you went through the Section 6 and were describing direct and indirect listen. So I'm coming back to that. Well, actually, back to Section 6, if you insist.
Exactly. Back to Section 6. Mr. Chairman, dividends is one of the streams of petroleum revenues in this country. Revenue stream.
So will it?
I don't know why he keeps laughing. Why? Because it answers your difficulty or what?
And there's really nothing on that. I'm okay.
So will you qualify it as direct or indirect oil revenue?
Mr. Chairman, it is clearly mentioned in Section 6, so that's a direct one for me.
Very well.
So GMPC, we're playing the devil's advocate here. GMPC says, but what's your complaint? You said that we kept the money, whatever. We formed a company out of which we are paying you dividends. What's your problem?
Mr. Chairman, if you remember, I indicated that this whole transaction started from our exercise of Ghana's preemption rights to acquire the interest. So essentially, the information we had from the beginning is that it's the state that is acquiring this. Then later, the understanding was that this is a commercial transaction and that it ought not to. Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, ideally, so for a state that is exercising preemption rights to acquire
I don't
interest,
like it when you take me back. A straightforward question. What would you
I have
say?
to give interest,
If
background.
GMPC came and said, you are worried about all this and I've spent this as well. I've invested it here. I'm giving you back dividend. What would you say? GMPC says,
Chairman, that is not enough.
Say it again.
Mr. Chairman, dividends is not what was
You would say
originally.
that
It's not enough.
Okay.
It should have been
Well,
there.
that's some answer. It's taking you 2 hours to give me this answer. Why is that?
Very, very well. Honorable Kwame Imedu. Any questions for the witness?
Yes, I have some few. Thank you very much, young man. I actually appreciate your interest and the passion that you have for the work that you do. You've educated us quite well, but I have some few questions for you. This report, the 2021 report, is it conclusive?
Annual, may I confirm?
Yes, is that conclusive?
Yes, that's the conclude.
Has it been dealt with by Parliament?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What processes did you go through?
Mr. Chairman, normally when we submit
What processes did you go through under that? No, he's not answering my question. My question should not start normally. I asked a specific question about 2021 annual report, and I asked what processes did you go through to complete the report?
And he's telling you what normally happens.
No, it's
that's
not,
what is meant by normally.
That's not normally.
So you should not object to his. Please, I think it is important that you just listen. It's a matter of style. That's his manner of speaking. So allow him to go on. And then if you have a problem with the substance of his answer, you can get back to him for clarification. Thank you, Honorable Kwame.
Mr. Chairman, we solicit for data from the various reporting entities under the Act. Mr. Chairman, we do independent analysis of that data to arrive at our independent judgment on the issues arising. Mr. Chairman, we bring all the reporting entities to a validation meeting, which is like an exit meeting, where we try to reconcile any inconsistencies between one or two reporting entities or any disagreements between the committee as PIAC and the reporting entities. Mr. Chairman, we do all this in the spirit of transparency to ensure that our report stands the test of time. Respectfully, Mr. Chairman.
To answer my question, please. He hasn't answered the question.
In what material particular? In what material particular?
Mr. Chairman, I have a specific question about the 2021 annual report. Very well. What processes did the report go through?
Yes.
Because I am asking this to find out whether the report is conclusive or not.
Yes.
So if you could actually take me through the processes.
Well, that's their final report.
No, he said normally we do this, we do this. That's not an answer to my question.
It is.
I do not.
If you took out that normally, would that help?
If he had taken away that, he would actually say that I have done A, B.
No, not
so
not. Look, let's be careful here. This is not the witness's report. It is a report of the committee, yes. And it is a published report. In fact, I believe it. What the 2021 one has, Mr. Clark, can you confirm if it has been laid in Parliament? Yes.
The co-chair even
very well, very well. So it's a final report of the PIAC. Okay. So are you asking for the steps in the report writing process.
Chairman, my question was clear, and you may want to. I refrain to say what.
Let's get it clear. So what do you want from him now?
Let me go on for another question, since.
No, if you insist on some answer, let's prune it down so he
That's
can.
Okay. I'll go on to another question. Sir, I had. Let me go on to this. At page 9 of the semi-annual reports, you have already said this, and I want to repeat it. Section 7 of the PRMA provides that all revenues due from the direct or indirect participation of the Republic in petroleum operations, including the carriage and additional participating interests, be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund, PIAC, is convinced that the process of things by GOHL forms part of Ghana's petroleum revenues and therefore should be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. What is your understanding of the indirect participation that you put in this report?
Mr. Chairman, if I may be direct, I've already answered this question. I don't know if you want me to repeat it.
Please, you can repeat your answer, but you know, in a very precise and concise manner.
Mr. Chairman, indirect would mean any other means by which revenues accrue to the Republic of Ghana which are not directly mentioned in the Act.
Would you say that what we are discussing, the investment that GMPC had made in another company, subsidiary, if dividends were to be paid to GMPC, would that be part, and for that matter, the government, would that be part of the indirect gains?
Chairman, dividends would be direct.
Direct, not even an indirect one.
Chairman, the text in section 6 is clear on dividends.
Right. Dr. Zenato asked the question, and as part of your response, you agreed that the company, the GHOL, and the GMPC Exploco, they have identical structures. Is that correct?
Chairman, they are both 100% subsidiaries of the GMPC.
And they have, you answered, I'm quoting you, that they have identical structures. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, my answer was that they are both 100% subsidiaries of GMPC.
Okay. Now, at page 19, you have a report that you say is 11. But page 19 of what we have and we are holding, there are reports suggest that, and if I may quote here, this acquisition is to be transferred to GMPC Exploco and translates into this. So, in your view, if the acquisition had gone to Exploco, you wouldn't, and if I say in your view, I mean the view of PIAC, you wouldn't have had any complaints. Is that correct?
Chairman, GMPC Exploco is already an established commercial arm of the GMPC. And so, and GMPC had communicated this, to PIAC, that this would be the entity that would be holding this interest. Now, our understanding when that communication was made was that in the final treatment of whatever would be coming out from there in terms of revenues, it will come to the PHF. That is the understanding of PIAC. So in actual fact, even if it had been transferred to GNPC Explorco, PIAC would still have held the same position if Explorco intended to use the monies for its private whatever.
So my question, what do you mean, or what is the meaning here at page 19 when you say that the acquisition should have been transferred to Explorco, when you know that it has similar or identical structure with JHOL?
Chairman, that was in the interest of corporate transparency and accountability. So, Chairman, they communicated to a statutory body established by this House through an enactment that it would be transferred to one company, and they did the other. Thank you.
I find it very difficult, Mr. Chairman, to admit or actually comprehend what the witness is saying. There are two agencies, subsidiaries that GMPC had created. And the witness is saying that if the payment or the interest, the investment had gone to A, he wouldn't have a problem. But if it had gone to B, now that it is with B, he has a problem. Would the witness tell us why you are not comfortable with this arrangement?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we said exactly that. I don't know. Maybe I have to be guided properly.
Please, you can either clarify or repeat your earlier answer.
Mr. Chairman, GOHL was not a registered company in Ghana, even at the time.
Well, PIAC, with the good work that you do, the chairman, the vice chair, the secretary, and whatnot, how do you, he is the vice chairman, how do you receive remuneration from the state?
Please, you are not, obliged to answer that question. The question is out of context and out of order.
Let's say maybe he's developing something on top
No.
This is foundation.
No.
If it's foundation.
Prima facie, the question is out of order. Yes. Please.
Is your salary based on a percentage of the revenue that Ghana accrues?
No, I don't think you should answer that question.
Chair.
I think, yes, I don't think you should answer that question. Because, yes, what is the relevance of the question? What is the relevance of this question? Where are you headed? Where are you headed with this?
I want to invoke Standing Order 197 so that you can rule on it and we settle this matter once and for all. Order 197 provides the deliberations of a committee shall be confined to the matter referred to it by the House, and any extension or limitations to it made by the House, and in the case of a committee on a bill, to the bill referred to it, and relevant amendments. So, Mr. Chairman, I call on you to rule on Order 197. These questions are totally out of the remit of the committee.
He had almost ruled on that. So.
No, but he was challenging the chairman.
Kwame, go on. Is there any other point? Yeah, go on. Any point? Any other
Mr. Chairman, I can only thank the witness at this time.
Say it again.
I can only thank the witness at this time.
You can thank him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very well. Thank you very much, the Honorable Kwame Ehimadu. Yes, so Honorable I'm here for MP for Akachi South.
Co-Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. Co-Chair, the issue before the committee is an amount of 100,748,907.95 per the report, which has to be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund, has not been paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. converting this amount in United States dollars to Ghana cedis is a whooping amount that could have changed the economy of Ghana. Mr. Chairman, I am clear with the evidence given by the witness, and I intend to ask him no question.
Let me finish my. What does it mean?
No.
Understand it.
He's satisfied. The member is satisfied with the evidence adduced by the member, and he doesn't intend to ask the witness any more questions. Yes. So.
I'm surprised.
Well, don't you know? That's your opinion.
That Alpha, a very good friend of Samuel Kujeto Ablakwa. Very good friend.
Oh, please.
What has it done?
Don't impugn the integrity of the Honorable Samuel Kujeta Blakwa. Yes. Okay, so honorable members, I think we've had, we've spent significant time with the witness from PIAC. I want to thank him and his technical team on behalf of my co-chair for attending upon the committee. If there are any matters that we need clarification on, we'll call upon you to attend upon the committee. If not, you are hereby discharged absolutely from your task of appearing before the committee. Thank you very much for your service to the Republic of Ghana.
We are grateful, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having us.
Before you leave, be mindful of this. GMPC is coming to give evidence. It might be in your interest to sit down there if you have the time. If you don't, nobody's forcing you. But you might want to hear what they say. I'm so clear in my mind, they won't be endorsing everything you've said so far. So if you want to sit down and listen to them, fine. If not, the suggestion is that we do a lunch break among ourselves. Yeah?
So we will have one hour lunch break and return here at
3:30?
At 3:30 is fine. Parliament did not make provision for GMPC. They are on their own.
We need to have more devices. Like, you can still teach coding on the board just like the way you teach math and you teach science. But I think we would all agree that people need to be able to practice with a device.
Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, wearable devices, and the rest, all of these are digital innovations that have come to Ghana, have been built by the world, and they are accepted by us. We are also building our own. However, how fast are we building them, and how are they helping us improve our economies, our people, and even our revenue generation in the country? We are going to discuss this on this episode of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV with our guest, who is a thought leader in digital innovation and an expert in the field. My name is Ismail Akwe. This is The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is an Odadie, and he's wearing a shirt that has that on it. Is Atu Ozinapia. Welcome to The Lowdown.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's great to be here.
I'm happy to have you, and you are described as a thought leader in digital innovation in Ghana. Why that? How long have you been in the ecosystem?
Yeah, I've been in the ecosystem for a long period. I think I'll say, I used to be in the US for many years, which is when I started, going to GhanaWeb. Yeah. And but I always came to Ghana every year. But I'll say in 2008, when myself and 4 other people started the first bar camp in Ghana, it's probably when I really entered the ecosystem, if I could put it that way. And then I moved back to Ghana in 2011. So since 2011, I've been here. I moved here with Google. I've also worked with Rankard, which is one of the top tier tech firms in Ghana. So I think I've been quite involved in the tech space. Currently, I'm part of the Africa is Talking team in Ghana as well. So for thought leadership, I think thought leadership is a term that has been coined a bit more in recent years. I think we speak at a lot of events and panels and share ideas about what is happening and try to educate people about what's happening. Try to mentor and help people learn. And I think thought leadership kind of carries a bit of that.
So would it be accurate to say Ghana is the fastest growing country in Africa when it comes to digital innovation?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
And I'll give you a quick example. The last time I was in Kenya was 2018. I was there for a program that Ghana Think, which I lead, was doing with Digital Opportunity Trust. And I remember that when we got to the airport and we were leaving the airport to go to where we were going to stay, I could hardly see taxis on the road, on the highways. So I was asking, our hosts that, where are all the taxis? And they were like, these days you don't see taxis on the roads anymore. They are all Bolt and Uber, and Safaricom has I think it's called Little Cab. If you come to Ghana, you see taxis all the time, right? So definitely, we are definitely not growing faster so far as the question is concerned compared to Kenya. I think we are up there. I would say we are probably like top 10, but I think Kenya is ahead of us, probably Nigeria is ahead of us as well.
There's some sort of rejection of digital innovation in the country, because with this bold situation you've given, there are a lot of taxi drivers and trotro drivers who are against boat drivers, and you see them fighting, saying they're taking their customers. Same with the national ID card and the whole digitalization process, where people think, well, it's taking away jobs, it's taking away their livelihoods and how they operate. Do you think this is really a serious thing to worry about?
The taking away jobs thing is mentioned everywhere in the world. So to me, it's not a serious thing to worry about. I think people need to upskill themselves, right? This is 2022. We are not in 1983. We are not in 1990, right? The world is changing. Tech has come, right? So I think people need to upskill themselves. And then if you talk about the Bolt example, I think lots of people who would be driving taxis in Nairobi are driving Bolt and Uber, right? So it's the same people, you know. So I think definitely in Ghana, you know, I don't think we adopt technology as quickly and as easily as Kenyans and maybe some other folks. I think we can do better at it. I want us to do better at it. It's something that I'm very concerned about. And I think as we talk more about it, it would, you know, we can kind of discuss that. So, you know, I think there's always opposition to new things. But, you know, I think if people are exposed, people see the benefits of what is coming, you know, they'll latch onto things, right? So I think there's a bit of education that needs to be done to allow and help people adopt technology quicker. Because I strongly believe that if we adopt technology more, we will do better as a country. Yeah. And my last point around this is that I've dealt with, or I've engaged several young Africans, probably since 2008, you know, or even earlier. And I feel that a lot of the young Africans who use the internet more, use digital tools more, tend to get ahead of those who are not. Right. So it's just advice to everybody that, you know, you have to upskill yourself, improve your tech literacy for your own good.
Well, when we talk about digital technology and even innovation, we can't take away internet connectivity. Yep. We can't take away even the technology itself. Mm-hmm. We can't also take away the skill and education that it comes with. Yeah. And all these things are areas that Ghana has tried to improve on. Yeah. And 2008 and now, how far have we come?
Oh, I think we've come quite far. I think in 2008, we were still going to internet cafes. I mean, just think about busy, right? Think about busy internet. I mean, busy internet has grown leaps and bounds, right? So I think we've come far so far as internet connectivity is concerned, even to the point how, like, most people tether internet connections from their phones, right? So we had this whole period where we're using MiFis, you know, and these dongles. And now people, their phone connection is so good that you just tether it from your phone. So I think we've come quite far, you know. And I think it's good, right? Definitely it will be great to have, you know, more Wi-Fi hotspots. I mean, some other countries on the continent have more, they have Wi-Fi hotspots. I'll give you a case for Rwanda. I was there in as far back as 2016, when I went there for the first time. I remember because we've heard all these things about Rwanda, right? And you want to go and see whether it's true. So one of my Rwandan friends told me that, you follow me, I'll show you something. So we went to a bus station, right? So a bus station, like, let's say the Ashimota bus station. And he basically told me to turn on my Wi-Fi. Right? So I turned on my Wi-Fi. And I could just see Wi-Fi connections for all the buses that I could see around me. Oh. Right? So it's like, this is bus number 48. So bus number 48, Wi-Fi connect, free. Bus number 50, Wi-Fi connect, right? So I would love for us to see that in Ghana. Okay? So I think there's a lot more we can do around internet connectivity. There are places in urban Accra that have bad internet. It's not that great, right? So I think we have to invest a lot more in internet connectivity, especially in the rural areas, right? I mean, just think about what people can do if they have more internet.
Well, you are in the ecosystem,
Yeah.
and I know Facebook has tried to do something on
Yep.
Internet for Africa.
Yep.
I know Google was trying to do something.
Yep.
But what is our problem here?
Oh, well, before we come to what Facebook and Google have tried to do, you know, there was Facebook Lite. I think there was a period of time that on Airtel Tigo you could use Facebook for free. So there are a number of things that the telcos and the Facebooks have done, right? I don't think the government has done enough compared to what it can do so far as Facebook and the telcos are concerned. So I think maybe we don't see internet as serious as maybe others do. Maybe that's why. Because, I mean, definitely there's an infrastructure cost to all of this, but there are several companies that are willing to work with our governments, right? So if you're not seeing enough happen, either the government feels that what Facebook and Google are selling is, you know, won't work too well for them, or they're just not buying it, right? Because I know there are conversations. I mean, today I was just reading a story about how Elon Musk, I think he has like an internet service, and they have signed an agreement with the Nigerian government and the Mozambican government, and they just signed with Malawi. So why haven't they signed with Ghana? You know, so I think definitely our governments can do more as well. And then back to what you said about the national ID. I personally am very happy to see that this particular government is pushing a lot of digitalization. I think it's 10 years too late. And, you know, I mean, obviously there will be pushback around different things that we say, but it must be done. But it also must be done well, right? In some cases, maybe it's not doing it as well as it could. That's why we have long queues and people still don't have their national IDs. But I'm very happy with the agenda that they are pushing. I think we need to force our people to come online and use digital tools. It will be great for the government. It will be great for startups and businesses in the tech space. It will be great for all of us.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about data protection, security, online security, which is something that is of concern to a lot of Ghanaians. And also we'll talk about the innovations that we have here, because I'm sure you're also supervising some of them. Yes. This is a lowdown. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back after this and continue the conversation. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Atu Ozenapia. He's a thought leader on digital innovation. So we're discussing some of the digital innovations in Ghana and how far we've come from the past. Before we even go on to other issues on this, I just want to pick your thoughts on the win of PRESEC in the National Science and Maths Quiz. I just can't take that one away out of my mind. You know, National Science and Maths Quiz, people are complaining that there's no technology bits in there. And you are more into technology, even though, yes, science covers all of that. But what do you make of first the setup of the competition, and then secondly, the win of PRESEC?
So I think, to be frank, in Ghana, sometimes we complain a lot, way too much. We have to try and reduce it a bit. And a lot of people complain because they don't know, right? It's a National Science and Maths Quiz. It's not a National Science and Maths and Technology Quiz, okay? If people want to see technology in a quiz, there are robotics competitions in Ghana. MTN used to have a high school competition, apps challenge, that PRESEC has won a couple of times. So there are competitions, right? So we should leave the National Science and Maths Quiz to be.
And it's not because PRESEC won.
It's not because PRESEC won. I mean, personally, I have, through Ghana Think, we've done some work with the National Science and Maths Quiz. We've worked with them on mentoring sessions for high school students, and that has now been put into something that's called the STEM Festival. So a lot of people don't know about this, but I'm sure prime time, with time, they'll make more people know about it. With all the sponsors that they have and all of those things. So the STEM Festival has a Science Tech Innovation Challenge, whereby schools are chosen, they come to compete, and then they have to build a technology in under 24 hours. Right? So this is something that the same people who run National Science and Maths Quiz run, but a lot of people don't know about it. Right? So I encourage people to check it out.
I'm happy we are talking about education, because education is very key in digital innovation. Now, a lot of parents have heard that they should take their kids to study coding because that's where the money is. Others also have been told that as early as 4 years old, they can start doing things. We see the Chinese doing a lot of things. We see even Americans and all the Europeans doing a lot of stuff in terms of digital creation and all of that. Do you think it is the case for Ghana? Because, you know, we have our challenges.
Yeah. At least in the developed countries, the money is in coding. Think of your Googles, your Apples, your Facebooks. Ghana, not so much. But I think the importance of coding is what it actually teaches students and teaches kids, right? I think it really opens up their minds and they are able to, you know, grasp other concepts and do better, right? So I think we should not just look at coding as the kid is learning coding to become a programmer. We should think of it as part of their learning to become a better student or a better professional in the future. So yeah, I think there are lots of different programs and organizations that run coding classes and lessons for people in Ghana. Many of them are even free, right? Whether it's at, you know, a younger level. I mean, I know several organizations that are in our network that do these kinds of trainings, and they will normally charge kids of rich people to pay, and then maybe people from underprivileged areas, they wouldn't charge them, right? So I think people should look out for some of these opportunities and get their children and, you know, teenagers to start learning coding.
Is it too early to introduce something like coding or even programming to our basic school curriculum?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, there are coding softwares and games that people can learn even at 4 years old, right? I mean, I have a friend, Florence Toffa, her organization Mobile Web Ghana, they lead this Africa Digital Skills Conference, and her kids started learning coding very, very young. So there are different softwares at different ages. And I mean, basic school, I think we go to class 1 when we are like 6 years old. Yeah, so I think maybe for the curriculum, I think we do have some kind of a ICT subject in basic school.
Well,
so,
I don't know if it's the same one I learned when I was in basic school.
Yeah, I think we do. I know
the drawing of the computer on the board and all of that.
So
because that's
so I know we have one for GSS, which is now class 7 to class 9. I don't know if they have it before class 7. I mean, the drawing on the board and things, I think that's a challenge, right? We need to get to the point where we have devices for kids to be able to use. I mean, we need to have more devices. Like, you can still teach coding on the board just like the way you teach math and you teach science. But I think we would all agree that people need to be able to practice with a device, right? So if even we just have one device per classroom, I think that's a good start.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you think that will be a win for the country? If
Absolutely.
we start early?
Absolutely.
Because
I mean, think of coding. Like, lots of people do remote work as programmers. So if you've gotten to a point where you have several 17-year-olds who've learned how to code and are very good, like, just go to India, they have that kind of thing. All these 17-year-olds can get jobs to do, right? And their jobs will not only just be from people in Ghana, they'll be worldwide. So, absolutely.
Wow. Well, this is quite mind-boggling for me because I'm thinking we have school feeding program which we are just feeding and it's very difficult to do.
Yes.
And then now you want to introduce something like coding. And yes, there are jobs and all of that. But are we there yet? Is Ghana there? Can we do it?
Well, maybe the problem is the school feeding program. No, I mean, look, I'm sure we can convince some companies that produce devices to provide devices for many schools in Ghana if we're not corrupt about it, right? And we did it the right way. So I don't think it should be that difficult. You see, for me, if I look at the education system in Ghana, especially the public education system, sometimes it's very hard for different organizations to get in there and help because there's so much bureaucracy and all of those things. If we cut some of those bureaucracies, we can solve this problem easily.
Yeah. Now let's talk about some of the digital innovations that we have here. I know a lot of people have done so many important things with the digital ecosystem.
Yeah.
However, we don't see them, and only a few people use them. So what have you come across, and what have you also supervised so far?
So in my work at the Cosmos Innovation Center, we train entrepreneurs who are building innovative and commercially driven solutions along the agri-value chain. So for instance, one of the companies that has come through our program is called Tractor. And they basically are like an Uber for tractors. So if I am a farmer, I can use a USSD, like a *707# to order a tractor service from you. So maybe you have a tractor, it's not working, as in it's stationary, no one is using it. So I can order that service and then it comes to do the work for me. So these are some of the technologies that people are building. We also have companies that are kind of like building crowdfunding softwares for people in agric like Quidex. We have Tech Shelter that's using technology to be able to automate greenhouses, like, control temperature, control when, plants are going to be watered. So just this in agric space. If you go to the health space, there are several innovations that people are working on. For IoT, there are different organizations that are trying to build in terms of things. So you have the IoT network led by Joshua O2 that they've built, a number of different types of products. Making them commercial is tough, because we don't have as much people who want to adopt technology, which is, I think, that is the bane of the problem, right? If we have more people who want to adopt technology, more of the people who are building these innovations will do well. And then we have automation services like what Clear Space Labs does. So there are a lot of really interesting and cool things that people are building, but we need people to be able to adopt them more. And also, we must say that those who are building these technologies have to be able to build their business sense, right? A lot of the times they are just very technical. They know how to code, they know how to program, they know how to build the product. But taking it to market is quite difficult. Right, so either they need to partner with business development people, partner with people who understand numbers on that side, like finances, or even partner with marketing agencies to help them sell what they're doing. So, I think those are some of the things that,
Isn't that where the government comes in? Because a lot of people are trying to build cars. You see a lot of people trying to build other apps that would make things easier. But we find maybe government giving the contract to people outside the country and not using the locals.
For me, if we depend on government, we won't go anywhere. So I just have to say that as a disclaimer. So we need to be able to go out and sell to not just government. But that said, I think we've seen the governments do better. I mean, for instance, you might have heard about Ghana.gov.gh. So this is something, a platform that is being built by ExpressPay, IT Consortium, and Dream Oval. These are all tech companies in Ghana, right? And so when we heard that they had gotten that contract, a lot of us were really, really excited because that didn't used to happen. But on the flip side, government business is also quite big business, right? So it's a bit much to ask that a certain Ghanaian tech firm or startup that is not that big comes to take a certain government contract, right? So our tech firms, right, need to be able to show that they can take on bigger work, right, that covers the whole country. And one of the best ways to do this is to do consortiums. So even the example I gave is 3 companies that have come together. It's not one, right? So we need to be able to collaborate more and do these consortiums. And I think especially for startups, startups also need to be able to work with some of the bigger tech firms, like your IT Consortium, ExpressPay, DreamMobile, B Systems, SoftTribe. You know, they need to be able to start working with some of them so that when some of these contracts are coming, they can also partner with them to execute some of these things. So we need to build capacity, right? Definitely the government can do more, but we also need to look at what we can do to ensure that government comes to us.
Well, some of these startups also have some challenges where people take their copyright materials, they take their, how do you call it, the whole blueprint of their creativity.
Yeah.
And they are afraid to even share their ideas or even share what their prototypes with other companies. How are they protected?
I'm sure these startups know that this happens in the US as well.
Yes. Yes. I mean, it's a global problem.
It's a global problem.
Yeah.
So I think maybe it is harder to fight it here because of the judicial system, because our trademark laws are not as stringent as maybe in the US or in the UK. So that's something we need to improve, right? So
do you have any system in place besides the law? Do you have any systems in place?
So I don't know as much about this,
okay.
But the Registrar General can tell us more. I know they have a trademark office and things like that. But for me, what I tell people is, like ideas are a dime a dozen, right? I mean, the fact that Facebook hasn't started it doesn't mean they're not working on it. Okay, so you might come to market first, but maybe they've been working on it. Right? So the key thing is to come to market. If you believe in what you're doing, come out, start selling it, make money. That's the best way to protect your idea. Right? And then if you come out and you start selling it and you're making money and someone copies, then you take them to court. It's that simple.
It's so expensive to go to court and time consuming. And you may end up not even having your product back. But then the others are benefiting from
Like
it.
I said, it's the judicial system in Ghana.
Yeah.
So if you're going to come up with something, make sure you're coming out with something that no one can copy. And that is very, very hard.
Yeah.
So if you're really good, make it happen.
Well, these are some of the problems we have. People are trying to build Facebook for Ghana. People are trying to build Twitter for Ghana. But it doesn't
People have
work.
been trying to build Facebook for Ghana for a long time.
And it's not working.
I'll tell you why it's not working. It's the literacy. It's that simple. It's literacy.
On the part of the people?
Of the part of people in Ghana.
Okay.
Right? So let's take TikTok. Right? TikTok is newer. Before people started using TikTok in Ghana, they had gotten popular elsewhere. Right? Why did they get popular quickly? Because they are in markets where people have lots of phones, they are digitally literate. If there's something new, they will use it. In Ghana, if you build something new, will people really use it? Right? So if you want to build a Facebook in Ghana, I would totally advise you not to, because you're not going to be as successful as someone who's building this in the US, right? So you have to build something that would work very well here, like mobile money. Think about mobile money. I mean, mobile money has worked very well here. So there are certain things that can really ramp up well, right? So again, it's business, right? You want to build something cool like TikTok. Is it really going to work just like it works in the US? Not really. But if you do your research and understand what people really need and you build it for them and then they use it, then you're going somewhere.
Well, that's quite interesting. And you said mobile money. Well, something like mobile money, since there's money involved, a lot of people will just latch on. I think it's about the social conversation and just interaction. I think that's why people would think, why would I leave Twitter to be on your platform?
So let's give some examples. Like, most of the top apps or tech firms in Ghana are fintech, right? Because there's been a huge issue of payments. That's why ExpressPay is doing well. That's why SlidePay, is doing well. That's why ZPay is doing well, because there was a real need for people to be able to pay people. Okay, if you look at maybe another, M-Pharma is also doing, moving quite well in Ghana. So you have to look at what is working, right? What is going to work? Like, what can you ramp up easily, right? It's not, for me, it's not about building things that are cool. It's about building things that have content, building things that are needed. That's how you make money.
And now some people are also building things around NFTs. What's your take on NFTs?
Okay. So NFT is something quite new. I'm trying to remember. I know there are a couple of cases. I know some South Africans who've been working on NFTs. I think there's someone who is doing that in Ghana, but I don't remember their name. So it's quite novel. It's quite novel. I think the good thing that we can leverage NFTs for is the international market, right? So people can convert different things that are really Ghanaian, right, cultural, into an NFT that would interest people who want to buy those things now. So I wouldn't say it's like a space that everyone should just rush into, but I think there's promise there.
Are you already having an account, NFT account?
Nah. I don't. I don't really do NFT.
Yeah.
In fact, it took me a while to even get onto crypto.
So for the, education of our audience, NFTs are non-fungible tokens. So they are virtual currencies where you can sell anything from videos or even photos for some virtual currencies, and that currency can also be converted into real currency. So this is a different world and it's new. However, it has its own challenges, and people have complained about the markets going down and losing so much money, and you need to spend a lot to get some tokens. And all
I think that's a bit like the crypto space, right? I mean, they are both relatively new spaces, so there will be some volatility in that sense. So people just have to be. Lots of people who would get into that are people who can take risks, and unfortunately, a lot of people who have a lot of money, so they can just go and put some money there and not have to worry about it. But in this economy, we can't go and put the money that we don't need to worry about. So,
So safety. Now, safety is quite a serious thing for us Ghanaians, and it's one of the things that hinders the interest in digital technology and all of that, where you would have people's emails being harvested, people's phone numbers being taken online. You'll be getting so many messages, and now there are all these clickbaits where you just click and then you are gone. They take everything. They take over your Twitter accounts. They take over all these things. How are we managing it as a country?
So, first, I think we as Ghanaians must take responsibility for this, right, and help people learn this. So when I say that, what I'm trying to say is that in a lot of our networks, right, if people post these clickbait articles or scams, we tell them that these are scams. We educate them about it. We tell them to stop. That's something that we should all do. So I'm just telling this to everyone. Secondly, there's a lot of conversation about cybersecurity, right? So even at the high school level, there's an organization that is helping start and support cybersecurity schools, cybersecurity clubs at schools. There's one at Presec as well. So it's important to support their work so that they can help, younger people understand all these clickbait issues, how to be safe online, so that they can do better. And then thirdly, I think on the government side, there's also like a cybersecurity thing. There are some companies that are also kind of doing this. So we all have to help train around this. And the people who need to help do this the most are those in the tech space, right? Because if people, are not educated about this, they won't really come and use what we build, right? And we need to have a bigger population of people who understand tech. So it's all part of the education, right? So I think those who are tech firms, especially those who are growing, making more money, should probably spend some corporate social responsibility type funding to train people on how to do better things online, how to use online, the internet safely, cybersecurity, how to detect scams, because the scams thing is simple. It's just, they said, click here, you're going to get 1,000 cedis. And people who don't know anything better are like, oh, 1,000 cedis. And then they'll go and click, right? So, once we educate that, first, you won't get 1,000 cedis. So let's let you understand that. And then you're also exposing yourself to scammers and people who can take over your accounts like you were saying. So it's all education. And I think the responsibility should come with the tech, people in the tech space.
Well, the responsibility should come with the people in the tech space. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back after this break. back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. We are discussing digital innovation in Ghana and the future of the country when it comes to digital innovation. Our guest is Atu Ozin Apia. We've been discussing about education, how that is the bedrock to safety online, to the creation of digital tools, and also to the development of the country. And digital innovation has to do with creating these tools to help in economic development, to help in even national development, human development, and all of that. However, we've seen that in Ghana, people are not interested in technology, and it takes a long time before they latch onto it. A lot of people keep saying, I'm not interested in mobile money because I don't want to be duped. Why is my money going somewhere and I don't have access to it? I can't touch it. People say, well, I don't want to be on Facebook because I think that's where people go there to be promiscuous. So I don't want to be there. And then later, they will see that maybe something or someone has created an image or an account in their name, then they rush to Facebook now to go claim it. You know, and even with Ghana Card, a lot of complaints about Ghana Card. Where is our data? Where is it going? All these questions. And as if other countries don't have national IDs. How do we go around this? Because it's an attitude problem.
So I think the GRA launched a service that allows people to like pay taxes online or something. So, and then the government has done lots of these, this, that. I think the key thing is we need to incentivize people to use these platforms, right? Think about the recent case where they said they are launching a SIM registration app and you have to pay 5 cedis to use it. Like why? You are trying to get people to be digital. Why would you charge them 5 cedis to do this thing? So we are not incentivizing digitalization. So we need to fix that. Second, I think so far as like the government is concerned, we need to think about empowering our people, right? And we can empower our people if they know more, can do more, have more skills. So I think we literally need to force people to do government business online and to do government business digitally. And those who do it, reward them. Or those who are struggling to do it, incentivize them. Because it's just going to be better for the government. It's going to make things much easier. We hear a lot about blockchain, right? So I think the government needs to do that. And then we come to responsibility, where for me, the creators and the innovators come in, right? We are not here to just build cool technologies and show it somewhere and show a video. Like, oh, look at this video. This person did some really cool thing. Who is using it? We're not here to watch cool videos. We're here to make our lives better, right? And in doing so, we need to be able to build things that people would use and can even afford, right? I mean, for KIC, we work a lot in the agri space. We have people who are building innovations for the farmers all the time. And the things that they are building today, farmers can't afford. So why can't we look at building something that they can? Right? So it's one thing to see a cool technology somewhere in Denmark and want to come and do it in Ghana when people can't afford it. We have to build things that have content. Like, you know, so for me, I'm very passionate about Kumawood when it comes to technology. Right? I think the Kumawood industry is very big. Right? We need to be able to build technology in that industry to make it even better. These are some of the things that we really need to be thinking about.
And the problem is, who is going to take that step? Because Kumawood industry, you see their graphics and everything, and people go like, oh, they built a robot. They used a graphic designer created a robot, and you see a robot chasing people.
But people are watching it.
People are watching it, actually.
So is it the people who have a problem?
Who has to step up? Because we have a lot of these tech people in the space. A lot of them need jobs. They are looking for jobs in Google and other places.
I think, you see, the Kumawood thing is interesting because as people are watching it, it's making money, right? So the more it makes money, the more they can afford for that robot that you see that is not built well to spend more money to build a better robot, right? So I think sometimes we have to also look at some of those gains, right? Because, you know, we need to use money for some of these things, right? So for me, we need to take tech to where we can make money, make it make more, make it impact more, and then use that to do other things.
Yeah. I'm going to ask this question for, let's say, a class 6 people who watches this interview and wants to be like you. Because yes, you've worked with Google, you've worked with other brands, you've studied technology as well, you've studied so far, I mean, in your life. How can a child who wants to be, let's say, a digital entrepreneur, where does he start from? Do you need to study science in secondary school? Does he need to study maybe tech in university before the person can venture into digital space?
So first, he or she does not need to study science or tech. Lots of top programmers, coders, developers in Ghana, they did not study computer science at university. They studied optometry or something else. But it's because they learned this on their own. That's what made them really good, right? Because there's also the university issues of how we teach computer science. Okay, like the whole classroom and it's theoretical and things. So they do not need to study science or technology. But I think what they really need to do is read. So if you're a class 6 pupil, you're listening to me, start reading.
General reading or reading?
General reading. If you get your mom's phone or your dad's phone, go online, read news, read something. Because that will really help them improve and they'll be able to take on more things. If you are particularly interested in technology, there are a lot of videos that, because people like to watch videos, right? Lots of videos on YouTube that you can watch to learn about technology. I mean, there's something called Scratch, which is a software that I think most people at that age use. So watch videos about technology, read, and try and find people around you, okay, who understand technology and work with it, right? So none of this is studying science and technology, right? It's just reading, watching videos about the things that you need to know, and finding someone around you who understands technology and works with it so that they can point 1 or 2 things to you.
And at what point should that person, he or she, start learning whatever they want to do? Maybe they want to go into robotics. At what point should they start practicing it?
Oh, I mean, I think I mean, as early as they can with tools available to them is fine. But if I was to really pick an age, I would probably say when they are in what is, I don't know if it's still GHS or basic school, I think around that time.
Yeah.
So class 7 to 9.
Okay.
I think that's a good time because by then they would have had a good fundamental knowledge from, you know, science, math up to like class 6. And they can probably take on a lot more things.
Yeah.
So I would say that's probably a good age. But lots of people start earlier. If you have access to the information, to the tools, to the devices, to people, which is very important. People to actually teach you the right thing, right? Because if people are not teaching you the right thing, then you go and click all the clickbaits.
Yeah.
So it's very important to get mentors.
And what advice will you give the parents? Where should they take their kids?
Okay, so first, I think parents in Ghana should believe that there are lots of people in Ghana who can help their kids. That's one. So there are several, you know, after-school programs or summer camps, boot camps that they can take their kids to learn some of these things. I also think that, you know, I mean, surely, like, we need to guide our kids online. I think those who build the softwares, those who build the devices are also aware of that, right? Because in countries that are not Ghana, people get sued, right, by parents if their kids go online and do something that's untoward. Okay. So I think those who are building the technology are also mindful of that, and they want to ensure that parents have control to ensure that their kids are learning the right things. So clearly, we need parents to be educated about some of these things as well. and not worry too much.
Well, there are so many resources, like the Ghana Innovation Week, which is an event that comes up every year, and it brings together people who are in the innovation industry, and they talk about all these things. What do you make of that? And I think you are part of it.
Yeah. So I think the Ghana Digital Innovation Week is, which just happened, is quite important. The thing I love the most about this particular event is that GIZ, which implements it, they invite lots of organizations that are in the digital innovation space to come and organize sessions. So for KIC, there's a session that we worked on. For Ghana Think, for Ghana STEM Network, for the different hubs, they are all organizing sessions as part of this. So I think it's great that it brings the ecosystem together. And it allows us to be able to share different ideas and talk about what is working as well. So I think the more we have these events, especially ensuring that government is there to listen, not just to talk, because too many times government people just come to events and talk and go away. They need to come and listen and engage and talk to people who are actually working in this space so that we can come up with solutions that would help Ghana.
So we have the digital innovation champions coming together to speak to people and also to bring up some of the things that are happening within the ecosystem. Well, this is quite great. But you keep mentioning KIC. I think that's where you work.
Yes.
What does that mean, KIC?
Cosmos Innovation Center.
Okay, Cosmos Innovation Center. And that's where you do a lot of innovations. You support
so we support agri-tech startups like Trotro Tractor, Tech Shelter, Agri-Mecab, Maku Foods, Farm Estates. There are several startups that are doing very innovative things in the agri space that we are funding and coaching and helping build.
So if someone wants to be funded, do they have to apply to KIC?
Yes. So we have the Agri-Tech Challenge Classic, which is a program that is an entrepreneurship training program. So you have to apply to join that. And then if you go through that program and you do very well, then we would move you on to the Pro. And if you do very well in the Pro, we will give you funding.
Where are they getting the forms from? Do they have to come to your office or they can get it online?
We are talking about digital, right? So they should just go to our website, kicghana.org.
Okay.
And especially check out our Facebook page, Twitter, Instagram. For me, I like when people use social media. So please check out our social media, engage us there. And yeah, let's help build better businesses.
Will a fufu pounding machine qualify for such, or it doesn't fit?
No, a fufu pounding machine is innovative. It fits under the agri sector.
Oh, it does.
Yes,
I know you get a lot of applications from fufu pounding machine innovators, but there are so many of them. I see some with the wood. I see some with just a grinder. And you see so many of them.
I mean, it's exciting. I haven't used the fufu powder machine before, but I think it's really exciting that there are more of these in the system, and I know some people who use them. So it's great. I think gradually we are introducing tech and innovation in many aspects of our lives, and it's going to make our lives better.
And indeed, people are doing so many things, but it's just how to commercialize them. That's the problem. And I think with your organization, some money can come in to commercialize it. And I guess you give some direction as well as to how to fund it and grow it to make it, a world-class tool for people.
I mean, a company like Trotro Tractor, they are currently in Ghana, they're in Nigeria, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Togo, Benin. They've grown, right? We need to have startups like this that don't work only well in Ghana, but able to grow to the point where they are elsewhere. So more of them as we work on all of these things.
Do you have any final words before we go?
Well, I would say that digitalization is good for us. we need to embrace it. We need to embrace technology, and it could really take us far, right? It could make us very competitive as Ghanaians and as a country. And then I also just want to speak to all the folks out there who are building digital innovations, going ahead, taking the risk. More of them to them. Let's get better at it. Let's build things that people will use. that we can make money from. Let's build things that are world-class, right, that can challenge everywhere so that we don't have just customers in Ghana. We have customers in Togo, we have customers in Rwanda, we have customers all around the world. And, you know, let's believe we can do it. And then maybe lastly, we need to support great Ghanaian things, right? If Ghanaians are doing something good, please let's support them. Yeah, we need that to grow. Yeah. Like, we really need that to grow. That one is, I'm even begging. I'm even begging, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Clearly, let's support Made in Ghana innovations. Let's build world-class products, and let's also be very commercial at building our products. These are the words of our guest, Atu Ozenapia. We're discussing the digital innovation in Ghana and the future, where Ghana is right now in digital innovation. Thank you very much for watching this episode of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and also on all of our digital platforms. My name is Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
He's asking follow-up questions with respect to the payments, all payments in connection with the national cathedral.
Full picture. It's important to have the full picture.
So it's not a re-examination.
Yeah, this is about the national cathedral.
Mr. Chairman, we object to this strongly. If he can hold a press conference to deal with those matters, but I think that we are here for a specific reason. Grounds have been stated. Let's stick to that. You know, we are not here for it's not a political platform to make some political pronouncements.
Well,
These are serious allegations. Please, please.
He will not teach me how to do my work in Parliament.
No.
This is Parliament. You won't teach me how to do my work.
Let me finish.
No, he can't come here and throw his weight about. He can't teach me how to do my work. I take strong exception that I should go and hold a press conference. Please.
I'm only 78 kilos.
Please. Please, I won't accept that. And you are not the chair. You don't tell members of Parliament what to do.
That's fine. So, I mean, we appreciate the
point. No, I will do my work. I'm not going to hold a press conference. You will not teach me how to do my work.
I think we made the point. There have been quite a few questions already. If we don't have, well, we're listening to the tenor of the next two questions. Well, let's hear him first.
Mr. Chairman,
we haven't heard what he's going to say.
Mr. Chairman, I think that those who appear before this committee must be guided. We work with standing orders, and if you go through our standing orders, this committee can decide not to hear strangers. It's very clear. Standing order 2022.
Who is the stranger now? Who is the stranger now?
No. Once you are not a member of Parliament, that is how the standing order describes it.
So who is the stranger? Who is the stranger?
That is how the standing order describes it.
Allow Sami to answer for himself. Who is the stranger?
Please, I mean, you can't come and say we can go and hold press. We are working, and we are here to do our job. So please, let that be clear.
Yeah, that's fine. It's clear.
and welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante. On today's edition, we take a look at a logistics and transport company, Seven Streams Limited, which deals in the haulage of petroleum products. Seven Streams Company Limited, or Seven Streams Limited, seeks to create jobs in the petroleum sector as well as provide all the logistical needs of clients. My colleague Maoli Aholumega had an interaction with the founders of Seven Streams Limited, Gerald and Carlin Wilson, and has the full report.
Hello and welcome to another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. In this episode, we turn our attention to the operations of a company that deals with the transportation and haulage of petroleum products with a view of creating employment and job opportunities. Before I introduce my guest, I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from another break on BizTech. I have here with me Carlin and Gerald Wilson, and they are the founders of Seven Streams Company Limited, which is a company that deals with transportation in the petroleum sector. Gerald and Carlin, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, great.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, great. Yeah, so you guys are the founders of Seven Streams Limited. Just tell us briefly what Seven Streams Limited does in the petroleum sector.
Well, like you said, Seven Streams is a transportation and haulage company. We are a company that does petroleum hauling within Ghana. Basically, that's what we do for now. In the future, we'll look into other alternative business options.
Okay, but before, what went into the idea of setting this up? Because, you know, the petroleum sector is a very, very key and important sector. What went into the idea of setting this up?
Well, moving to Ghana, obviously, if you're going to make a permanent move, you need a source of income. So that's the first thought. What are we going to do?
Yeah.
So I had made contact with Ghanaians, business consultants, and so on. And so this was one of the options that was thrown out. Initially, it was agriculture. But of course, agriculture is a process and, you know, a longer process before you start to make profit. So when my consultant told me about petroleum hauling, I thought it was an immediate source and also a lucrative one. So that is what led us to start petroleum.
Okay,
hauling.
so I'm sure you before setting up the business, you had gone through a lot of processes, registering it. What were some of those challenges that you guys faced so far? Maybe Carlin can tell us.
Yes, good question.
Yeah, because I was here for the registration. I was here at the initial stages. And you know, we met with Ben and Frank.
Okay.
They are our consultants, and
nice.
they, thankfully, because if I had to do it on my own, I probably would not have done it. But thankfully, they were there, they were present, and they took us around. They took me around and to the various places. You have your challenges as you would have anywhere. So, to me, the biggest challenge was probably the traffic.
The traffic. Yeah.
But that's okay because it's city, and we experience, where I'm from in Trinidad and Tobago, we experience traffic like that in the city or even on the way to the city. So it's nothing strange, but for the most part, it ran smoothly, which I appreciate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this Seven Streams it's seeking to help with transportation of oil, right?
Yes.
What's the core business model for Seven Stream?
Well, that is where that answer would have been like directed better to my operations manager, who is the person who would have been able to explain intricately, to answer that question. But the most I could tell you is that we are hauling petroleum products. So apart from just fuel, we'll be looking into going into lubricants and so on.
Okay.
And yes, and so and apart from just hauling within Ghana, in the future we'll probably go outside of Ghana, you know. So for now, that's what we're looking at.
Yeah. So I want to come down to the staff strength. I'm sure you have a number of people working for you. And how are you guys ensuring that you are giving employment to a lot more Ghanaians? Because you guys have been in Ghana. I'm sure you're in love with the place already. Yeah,
for sure.
so, yeah. How you guys making sure that you have a lot of Ghanaians working for you?
Well, so far, everyone that works for us are Ghanaians.
That's
and
nice.
We intend to grow, as my husband just explained, not just in terms of oil or the oil sector, but there are a lot of things that we can do in Ghana. And we want Ghanaians, a big part of us being here, because this has been in the making for years. A big part of us being here is because for most of us in the diaspora, we see Africa as the motherland. And we feel like we have a responsibility to bring back a lot of what was lost, and not just her children, but what was lost in her losing her children. And we want to bring that back. So in bringing all these opportunities, in diversifying, we can create more employment. And we have a lot of other projects going on in this side where, you know, but
yeah, we'll come back and talk about that, so we'll take a quick break. I'll be speaking with Gerald and Carleen Wilson, and they are the founders of Seven Streams Company Limited, which is a petroleum haulage company. They've been my guest on this week's edition. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome off on our break on BizTech. I have here with me Gerald and Carleen Wilson. They are the founders of Seven Streams Company Limited, which is a petroleum haulage company. We've been talking about how they are impacting the sector to create jobs and employment. Guys, I've been having a very interesting conversation with you. Now, I want to find out, I know you guys are married. Yes. What led you to the idea of joining hands together and say you want to run this company as a couple?
Well, we could go back 12 years, because that's how long we've been married.
Okay.
Going on 12 years. So I'm from Jamaica.
Okay.
And around the time of the financial collapse in 2008, is when, well, I went to Trinidad after trying businesses in Jamaica, and they didn't work out. You know, I said, you know, maybe I should try somewhere different. So I went to Trinidad, and that's where I met my wife, because she's from Trinidad. And
lucky trip for you.
Yes, it was, definitely. And then, you know, after we've gotten to know each other, and we realized we share the same dreams, you know, for the future, you know, which is ultimately coming back to Africa, because that's something that I have known for 20 years that I wanted to do. And so when I met her and realized she had the same dream, you know, it was just a matter of putting things in place to accomplish that, you know. And then we left, both of us left, and we migrated to the United States with our kids. Okay. And we spent 4 years there, and that's when we started to put the, I guess, the financial aspect of it that would be needed to establish business here. That's when we decided, after the global pandemic hit, COVID-19, we decided, you know what, that is our
your cue to come.
Yeah. We're like, yes, we don't want nothing more catastrophic than this to catch us in the United States. So we're like, you know what, it's high times we make this move. And like I said, we did our due diligence or feasibility studies, and spoke with people, our neighbors were Ghanaians, and we went and met with them, and, you know, just to kind of give us a synopsis of what Ghana would be like, and then the rest is, you know, Carleen will fill in on the rest.
Yeah. So for you, Carleen, how is it like working with your husband?
Oh, it's like, we've been working together ever since, you know, just before we got married. There was this experience I had with him, and it was actually a meal. So we were at a friend's house, and there were a lot of people there, and we cooked a meal, and he cooked part of the meal Jamaican style, and I cooked my part Trini style. Okay. And he was looking at mine, and he was like, oh, I don't know how that will taste, you know. That's what he said to me. And they did things differently. However, when we brought that meal together, oh my God, everybody enjoyed it. And so that's where our journey of working together began. Okay. And to this day, you know, we do things differently sometimes, but when we come together, I'm sure it's enjoyed the same way.
Right. I'm sure that's the reason why you guys bet 7 Streams. What are some of the investment opportunities people should be looking out for at 7 Streams Company Limited?
Well, like I said, the initial plan was for agriculture. I have a passion for agriculture. We just needed a immediate source of income. And since this is a lucrative business, the oil business, it will help us to get the agricultural aspect or plans on stream. So that is one way that we're going to diversify our business. And also, it will need a lot of manpower. And so that will create employment for a lot of people. And I'm not talking about agriculture just to sell on the side of the street. I'm talking about manufacturing and processing, you know what I mean? And one of the things that we want to do is to kind of set a different standard as it relates to employee, you know, you deal with the workforce, you know, like better salaries and benefits and that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
All right. So we're wrapping up. What's the future of 7 Streams Limited looking like? How's it looking for you guys so far?
Well, the future is bright because a lot of what we do is not just for us, and it's not just about us. It's about the continent. It's about Ghana. It's about rebuilding. It's about restoring. And we have things, as I mentioned earlier, going on this side that we working on in terms of restoration. One in particular is schools that we're looking at. As it relates to the company financing it, it's a company that just started. Okay. So we have to do what we can. Sometimes manually. My husband went to the school the other day because we want to adopt these schools and make changes. And he went and physically started cleaning up around the school, you know, attempted to, him and a teacher. And there's a school close to us. So that is some of the things that we are also looking into. So this that we're doing here, the 7 Streams, this is as much about us as it is about Ghana and her people. And
then giving back as well.
Definitely.
So what are your final words for those who want to invest into Ghana, especially those in the diaspora? What words would you have for them?
Well, like I said, if you're looking to repatriate, obviously you're going to need a source of income. And also, if you're just looking to invest for passive income, it's a good company to invest in, because when you're trying to do business outside of your country, it's going to be difficult to set up registration, and that is a long and hard process. You know, it's a time-consuming process. So the fact that 7 Streams is already established, it will make it a lot easier. We have already created a path for you to come and make your investment easier. And like I said, it's passive income, what we're offering. For people who are interested, you know, you could reach out to us and we'll, you know, send you our investment package and so on. So it will explain in detail, you know, what it entails. So like I said, 7 Streams is basically creating an easier way for you to come to Ghana and invest. Otherwise, if you try to do it on your own, it's going to be a long and drawn-out process.
All right, guys. Yes. Thank you so much. It's been interesting having a conversation with you.
Yes, thank you.
I've been speaking with Gerald and Carleen Wilson, and they are the founders of 7 Streams Company Limited, which is a petroleum haulage company, and they are seeking to create employment in Ghana's petroleum value chain. They've been my guest on this week's edition of This Tech. My name is Maudi Aholimeka. Many thanks for watching.
Thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. Now to our very first story. The government of Ghana is said to be engaged with 4 different advisory firms on the economic policy and debt management of the country in the wake of the ongoing negotiations with the International Monetary Fund. This is according to a report attributed to Red Intelligence, a Singapore-based finance and markets research firm. The 4 advisory firms are said to be engaging government on an informal basis due to the negotiations not yet being formalized. The firms, according to Red Intelligence, include Lazard, Global Sovereign Advisory, Hogan Lovells, and Lions Head Global Partners. Meanwhile, the Singapore-based finance company said investment bank Lazard has been primed to be selected as the financial advisory with the view of pairing with law firm Hogan Lovells on a joint mandate to offer advisory services to Ghana. A blogger and IT professional have been put before the Accra Circuit Court on charges of spreading false news. The blogger Jeffrey Eprim was charged with publication of false news, while the IT professional Jeremiah Kobina Ejabing was charged with as his accomplice. According to a report by Graphic.com, the accused persons were arrested by the police following an investigation into a report by the Bank of Ghana on a publication which, according to the central bank, had caused fear and panic among the public and resulted in public or panic withdrawals. A former Ghanaian banker with Goldman Sachs Group, Asante Beko, has been arrested over his alleged involvement with bribes paid to Ghanaian authority during his time at the investment bank. Beko is also the former managing director of state-owned enterprise Tema Oil Refinery. According to a Bloomberg report, Mr. Beko is facing a 6-count charge after his August 2020 indictment documents were unsealed by a federal court in Brooklyn, New York last week. The charges, per the report, said Mr. Asante Beko is accused of conspiring with 2 Ghanaian authorities and 4 others in the alleged bribery scheme. The scheme is said to have favored Goldman Sachs Group, Asante Beko, and a Turkish-based energy company that was seeking to build a power plant in Ghana. Ghana's inflation has hit 40.4%. The Ghana Statistical Service has announced the new rate, which is compared to 37.2% recorded in September, makes it the highest in about 20 years. Government statistician Professor Samuel Kobina Enim, speaking with journalists on November 9th, said the increase can largely be linked to rising food prices over the past months. The price of food reached 43.7% inflation in October from 37.8% recorded in September this year, while non-food inflation rose to 37.8% from 36.8%. The month-on-month inflation, according to the Ghana Statistical Service, rose up to 2.7% in October from 2.0% in September this year. Over 1,000 Ghanaians have thronged to circle overhead, where a stand has been mounted by some personnel to help applicants apply for the American Visa Lottery. According to one of the facilitators of the American Visa Lottery, a total of 1,561 Ghanaians have been registered in the past 4 weeks. Some applicants captured in a video making rounds on social media explained that the current economic crisis, consisting of high cost of living, was a contributing factor to their relocation abroad. They also saw the American Visa Lottery as an opportunity to travel abroad in search of greener pastures. That's all for today. Thank you very much for joining us on today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Remember, this show airs every Friday on the same platform. Before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a splendid weekend.
finally, the Black Stars 26-man squad for the 2022 FIFA World Cup has finally been named by Black Stars head coach Otto Addo, and in a couple of days, the Black Stars will get underway at the World Cup in Qatar. Well, following the squad that has been named, let's try and find out from some sports journalists if they were surprised by the inclusion of some players and who they think will be imposed for the Black Stars at the 2022 FIFA World Cup. My name is Joseph Adamafio. Come along with me as I ask from some sports journalists what they think about the 26-man squad named by Coach Otto Addo. Yeah, what are your impressions on the 26-man squad?
I think it's a decent squad. We have a mix of experience, a mix of youthful exuberance, skill, basically everything that we had there. You can never have a perfect squad. So I think what we do have is decent enough, and it's now up to the technical team to work with them and get the best out of the players.
Do you have any player you were expecting to be in the squad who didn't make it?
I would have thought maybe someone like Joseph Painto would have been in there due to I think he's just our most informed forward. But I'm not a coach. I don't have the privilege of seeing some of the things that the coaches do see. I've not been in camp with Joseph Painto. I don't know how he affects the team chemistry. And so I would love to give the coach a benefit of the doubt that he believes that the players that he's called are much suited to what he wants to achieve and his goals. And so despite him not making it, I don't think it should make that much of a difference as to how Ghana are going to play or what we're going to achieve.
Lastly, looking at the three goalkeepers that have been named, who do you think will be improved?
I think I'm more skewed towards Atizigi and Manaf, because both of them have had experiences with the national team in the past 12 months. Danlad is his first try. I don't think they would want to put him in such a situation, making his debut at the World Cup. That'll be too much pressure for the young goalkeeper. So they'll probably go with a much trusted pair, a much trusted goalkeeper. And Manaf and Atizigi, I think that they've both had their chances. Manaf looked very decent in the Korean Cup, so I might be skewed towards Manaf. But then again, he's not been playing too many games this season, and Atizigi has been the more active one. I think it's a decision that will go down the wire, and probably they may use the Switzerland game and training to decide who becomes the number one spot. But very, very unlucky for Ghana to lose our first two goalkeepers.
Your impressions on the squad named by Coach Otto Addo?
Well, I think it's the best that we can go with, considering the fact that even we have players who are actually on the list for that we were hoping that they will make it, but injury took them out. So just like Otto Addo said, I think we should just work with what we have right now and then hope that the team will do well in Qatar. The only disappointment for me was that Otto Addo didn't explain why, players like Schlopp or Joseph is being dropped, because it is a conversation that is going on. So if you want the entire country to support you, and the entire country, basically they are talking about these two players, why they have been dropped, even before you made the announcement. I think it will be fair, and then you'll be able to get the support of everyone if you are able to tell us why this player didn't make it or that player didn't make it. But in all, I think we should just work with what we have, because you can't do anything about it anyway.
Looking at the goalkeepers, who do you think will be imposed for the Black Stars?
I think Atizigi. I don't know, but I think Atizigi should be imposed, because I believe comparing him to Manaf and then the lad for Black Stars, Atizigi I believe has more experience compared to Manaf or even Danlad. But I think Atizigi to start. Manaf might be the second choice, and then Danlad will be the third choice for us.
But were you looking for any player expected to be in the squad, but the person didn't make the squad?
Of course, just like any other Ghanaian, Schlopp and then Joseph. Because listen, it's Schlopp and Joseph. And the fact that, just yesterday Baba Idris was dropped, so it was okay. Now Baba is not going, so at least give Schlopp a chance. But we are here just like I said, let's work with what we have, and then hope that the team will do well in Qatar, because we can't do anything about it. My opinion, I'll share it, but he has said it already. He will not answer us why these players are not going, and what can we do?
What are your impressions on the squad name today?
I think that many Ghanaians will be very disappointed not to have seen Jeffrey Schlopp and as well as Joseph Pinto, because honestly they've been brilliant with their club side. But then Coach Otto Addo had to say that it's one or two reasons that he had to drop them, and reasons that he can't actually spill it out to the public or to the media. So for him, he believes that, or he thinks about the injuries that happened in the last minute, he thinks that this 26-man squad is the best for him to go into this World Cup 2022.
Do you think the local players have a chance of being in the game at any point in time?
I think it's a major question. I actually asked him during the Q&A section, and he says that it boils down to their commitment, it boils down to the training. If today he sees that Danlad is better off, he will put him in goal post. If you see that Daniel Free-Yabania impresses him in training, definitely he should be on. It happened in the case of Osman Bukari, which he actually highlighted in the Q&A section. So I think that, but personally, I don't think that he's going to actually give minutes to the locally based player. Because we even saw that in our friendly games against Nicaragua and Brazil, he had to give about just 10 seconds to Daniel Free-Yabania, and for me, I don't think that they've got a chance.
Okay, so your impressions on the 26-man squad name for the World Cup?
Well, I think we have the core of the team already, and in the squad, and so most players that you would want to mention, you'll find them, but just some few missing here and there. But this is what the coach believes in. He will take all the blame if things go south in Qatar. And so, yes, when squad are being mentioned, you can never get a perfect squad. And so, with what that we have, he thinks that this is the best, and so let's just give him the benefit of doubt.
With the last-minute injuries that came to the camp, and especially our goalkeeping department, we're looking at the three goalkeepers. Who do you think will be in post? Atizigi or Manaf Noudin or Danlad?
Well, I think injury has been a big blow to this particular tournament, not only to Ghanaians, because of the time that we are playing the tournament. We've seen some star players, even in other countries, that are being injured. And, it's not different with Ghanaians. Looking at our goalkeeping department, I think that I would have preferred Danlad, but on a big stage like this, you say he doesn't have the experience. But yes, he has gathered it from the under 20, under 17, under 23, and also the Chan, and so he has some experience there. But professionally, I see Atizigi manning the post as the first hand in our goal post.
Thank you. 26 months back, that was me.
Sincerely, I am surprised. In fact, I am shocked. Especially with regards to the absence of the two goalkeepers that we often see in the post. Although I call them average players, they are building up, and they've been building up for it. And it's sad for me that Wallacott will not be there, because news making rounds says that he picked an injury with the right hand or fingers, and then Richard Ofori too. Bringing in Danlad. We know him on the local scene, but you see, the World Cup is the biggest stage. Now we are bringing Atizigi. The last time we saw Atizigi and his staff, my brother, I wasn't impressed, and the rest. So I'm just praying that they will help, because there are days you need your goalkeeper to also play a key role in it. So, well, I will wish them all the best, and then hope that they stick to the game plan. They shouldn't forget that VAR will be at work and at play, and you are playing Portugal. And so our wingers must really be up and doing, and then we are good to go. I wish them the very best.
Were you hoping that a particular player would be in the squad who wasn't named?
There are so many players. Even I had a problem with the 55-man squad that came out. And so if even the 55, they whittled it down to 26. There are players I wish they would be there, but this is what we have. I just must close the chapter and then focus on the new squad and see how we can pick up positives from it. But there are more things to talk about in the squad.
I think...
Your impressions on the squad name?
I think all in all, it's a squad that we can do something with. It's 26. If you ask me, is this the 26 best Ghanaian players we could have? Over 30.5 million Ghanaians. For me, I think no. This is not the best Ghanaian footballers that we can have going to the World Cup. But then this is the best Otuado provided for us. And what we have to do is rally behind them, support them throughout the tourney. If they're able to make it through the group stages, hallelujah. If not, come back home, regroup. The AFCON is just at the corner. For me, I keep saying, the World Cup has come in a very early stage for this particular Black Stars group. Because, look, they are very, let's say 20% of the players. The group we have now are very inexperienced. They are not, I don't think they've played like 10 or 15 games together as a group. If you look at the squad that we have now, the 26 players. But this is what we have. This is the best Otuado have for us. And let's support them.
Were you surprised? Were you looking forward to some players making the squad that they didn't?
Obviously, yes. But then, according to the coach, he had certain KPIs. And it looks like Jeffrey Schlupp, Joseph Pento, Pfeiffer, Ashmeru don't go, or they are not able to get into the coach's KPI, so that's why they are off. He said he had a conversation with everybody that was dropped. Behind the scene, I looked at the message that was sent to one of the players and I laughed. And I was like, well, this is the best we have. But then we'll keep our comments to ourselves. What we have to do now is just support them.
Lastly, looking at the goalkeepers, who do you think will be imposed? Although I know your choice, but you just tell us.
Well, you know my choice. I'm not the goalkeepers coach. I'm not Olele Kinson. I'm not Otuado or Chris Hutton. But looking at the numbers for the past 4 months, playing for their clubs, Nuruddin for the past 3 months has not been imposed for Kasipin. Danlad has been the number 1 for Santi Kotoko. He kept in the Olympic team. He helped the Black Galaxies to qualify for the Chan tournament in Algeria. He's good, but going into the tournament, no, football has changed to a certain level, right? Now, for let's say 3 years ago, I used to watch football like a fun, but now it has changed.
So who do you think
now I watch football like a coach, right? Because of certain knowledge that I've grabbed from certain places. If you are going to a tournament and you have a player or a goalkeeper who is 5'9" or 5'10", sorry, you might not make it to that particular height that you want. Because when you look across, check all the teams in Europe, check all the national teams across the world. It's very, like maybe 0.1% that you have keepers, but then they are extremely good, right? Can we say Danlad is extremely better than Atizigi or Richard Ofori? No, and that's my worry. But then you look at the coach's philosophy, right? When you get to study the Germans, their way of playing is they involve the goalkeeper. They don't see the goalkeeper as a goalkeeper, they see him as a player, right? So as we have 4-3-3, they have 1-4-3-3, right? So the keeper becomes a sweeper, it becomes a defender. When they are defending, they are 5, right? So if you need someone to keep your post for you, Nuruddin is comfortable with his foot, just like Atizigi. So, and then you look at who is on form. I'll pick Lawrence, but then it's training, it's national team. What Olele gives to Otto, that's what he will take, right? But this is a caveat. Olele should be truthful to his soul.
Yes, 1 minute. Yes, 1 minute. Let's do 1 minute.
What are your impressions on the squad that was named today?
Oh, I think it's a fairly okay squad, very inexperienced. I think it's still the worst squad we're sending to the World Cup. Individual brilliance, but they need a lot of time to play as a cohesive unit. I'm just hoping that they can go out there and...
can then go ahead and explain to us. Okay. All right. So please go ahead.
So, Honorable Chair, what it is, and I think Piak spoke about the acquisition, and I think there are some few issues that we need to clarify. The fact of the matter is that GHL wasn't set up by GNPC. GHL is just Jubilee Oil Holding Limited. GNPC did not set up GHL. GHL was set up by Anadaco. And it was set up because Anadaco decided to sell its stake in the Ghana assets, and reach agreement with Cosmos for Cosmos to purchase. Ghana government then made a submission that we wanted part of that stake. And so after negotiation, we agreed on 7%.
Right.
Yes. Now, what happened was they had a timeline. You know, typically with these M&As, you work according to strict timelines. So there was a timeline for consummation of that transaction. And because GMPC needed to go through the needed approval process, Anadaku then decided to set up GOHL, carve out the 7%, hold for GMPC when we are ready for its acquisition. And then they went ahead and consummated that transaction with Cosmos. So when we got the necessary approvals and were ready, we had to buy Jubilee Oil Holding. So the structure of the transaction wasn't a GMPC, defined structure. It was a structure that was defined by the seller. And we obviously had to buy the company. So what we bought, what we bought was the company shares. We didn't buy. So I think to clarify what Piak was saying, we did not buy this. We didn't buy the stake or the participating interest in the company. We bought the company, which held the 7% of Jubilee and 10.
Okay. So where did you get the money to buy the company, the shares in the company?
So we wrote to Ministry of Finance to advance us money, a loan towards the purchase. And we're very clear that we're going to pay back the money.
Very well. Do you have the letter that you wrote to the Minister of Finance?
Yes, we have copies of the letter.
Okay. Can you make that available to the committee?
Yes, we'll do so, sir.
Good. No, we'll see the date from there. So the Ministry of Finance made an advance of funds to you for the acquisition, right?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
So was it a loan?
Yeah, it was a loan.
All right. Interest-free loan?
No, interest. We're going to pay an interest on it.
Okay, yes. So do you have the exact terms of the loan in documentary form?
So we didn't sign an actual loan agreement, but the correspondence alluded to the fact that
that can constitute a contract. The correspondence can result in a contract.
Okay.
Okay. Did you obtain any approvals from Parliament?
So we got approval from our sector ministry and obviously finance ministry. In our work program, we had indicated, because this divestiture of, or the sale of the Anadaku stake had been on the table for some time. I mean, COVID kind of interrupted. So in our 2021 work program, we had indicated that we were looking at acquiring part of the Anadaku stake, and that was contained. But obviously, we're not sure of the amount that we're going to pay for it.
So you merely stated that you were interested?
Yes, sir.
But you did not state how much you needed for purposes of the acquisition?
No, because we didn't even know how much it was going to cost.
Okay, so, and Parliament approved the work program without the specific amount being stated in the work program, right?
That's correct, Honorable.
Okay. Now, in respect of the lifting of the oil, you've already confirmed that Jubilee Holdings lifted over 900,000 barrels of oil, right?
Honorable Chair, so in fact, even we had lifted in total, we had lifted about $153 million.
Million barrels?
No, dollars.
Dollars.
I mean the value, I'm giving the value.
The value, okay.
Yes, I mean, we consummated this transaction in October. And so because the assets were producing fields, we're lifting barrels.
Right.
So the arrangement that existed before we acquired the stake was a pooled transaction. So basically, what Anadaku was doing was pooling their barrels together with PetroSA and selling. So once we got a 7%, which we acquired the 7% of GHL. No, sorry, we acquired GHL, which held 7% in the field. an already producing field. Yeah. We were entitled to the barrels, so we got our share of the barrels that were sold by that pooled arrangement that existed. So,
so those barrels ordinarily would have come to GNPC, right?
No, it went to GOHL.
No. If you did not acquire Jubilee Holdings, those barrels of oil would have come to you?
No. It would have gone to whoever had it, whoever had acquired it.
Okay, but through the acquisition, okay, the barrels of oil lifted now belong to GHOL.
Yes.
GOHL.
Jubilee Oil Holdings.
Yes. Okay, I would always say Jubilee Holdings. Yes. Okay. And the monies were obviously paid directly to Jubilee Holdings, right?
Yes, Honorable Chair. Yeah.
Are those monies that ought first to have been paid into the, a petroleum holding fund?
Yes, so that's a point of departure, the area of disagreement. We believe that GHL.
Wait a minute. Who are you disagreeing with? You are departing from where? Point of departure. He asked you a question, so deal with it. Point of departure. You are departing from.
So what PIAC? So I'm alluding to what PIAC said. So we disagree with PIAC's assertion that it should have been paid to.
So why? Can you explain to the committee why you disagree?
Yeah. So Honourable Chair, as it was discussed during the PIAC testimony or submission, GHL is a 100% subsidiary of GNPC. We believe it's a company incorporated. It's a company registered under the Company Act, and obviously the terms and conditions, the constitution of GHL is governed by the Company Act, and for that reason, 100% of the revenue cannot be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. The company must operate, and if at the end of the day it declares profit, and the directors decide that dividend must be paid, that money is paid to GNPC, and that money paid, of course, will be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. So we believe that GHL is governed by the Company Act, not by the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. So my colleague will probably shed a bit. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think PIAC made a number of assertions before this committee that I would like to clarify. First of all, I'd like to clarify how transfers are made in the industry. There are two ways in which you transfer assets to another company. Either you do it directly or indirectly. Directly is where you transfer the a portion or all of the participating interest itself to the acquiring company. Indirectly is where you are transferring shares in the company that holds the participating interest to another company. And that is why you would see under the PRMA, when it talks about revenue due from the direct or indirect participation of the Republic. So in terms of the way we see the interpretation of Section 7 of the PRMA, PRMA talks about revenue due to the Republic from the indirect or direct or indirect participation. The operative word is due. What is due to a shareholder from its subsidiary? So it's revenue due from. And in determining what is due to a shareholder, you need to look at the Companies Act. And that is where we depart from PIAC in its interpretation. Because if we don't do that, then you end up having some absurdities. For instance, if GNPC doesn't take 100% and takes, say, 75% in a company, and you say revenue due should go into the PHF, what happens to the person who owns the 15%? Where are they going to get their share from? So when you look at the logic of the interpretation, and we are looking at it from both a legal standpoint and a commercial standpoint and an industry standpoint, we think that we should look at JOHL as a separate entity in light.
Wait a minute. We're dealing with the logic, or we're
dealing with the law and
yes.
The
logic and the law, you know what it is, so
yes,
we should be careful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, for the clarification. So, in our view, JOHL, and we are not saying that revenues from JOHL should not go into PHF. It's the form that it takes that I think we differ. We say that it's dividends that must go into the PHF. PIAC says that it's revenue from every lifting, which we think should not be the interpretation given to both the PRMA and the Companies Act.
Okay, so if someone were to say that the reason why you are not holding that interest directly is because you want to obviate the consequences of statutory compliance, what would be your answer to that?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think in this particular case, and I think it has been said already, the seller decided how they were going to sell their asset. This was not something that originated from GMPC. And when the GMPC law gives GMPC the right to acquire interest, but it doesn't say how these interests in what form they should take. And GMPC should be in a position to take advantage of such opportunities however they come. Otherwise, then GMPC will not be able to do business. In this particular case, the seller had decided that they were selling shares in a company that they own. So GMPC did not have any option as to how it would acquire the interest, and that is why GMPC acquired 100% of the interest in JOHL. So this was not one in which GMPC had any option as to decide how it acquired the interest.
Very well. Honorable Katie Amon, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. I entirely understand the concept. I do not intend to trouble you. All I need to understand is that in all of this, what relates to the finance minister in terms of the allegation made against him? What is it about it?
I mean, as far as JOHL is concerned, I mean, the finance minister is not responsible for the revenues. I mean, obviously, we have to, at the end of the day, submit our financials, GRA. We have to pay whatever assessed tax that we need to pay. And let me say that in 2023, JOHL paid 17 million. 2021, I'm sorry, I'm 1 year ahead of. 2021, JOHL paid 17 million to GRA as tax on its operations. So, yeah, as far as the revenue is concerned, I don't think the finance minister has any direct, let me call it, control.
I read the GMPC Act, I read the Company Act, and the other acts under consideration. My understanding is entirely the same as the way you understand it, so I'll pass it on to my other colleagues.
Case, I mean, was any money paid into an offshore account? The 100 million, was it paid into an offshore account?
So Honorable Chair, I think the word offshore, when we use, I mean, for those who are bankers, I mean, you can even have an offshore account in Ghana. So I think the word, when we say offshore, sometimes I get a bit confused because the Bank of Ghana has certain categorizations of what do you call it, foreign currency. And so what we call FCA have offshore account. But to the extent that the question relates to receipts from sale of crude, yeah, it was paid into an account held at Ghana International Bank in London.
Okay, and who made the payment?
So the buyer of the crude. So buyers of the crude, even in the case of PHF, the buyers of the crude pay directly into the PHF. So they pay directly into whichever account that you designate for them to pay. Yeah.
Very well. Okay. Honorable members, the witnesses are yours now. Yes. Honorable Samuel Okujeta Blakwa.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to find out why the GMPC was not in the capacity to pay for this JOHL transaction? Why did you have to ask the Finance Ministry to advance a loan facility to GMPC?
Honorable, I mean, GMPC simply did not have the money. I mean, I think we've had on occasions appear before some of the committees of Parliament to talk about indebtedness by some of the state agencies to GNPC. But the simple response is that we didn't have the resources to pay. Yeah.
So this loan agreement, which you say is largely based on correspondences
between GMPC and the Finance Ministry, can you elucidate on the terms?
So the purchase price was 199, almost about 200 million. But because during the process of
Please cedis or dollars?
No, US dollars.
You see, because this is a house of record, if you can be exact, I'll be most grateful. We'll be most grateful.
It's
all right.
199.
How much was
199. It's 199. Roughly $199 million.
What we have in our report here.
So I'm going to explain.
No. I'm saying that the figure as mentioned in here is exactly the 199 million. 199 million. Yeah. So yeah, sure.
So that was the purchase price. But because the assets were producing, there were liftings and cash calls that were being made. So when we settled, and typically with most of these transactions, you need to then reconcile the figures. So you look at revenues that have been received, payments that have been made, and you net them off to come to the amount. So we ended up paying $164 million. Yeah, 164,798.
So if I can have some clarity, the $164.7 million is what is contained in the PIAC report, which is available to us, page 9, the semi-annual report. But you indicate that you received $199 million from the Ministry of Finance. Can you be clear? Is it 199 we are dealing with or 164? Because if you look at the rendition of the PIAC report, it says that this 164.7 were monies advanced by the Ministry of Finance to GMPC. So what exactly did you receive? Is it 199 or 164.7? Just for our records.
So, Honorable, for the records, as I said, the actual cost of the 7% was $199 million. But as I explained earlier, because the assets are producing assets, their payments, their cash calls, and their revenues that were made during the period when negotiations were going on. So once we agreed and the share agreement was executed, we needed to do a reconciliation of payments that have been made on behalf of JOHL and receipts that have been made by JOHL. And so once you do that reconciliation, the net amount that we needed to pay was the 164. So I hope that clarifies the figures.
So can we know how much hit your account from the Ministry of Finance?
It's the 164. We paid 164. So that's the net cash. You know, I needed to explain, because the 199 and the 164, if you don't have context and you hear about the headline price, probably some confusion can be created in the minds of people. So the actual cost of the 7% was $199 million. But once you do the reconciliation, the net amount paid by JOHL for JOHL acquisition was 164. So the actual cash outflow was the 164. To Anadaco for the 7%. Yeah.
Now, Mr. Chairman, the advance from the Ministry of Finance, why is it that in this whole transaction, Parliament was left out? There is no parliamentary approval for this transaction. And you do know that no Minister of Finance can release funds to any entity without parliamentary approval. Why is it that Parliament was left out?
You want to look at the question again. He is from GMPC, and you're asking why is the Finance Minister Akadia answer that?
No, but they have a legal department.
No. Why the Finance Minister? You should be asking the Finance Minister, why is your signature nowhere, not them? They had their mandate.
No, because Parliament was left out.
No, sure.
There's no parliamentary
but
approval.
They can't come to Parliament. Can he come to Parliament?
No. No,
so
but
we're saying that you can't ask your question, but to put in directly to him the responsibilities of a finance minister.
I'm not saying it was his responsibility.
So you say, why didn't the finance minister come in here?
No, I was just asking, why was Parliament left out?
Well, we say that question is overruled.
Okay, I'll rephrase.
Yeah, rephrase the question.
I'll rephrase the question. Can we understand from you, you made mention of your 2021 work program to Parliament. First of all, I was looking at the work program. I didn't see any. Do you have a copy here? Can you refer us to what exactly is in the 2021 work program?
I don't have a copy here, but we can make that available to you. I mean, we can make that available. As soon as I get to the office, I can make a copy available to you.
And are we to understand that by that work program, if we do find out, because I haven't seen any request to Parliament in that work program, I just want clarity. Are you suggesting that that work program constitutes a parliamentary approval?
No, not by any means. What I said is, beginning of the year, because the transaction were in discussion with Anadako and Cosmos to acquire the stake, we had put it in our work program that we're looking at acquiring a stake in the Anadako assets. But because the numbers had not been agreed and we're not even sure what value that was going to be put on it, we did not indicate a value for it. But we had a sentence saying that we're looking at acquiring that stake.
So no parliamentary approval. Let me move to the next one. I notice from the records I have
let's
here,
get it right. No parliamentary approval
for the finance minister's release of 164.7 million.
He is speaking on behalf of the finance minister.
No, I haven't said so. I just wanted our records to reflect that.
No. But how can you make it?